Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a big day tomorrow. Today could have been a big day. We had the PCE, but it wasn't that exciting. It came in mostly in line or as expected. I was seeing the chat, man. Shout out to Waz. I don't know why we call this expected if it just gets revised, but there was that. The PCE numbers did not cause much. I think personal spending, that actually went up, so that was good for the consumer, but personal incomes went down. Jobless claims were again lower. That's tying into tomorrow, but if anything, I think jobless claims are the lowest in a couple of years right now, but for the most part, we got to see what happens here with the bonds, but I'd say today was borderline neutral. We did get more China stimulus news. They announced lower down payments for first-time home buyers. They announced more of the mortgage cuts for even new buyers, 1 home, 2 home, all of that. But for the most part, it was kind of a whirlwind around the world, a little bit of a mix of yesterday. Things are reacting now after this, and it should be smooth sailing into tomorrow. And also, it's the last day of August, Chad. This is the final day of this month. I know. It's wild. But good morning. How are you, baby? What's up? I'm gonna pronounce it right one day, baby. Good morning, Kate. How you living? Najee, Ricardo, Vincent, Zuraj, El Chapato, baby. Candy, how you living? What's up? Good morning. John, Mark, Monica, Candy again, Christian, Christina, Jay Gardner, baby. Ray, Ari. I'm like so far away from the mic, baby. The chat is going. Good morning. What's up, Maria? What's up, Julio? Carissa High's in the house. Lexi, CG Trades, Dinosaur, Sons of Averaging, baby. Good morning. Bruce B, the Tiger Man, Andreas, Mr. Hanley, baby. Ed, Theo, Blue Reef, Scott, hello. Ali B, baby. Good morning. Aztec, Boriqua, Malcolm King, Allen, baby. Nope. How you living? Caleb and Vince Antonio, Tim Whitman, baby. Good morning. What's up, Open Face? What's up, Nikki, CC, Ari, Anzel, Laker, J. Oh, good morning. What's up, Josh? That's a great name. Patrick, Sarah Myers, good morning. Yeah, baby, how you living? Are you ready, man? Good morning. What's up, Logan? Dude, the chat is fast. I don't know if I'm reading fast with it or what's going on, but it's crazy. I'm missing so many of them. Scottish Empire, baby, good morning. Mood Air, Drew, Best in Town, Jerry Woods, baby, Sec Pitch, JTM, good morning. What about that Twitch? Sasha Graybatter, what's up? Charlie in the tree, baby. Friday Junior in full effect. Let's go. Megatron, John, Woodrow, Robo, Headtech, baby. The real Joe Q, Hairstone, Destroyer, Windom. Oh, BDA, Cookie Monster, Blazing Bob, Destroyer. I'm not missing any. I think we got them all. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, I got a lot of different updates for you. A lot of different updates. Actually, where are the plays? We got some plays here. I'll keep them up for you. But Chattadonia, again, today should be pretty chill. I mean, like I said, the data was more in line than not. It depends. It was either 0.1 over or like 0.2 under. So we're going to see how that goes out. But really, the reaction in bonds, I think they didn't move, and it's been very, very small so far. So we'll see. But then remember, tomorrow, that will be another big day. But stock futures edge higher as traders weigh the data. Stock futures edged higher after economic data reinforced speculation to the Federal Reserve that they will refrain from raising rates next month, but will keep policy tighter for longer to prevent a flare-up in inflation. S&P futures rose 0.2. The yield on the 10-year declined 2 basis points to 4.10. The Bloomberg Dollar Index was little changed. A key measure in underlying U.S. inflation posted the smallest back-to-back monthly gains in over 2 years, encouraging a burst of consumer spending and feeding growing expectations that the economy can avert a recession. No surprises in the morning. reporting on the inflation data, said Chris Zaccarelli, chief investment officer for Independent Advisors. Not only is the Fed unlikely to raise rates at the next meeting, they are unlikely to raise rates again this year as long as inflation continues to remain controlled. A government report due on Friday will provide further insights into the direction of the labor market. While it's currently forecasted to show the U.S. added the fewest jobs since the end of 2020 in August, it would still mark a healthy pace of overall payroll growth. Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic said policymakers need to be cautious not to over-tighten monetary policy and risk unnecessary harm to the labor market. Dollar General, they're on track for their first annual share decline. They fell again after cutting profit forecasts for the second straight quarter amid rising labor and softer sales trends. Salesforce gave a revenue and profit forecast for the current period that topped analyst estimates, signaling progress in the campaign to cut costs and quell some anxiety about a sales slowdown. CrowdStrike climbed after the security software company issued a forecast beating second quarter and guidance upgrade, prompting several analysts to raise their price targets on the stock. And then Palantir was downgraded to underweight at Morgan Stanley, the latest indication of how Wall Street is skeptical of the software company, which has touted itself as a major player within artificial intelligence. We'll get China, Caxton manufacturing PMIs on Friday, Eurozone and global manufacturing tomorrow, as well as U.S. unemployment, non-farms, light vehicle sales, and ISM manufacturing and services. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Good morning. Policy caution. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic warned that policymakers need to be cautious to avoid over-tightening monetary policy and risking doing any harm to the U.S. labor market. Speaking at an event in South Africa, he said that U.S. policy is appropriately restrictive. Bostic added, "I think we should be cautious and patient and let the restrictive policy continue to influence the economy, lest we risk tightening too much and inflicting unnecessary economic pain." Green shoots, the contraction in China's manufacturing sector eased slightly in August, and a gauge tracking new orders showed some improvement, sparking hopes that the worst of the factory downturn in the country may be coming to an end. The market reaction to the data was muted, but it does provide some tentative signs that the targeted measures taken by authorities to shore up the economy are working. So fast. Record profit. Switzerland's UBS Group has posted the largest quarterly profit on record for a lender as a result of an emergency takeover of rival Credit Suisse. The bank reported a $29 billion profit as a result of an accounting difference in the value of Credit Suisse's balance sheet and the $3.8 billion the USB paid for the bank. That tops the $14 billion profit JP Morgan made in the first quarter of 2021. The news sent UBS shares soaring in Zurich, with investors seeing positive signs on the integration of the two companies. Yeah, AMC is killing it on the news that the Taylor Swift movie is coming out. There's going to be a Taylor Swift movie, and AMC is loving that. Traders are bailing on the euro as talks of stagflation heats up. Traders are abandoning the euro at a pace of speculation grows on the ECB that they will struggle to tighten monetary policy even with inflation running far above targets. Analysts have cut their median forecast for the currency for the first time in 6 months, while firms including Bank of America, JP Morgan, see it falling towards 105, a level that was last seen during the banking crisis in March. BNP Paribas management said it could reach 102. 3M $6 billion earplug accord, risk failure of veterans reject deal. $3M's $6 billion settlement of lawsuits accusing the company of selling defective combat earplugs to the military could fall apart if enough veterans reject the deal. Given 250 or so active claims, they need 98% of eligible complainants to actually agree to the deal, or it could still not be approved. Let's see what time we at. Proud Swiftie, yeah. AMC, man. Movie. I'll watch a Swiftie movie. That seems like a good middle ground between actually going to the actual concert. I could get behind that. S&P futures are up 0.2 on Thursday pre-market after U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Wednesday, with the S&P and NASDAQ both up for a fourth straight session. S&P hit a 3-week high. Treasuries are firmer with some curve flattening, and the 10-year yield falls to a 3-week low in the prior session. Dollar index is up by 0.4 with strength versus euro and sterling. Gold is off by 0.1. Bitcoin futures up by 0.6, and WTI crude is up by 0.8, higher for the 6th straight session. Recent bounce in risk sentiment largely chalked up to rate reprieve, stemming from dampened macro surprise momentum and oversold conditions. Positioning dynamics, another tailwind in systemic funds, have flipped back to the buy side following unwinding stretch longs earlier in the month. Renewed AI momentum, also a bright spot, while the latest batch of results out of tech has been fairly well received. Consumer more of a mixed bag with shrink flagging again. or shrink flagged again. China stimulus, another bullish talking point. Month-end pension fund buying also mentioned as potential source of support, while buyback activity has set to have picked up with the culmination of Q2 earnings season. Core PC inflation in line with expectations, while spending was a bit stronger and income slightly weaker. Initial claims below consensus following signs that the labor market has been loosening earlier this week. Bostic reiterated concerns about tightening too much and said central bank should be cautious and patient. Eurozone headline CPI came in hotter, though core inflation declined in line with expectations, and closely watched service and inflation eased slightly. China manufacturing PMI surprised to the upside but remained in contraction for a fifth consecutive month, while non-manufacturing missed expectations, marking the lowest expansion year to date. China also confirmed lower down payment and mortgage rates as part of its ongoing policy response following recent media speculation. Big pickup in earnings activity with tech and consumer retail in focus. CRM a standout, even better CRPO growth and increased margin guidance. Vive takeaways focused on billings and they beat and CRM win. Crowd reiterated new AAR guidance and talked up competitive positioning. Okta boosted by beat and raised stabilization talk. CIEN highlighted increased customer activity and elevated backlog. DG down big on meaningful EPS guidance cut. Hormel missed on cut of guidance and nothing weaker international. CPB organic growth but better EPS only in line. Five Below lowered full year margin and EPS guide on higher shrink. Ollie beat and raised. ASO beat and raised. VSCO missed on EPS, guided Q3 well below street and lowered full year sales outlook. Oh no. So let's see. I have a couple more for you. China's NBS's PMIs are mixed for August, with manufacturing coming in at 49.7, up from 49.3 in July, ahead of the street's 49.2 forecast. Manufacturing new orders are back in expansion mode for the first time in 5 months, but non-manufacturing ticked down to 51. Chinese President Xi Jinping is not planning to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in New Delhi next weekend and is expected to be replaced by the country's premier, according to Western officials briefed on the situation. Toyota seeks to shatter their production record this year, aiming to manufacture 10.2 million vehicles globally. The Nikkei has learned that they crossed the 8-figure milestone for the first time. Europe's CPI in August was mixed, with headline running hot and then core coming in below. UBS soared to the highest in 2008 after they posted the biggest ever quarterly profit for a bank, and CEO Sergio Ermotti said that inflows are climbing across the board. The EU's agriculture chief has proposed that the EU subsidize the cost of transiting Ukrainian grain through the bloc after Russia pulled out of an initiative to allow exports to the Black Sea. Fed Bostic warns that monetary policy should avoid over-tightening, facing the prospects of policy damaging government shutdown within weeks. House Speaker McCarthy is offering a new argument to conservatives reluctant to vote to keep funding flowing. A shutdown would make it more difficult for Republicans to pursue an impeachment inquiry against President Biden or to push forward with investigations on him and his family that could yield evidence for one. Visa and MasterCard are planning to increase credit card fees. The change could result in merchants paying an additional $502 million annually in fees, according to a consulting company. Let's see. The headlines are a little weirder here. I got more. Salesforce rages margins. Again, street takeaway, particularly focused on margin dynamics, as operating margin came in at 31.6, beating consensus by more than 300 basis points. They raised full year operating margin too by 200 basis points. July PCE price indices steady, right in line after consensus. The index went up 0.2, in line with consensus. July personal income up by 0.2. Personal consumption expenditures were 0.8. Initial jobless claims were there, although it should have gave a market reaction. So far, market reaction has been muted. More retailers are flagging elevated shrink. Elevated shrink has been a big thing in Q2 retailer. Dollar General and Five Below are the latest to mention that, as well as Best Buy earlier this week, which has said it wasn't an issue, but most other companies have dealt with it. Visa update points to stable customers. Visa published its payment volume update on Wednesday after close. Street takeaways lean slightly positive, with the focus on acceleration in U.S. volume growth. August payrolls expected to slow to the level in 32 months. August payrolls tomorrow are the big thing to look out for. They're expected to go to the lowest level in 32 months. Downside of payroll growth, given other recent data points, would be consistent with cooling labor market, number of moving pieces around the report, and softer print adds further support to soft landing narrative. Systemics have flipped to buying mode. Stretch sentiment and positioning have widely discussed the overhang of stocks this month. CTA equity demand has flipped back to buy with large demand in a flat, up, or even down tape in the next 5 days. The firm says it sees $11 billion of demand in the next day or so, or the next 5 days, and $107 billion over the next month in a flat tape. Elsewhere, JP Morgan said they see CTAs are likely regrossing positions with SPX and NDX both pushing back above their 50-day, adding to the vol targeting strategies and regrossing, which is already with the depressed VIX declining below 15. CTA bond buying also could be supportive for stocks. AI enthusiasm back on the front burner. AI enthusiasm back on the front burner in recent days, with NVIDIA up over 6% in the first 2 days of the week. Alphabet, another AI winner thus far. And then Tesla also up big this week, with headlines having focused on the launch of a 300 million AI computing cluster. And then high gas prices, another consumer headwind. And I think that's it. Headlines were really, really weird. So... now, we still got plays. Chattadonia. So, as far as pre-market movers right now, Okta, one of my favorites. I wish we played it, but they're up 10.6% right now. They had a very good earnings. Again, I think margin was another highlight as well. Shopify is up 6.9%. Shopify and Amazon agreed to a deal for merchants to offer buy with Prime on Shopify stores. CRM is up 6.2 on earnings. UBS is up 4.9 on earnings. We got a lot of those headlines. ANET is up 2.7 on a city upgrade. Toyota, they're up 2.3. UK July car manufacturing up 31% year over year. PSTG up 1.4 on earnings. Crowd up 1.1 on earnings. And then CPB up 0.7. ASO up 11.4 on earnings. UGI, review of strategic alternative stocks, up 10.2. CIEN, they had earnings as well. They're up 5%. Tilray, I think, is up 3%. Follow through from the weed stocks yesterday. MP, JP Morgan initiates overweight. Stock is up 2.7. And then Ollie is up 2.8 off of earnings. Acer, they are to be acquired by Zevra Therapeutics for up to $90 million. They're up 80%. SATX, they had a $60 million transaction, including commercial agreement and subsidiary sale with MDA. Stock is up 77.4. ICCT, that's been a runner from the last couple of days. They're up 37% on follow-through. TO is up 20% off of earnings. Longeveron's up 11% for no reason. TITN, they're up 6.6 on earnings. Dollar General, they're down 14.5 on a really bad earnings, 5 below. They also missed on earnings as well. They're down 4.9. Chewy, down 4.6 on earnings. Palantir, down 3.7. Morgan Stanley downgrade. And then Dollar Tree is down 2.4 as a sympathy. And then Victoria's Secret down 6.5 on earnings. And then Visra down 6.2 to acquire Acer Therapeutics for up to $91 million. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So, Chad, I think that's our plays for now. We're a little early again, honestly, with PCE, lack of data. Market didn't move much. We had a lot of cushion in the morning, so I think we're kind of holding up from there, but the bonds are literally flat, so I think how this opens will take us there, but we got a little bit more time left. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity in Chattadonia. Let's get ready for a wild day. A wild, wild day. Tomorrow will be crazier, though. So good morning. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
As they weigh the risks of a September pause. Team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Enda Curran in Washington, D.C., Maria Tadeo over in Brussels. Maria, let's start with that data out of Europe. Rock and a hard place for the ECB and Christine Lagarde.
Look, and it is so tough for the European Central Bank at this point because it really is a real conundrum when it comes to the economy. And of course, we know this is a single mandate central bank and they focus on inflation, of course, at 2% target. They also keep an eye on the macro data. And we know the risks are all pointing to the downside for the euro area. When it comes to the inflation data today, you did get headline inflation come in at 5.3%. The estimate was that it was going to cool more than expected, but we saw that was not the case. I would add, however, a caveat to that headline inflation number today, because if you look at some of the drivers behind it, a lot of that had to do with energy and fuel. That was the case for the Italian print, it was the case for the French print, and it was the case for the Spanish print. So we know the European Central Bank will probably skip through that. When you look at core inflation, again, it's 5.3%. The European Central Bank would love to see that way lower, but that is where we are. Nonetheless, when you look at components inside it, you could argue it is moving in the right direction, just not fast enough. And fundamentally, fundamentally, Jonathan, the real question here, and that decision will hinge entirely on this question, is whether the European Central Bank believes the transmission is working enough so that every hike they've done until now can get inflation back to 2%. If they believe that is not the case, then there is still that possibility of a hike in September. I would not rule it out, and I do not think the data that we got today has flipped it either way.
Europe doesn't just have an inflation problem, it has a growth problem too. And the blame game shifts to China for the global economy, particularly over the last month or so. Enda, can you help frame for us the latest data out of China and the policy response to it?
The blame game out of China, Chatadonia. Honestly, what did they say today? Lower down payments. Then they're implementing this stuff. The government-backed manufacturing showed a boost. There will be more China stuff tomorrow, but even then, I don't even think the China stocks were able to go up. So we will see. Lulu, they might be good. They've been on a tear. Somebody was just asking about Chewy. I think Chewy's earnings were good, but then I think their guidance, they just reaffirmed it and kept it in line. So maybe it just wasn't good enough. We'll see how it bounces. But just remember, the whole theme up until August, all of those stocks ran up so much into earnings, and we kept asking, are these earnings going to be good enough to justify higher prices? So I think that's where it got a little interesting. And then anything related to like retail, if they reported theft, shrink, it was really, really bad for them. Again, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, the back-to-back negative guidance. Again, I think we heard from the other one. That's not good. So I would watch staples today or like consumer stocks and see how they play out. But Chatadonia, don't let me get ahead of myself. It's bright and early, 9 minutes till the bell. You've got to hear the news. You've got to listen to the people on TV. We've went over the pre-market movers. Now tell me, what is your first play of the day? What is your first play of the day, Chatadonia? Post that one in the chat. Let's see what you got. Give him some time. Let it. Let's get a good play. There you go. They're arriving. SPY put, SQQ shares, Tesla calls, Lulu flips, Palantir puts, Crowd 155, selling stocks, Nvidia, ICCT swing, Outlook, Tesla, Google, Okta call, SPY puts, Arc Law, Meta, Tesla, Nord, selling SPX, added MO to the long term, Meta 300, Frazee shares on Polaris News, UVIX 2-day, all day, Acer, Bitcoin long, BTD, Nvidia short CVX 160 calls, bank calls, OTLK long, Rome McRib, Nvidia calls, shop, November puts, QQQ, November puts, Miami, Google affirm, short XRP, Peaches, Coal Real Estate leaps, CNBC puts, Dogecoin, November puts, SPY puts to the call, CGC calls, NASDAQ long, UBS, Google, shop puts, Wayfair, XLE, we did get PCE, BDU, Baidu calls, Love puts, GM, Chad, good morning, AVGO, XLP, WorldCoin short, Boeing 235 calls September 8, still short NQ futures calls on, I don't know, Datadog, how is PCE a little bad, IWM, scalp Nvidia all day, averaging into 929, 440, SPY puts, Josh calls, Wheat long, screaming 10%, Meta puts, Baidu, AEHR, Boeing, and Broadcom puts on pops, good morning, average into the 929s, band calls, UWMC, F350, CRM, MES play, Nvidia swings, Tesla calls, and the final play, weekly long-term 10%, good morning, and that's it. Actually, I'm seeing that was a poor performance. I'm trying to debate what to do. I'm looking around. It was a very poor performance. Very, very poor performance. So we're good. I don't know how we're gonna start this one off. Yeah. But Chatadonia, I got a couple plays for you. I'm going to be watching very poor performance. I don't know. I was literally very close. I was just going to say we might have to bring it to the Twitch now. I was going to say I might have just thrown it over. I was saying because I remember I closed it on them the other day. I was like, maybe we got to get YouTube on there, man. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Is you riding with the Lord? Is you hanging with the sucker side? So as far as plays, again, I was going to be watching the bonds up until the data came out and it was borderline in line. But just in case, watch ZT, watch ZN. We'll see if there's any reaction. I really like Okta. I think it's up a lot more than I expected there. So the only downside is that it moved a lot. Shopify, another big mover. We talked about CRM yesterday. That could be a potential play there. So we're going to find out how that one plays out. And then Baidu and JD, still going to watch those. If Baidu keeps coming down, maybe I'll make like an average today, and then ANET, they had that upgrade, but we've been talking about where it's at right now, and ANET, I haven't made a play. I still think it's too high, but I'm going to keep my eye on that one, and then that's about it. I don't think anything too crazy. Not anything too crazy. All right, so Chad, we got about 1 minute. What do you got for me? Do you have anything? For me? You got to let me know. You got 1 minute. We've went over the plays. I mean, honestly, today, like I said from the morning, it could have been a lot crazier, but it really, I mean, we've been pretty calm for the most part. Again, the data did not come in too wild, so you let me know. Yeah, Call Real Estate was fire, baby. Shout out to the vets. Bro, you have no idea. I began way too hyped off of it. Man. It's an honor to see. And again, if y'all were even asking questions about the VA loan and stuff, man, that was your opportunity. I don't know. I didn't know you knew John Cena. He's not my friend. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I know who I like. I watched WWF back in the day. So, Chad, you got 20 seconds. Anything else? That's it. John Cena questions were the most pressing. I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope your day is beautiful. I hope you're feeling amazing. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even down to the families, man. We love you and thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those vets. So veterans, thank you. Shout out to the vets, baby, and God bless you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches, the nonprofits, anybody helping out, man. Keep it up, and I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, yes. Chatadonia. Friday, Junior. Good morning. Do. Oh, my goodness. The horn is strong today. Indeed. The horn is strong today. Indeed, my brethren. So let's go, Chad. We got about 1 minute, 57 seconds. There was a little bit more China stimulus today, but again, compared to earlier in the week, it's not as active as before. The data did not move us too much. Again, some metrics were either in line or above or below just by a little bit. The bonds have literally not moved since. And again, we might have to change the word, what was it called? What do they call it? Expectations. I'm telling you, that comment, Awaz, that you put in the morning, it's so true. Like, for real, we keep calling them like it meets expectations, but then it's like if you revise it a month later, like, why do we call it as expected? You know, and it don't make any sense, bro. It made no sense. Yeah. So, Chad, we got 1 minute, 13 seconds. We've went over all of the plays as well. And I think today will be chill. Honestly, tomorrow might be chill too. I think tomorrow will be active for the first hour or two, depending on what the data is. But don't forget, ahead of the holiday, a lot of people are already taking off. So that's what they do on Wall Street. They leave Friday, so they get Monday off. And now you just created a 4-day weekend. UK government publishes US and UK Japan joint statements on Russia's continued pursuit of weapons from North Korea. And then Salesforce Deutsche Bank raises price target to 260 from 245. All right, Chad. 30 seconds remaining. Like that video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Keep it clean. Keep it positive. We'll get the non-members in here in a little bit. You guys will be good to go. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We're going to get you here in a second. But that's, again, we take the plays seriously. Very serious. Oh, yeah, wheat stocks. I forgot about that. Again, yesterday, if we get more action, that one could actually continue very, very well. So we will see. All right, Chad. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, so SPY up 0.14, NASDAQ 0.16, 0.39 on the Dow, and watch out for what happened yesterday. The Dow was leading early on. Again, China names are already down off of this too. Again, overseas, they slumped a little bit. They only came up later in the day after the stimulus. Dollar General on the high, but remember, they're down 17%. Honestly, this one's probably going to move a shit ton by the end of the day. Maybe it does nothing, but at the same time, yeah, Dollar Tree's down 2.5, but DG, I would keep eyes on that one. 17.8 as far as earnings. Let's see, CRM, that's mad expensive. What's the other one? Okta. Dollar General, they cut guidance back to back, and it was like a very meaningful EPS revision lower. Yen's at break even. Watch the bonds too. There's TLT, which is super weird, man. Barely moving off of any of it. And then keep in mind the pre-market levels. So remember, we hit a high here, and then this was PCE. So we might react a little bit there, and then also volume. Remember, yesterday was low volume, but then by the end of the day, it actually kind of picked up. Eli Lilly dump. Is there any news? Let's see. No, I'll check right now on something. BABA options. Sometimes it happens. I don't even think like Dollar General. Like when you see how they move, I don't even think it's there. OPEC August oil output rises by 220,000 barrels to 27.5 million, led by higher Iranian output. Amazon straight up. NQ. Iranian output hits 3.1 million barrels a day. Check oil. ICCT halt. That's the runner. Yeah, Amazon's up 0.75. Apple's starting to go up. Apple's only up by 0.3. Microsoft up 0.5. Let's see all of them. Check Meta and Google too. Remember, they've been killing it. Dollar General still up, I think, like $1 or $2 from the open. CRM's coming down, dropped $3 off of the high. I did sell SPR. Remember that one? I was just going for a day trade and cut it out, but then that one ended up running. Where's Baidu? And NVIDIA going to 500. I've not looked at that. Yeah, 494. Intel's actually, I don't know if that's a green or a red candle now. I think Intel's going up. My thing's tweaking out. AMD's actually green, so we'll see. And then SOXL, that is up. Square is on the high. That Visco. Oh, yeah, VSCO, bad earnings. Procter & Gamble, I haven't looked at Staples yet to see where they are. Big pop there on Victoria's Secret. They could be saying something. I don't know if their conference call started. They just went negative to green in one candle. VSCO. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's crazy. So they had bad earnings. Check VSCO. You went positive on PayPal, Spotify, 1%. I want to see that. I don't know. If you could check if the conference call starts. That's what it could be, but literally they were just down like 5-6%. Tesla's on the high. Again, Victoria's Secret. That's an interesting one. I check now. It could just be maybe the options open and people buying it, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. Be on the lookout. If you do get a headline from there, that could be big. Tesla's going up. Remember, last couple of days with Tesla have been very interesting in terms of leading and lagging. Even yesterday, I think it closed green. So watch out for that, though. But Tesla's moving up. SPY is in the green still. We are hitting the high of the day. I need to open up another platform. And then VSCO still climbing. High-low ticker kind of matched up. 0.3 on the NASDAQ, a quarter on the SPY. And then Dow once again at 0.4. Okta price target raised by D.A. Davidson, 80 from 75. And Tesla's like straight in there. DraftKings on the high too. IEI. Okta is still up by 12%. That's insane. And then CRM trying to bounce off the bottom. SIG up 6.5. SIG is popping. And then Snapchat's up as well as Boeing. But SIG, Signet Jewelers, it's already been up. Just popped another 1% on that candle. Yeah, Roku's breaking out. Roku is crazy. Dude, yesterday Roku was wild. Victoria's Secret moving up. Square, yeah, good call out on that. 1% moving up there. 3M. Did NVIDIA flip? Great call. 2.8. Honestly, there was headlines about the 3M thing. Watch any value plays, and I think you already passed dividend on there. But keep in mind, as we're entering Friday tomorrow, but next week there will be some of those dividend plays. Yeah, NVIDIA is still green, though. Watch the chips if they all go red in general. AMD just took a candle. Intel is still red, but then it kind of popped up there. Earnings call was at 5. Okay, then that's not it. Thank you for that. Because watch VSCO, they were down a lot more. That would be like if Dollar General just literally went up 8%. iPoint Therapeutics. LQR AI news. It looks like a $1 stock up 10%. Is this a SPAC or is this thing new? I'll look into that. LQR. OpenAI's ChatGPT and LQR House collaborate to enhance customer experience and overall conversations on cwspirits.com. Oh, Liquor House. Oh, I was like, why are they selling spirits? Interesting. So it's a liquor company that's gonna use AI. Let's see. That one's up 6.8. 3M still getting volume. Micron on the high. Actually, Micron's hitting a couple times. So out of chip makers, they're still holding up. Pinduoduo now is running. I want to say that's the only China name that is up right now. Again, Baidu's going lower. Even JD kind of held up. But Pinduoduo is running. That's the only one right now. Meta on the high as well, too, now. Remember, Google was a big outperformer, but seems to be in line, matched up with Amazon. SMCI on the low. Watch NVIDIA. They move hand in hand. And then Broadcom earnings are today, right? And Broadcom's just killing at the top. Mr. Oxley, welcome. It's an AI that acts drunk. Yeah, no, fine. What do you mean? Ask Google. Why are you asking me? Anyways, NVIDIA popping now from the bottom. So it looked like Micron is kind of leading the way. You have Broadcom earnings on the way, and then Broadcom is working its way up. Yeah, 3M looks good. I mean, again, yesterday there wasn't bad news. It went down, gave it up. Today, more questions about it, but it's kind of doing the reverse. I just think, it's hard to tell on today. What time is it? It's only been 7 minutes. And then where are we levels-wise? 45. Wait, what the? Yo, hold on. No, this is a new high. Wait a minute. So, yeah, any of that drawdown, whatever, bro. Yeah, you didn't. Did we fill the gap yesterday? I think we did. But for the most part now, 45.27. This is already its own baby level, 45.25. But then the next level is going to be like 45.38. But we are still doing this, 4 or 5 day climb off of the bottom. Yeah, the ICCT, bro, it hit $40. So I don't even know why it said like $20, bro. I'm pretty sure post-market yesterday. I was editing, and I don't know if you saw it. Literally on the watch list, as I'm like shooting the watch list, you could like watch the high ticker. It just starts running on the watch list video. I think it's when I go to the NASDAQ thing, but this thing was just going nuts. It's kind of people were talking about this being like a HKD type beat, but you like low-key kind of got that move for now. So, I mean, approach with caution, play at your own risk, but that's definitely moving. Microsoft, kind of vertical. Or am I tripping on that chart? Yeah. Extended hours made it look crazier. Any thoughts on student loan interest and payments will affect anything? So, it's kind of like a lot of things that, like we've talked about this recently, but the way I look at it is I think that the student loans, in theory, are going to have a very big effect. So in theory, I expect it to have it. However, if you've paid attention to like everything this year, from like the refunding of the Treasury all the way down to interest rates, I mean, there's even the bank failure. It's like we get really worked up about these things, but I just think there's so much money floating around. It will have an effect, but I don't think it'll have a big enough effect to move the data meaningfully until it does. So in a weird way, I'm kind of betting on the resiliency of the consumer, even though I don't think it really exists. I know all very paradoxical, but the way I'm breaking it down is that it is much more just this year. If there's any year where we have been able to, go above the wall of worry, it has been this year. And I mean, I think there's enough money backing it, but in theory, I do believe it should be an event, right? But like I'm saying, there's been many things in theory this year where I've already been in theory worried about it, but it never really materialized. So it should have a big effect. I think if anything, what the data and the jobs data slowing down is finally telling us is that down the road, like September, October, November, maybe that's when stuff starts to show up, maybe longer. Yeah, Snap was moving up earlier. But yeah, it's 2.6. Again, Meta was going up. Watch those chips, though. Broadcom, Micron, and then NVIDIA, but especially Broadcom because that could be a pre-earnings play. Splunk, 52-week high. Okta still climbing. They're hitting a high. CRM, still 5%, but it gave up a little bit. ICCT paused due to volatility. Airbnb party reports down 55% since party ban. What kind of metric is that? How do they know? You got people reporting parties? Oh, I think it's probably hosts reporting parties to Airbnb. I'm like, where do you get this metric, Airbnb? I love you guys, but that doesn't make any sense how you figured this out. It's a stupid reporting metric. Sounds like you guys work with the Bureau of Labor Department or whatever, labor statistics. CGC up 7. Meta's going. Airbnb's moving off of that, but I don't know. Yo, bonds. Dude, bonds just got knees taken out a little bit. First little reaction. Let's see if this compares to yesterday. Remember, yesterday we were hitting highs. I think this is just momentum. I think this is just big orders in a flow. Otherwise, I don't see any comments right now. Oh, is it? It's not 42. There's no data. You have Chicago PMIs at 645. Oh, don't tell me. If that's the case, then it leaked. Remember last time, the only other time there was like a comparable leak, it was when the bonds move like that. I don't know. That's weird. That looks like a fat order just came in. I need to check my, I'm going to check the bonds if that's real. But you have Chicago PMIs in 3 minutes, but they're not supposed to be that important. Again, the PMIs tomorrow will be important, but Chicago PMI is just one region. Yeah, that candle was real on futures, but then it came back up a little bit. So 2 more minutes, though. You will have data coming out. It's expected to come in at 45. I'm not really expecting much off of it, but maybe the bonds will be sensitive. You have Fed Collins at 6 a.m. I think we already missed her. Yeah, it's back. That's the futures show this candle, and then it came back. I was like, that's weird. Just go to TOS. I do /ZN, the 10-year. So here's the thing. So if you ever see IEF on the screen, so if you see IEF on here, this is the 10-year bond, right? IEF, use the future /ZN. So if you ever see us talking about the 2-year, you want to use the ETF SHI, or if it's a future /ZT. And then TLT, the equivalent on this is a 30-year plus. It would be /ZB. So those are all you need. So again, that's all I pretty much out of any, I always keep this chart for bonds, but this is pretty much the only thing you're going to need. The long end is TLT or /ZB. The middle is /ZN and IEF, and then the short end is SHI and /ZT. Ta-da! That's August 31st, bro. 30 seconds. Yes, let's see. Three, two, one. I don't know. I just don't like the bond move. Airbnb's running. PMIs came in stronger. So, again, that shouldn't be good for bonds. I don't know how the market's going to take it. But like I'm saying, this isn't the PMI you want. The PMI you really need is tomorrow. So it could kind of make sense. Bonds going down off slightly stronger data. And then now SPY is running off of that a little bit. Interesting. That's actually one of the highest Chicago PMIs since April. Actually, all year. I think that's the highest Chicago PMI of the year. So watch the bonds. Now I have SHI up there. Where's the 10-year? And then SPY's liking this way, way more than I thought. But again, you might get that reaction there where we hit highs off of the bond lows. But for the most part, the data is bad for bonds. And then just it doesn't show economic deterioration. And then that was one of the bigger Chicago PMIs. And keep in mind, tomorrow morning, that will be the set-all, be-all of PMIs. And then new high off of that, 45.28. Rivian's going up. Airbnb kind of launched off of that no party news. Apple's making a candle up there. Tesla's still holding. Nvidia. So even all of the tech's getting a candle. This might fade, though. Watch out. Like I'm saying, that was a big one for a Chicago PMI. So no recession, but means Fed rate hike more likely. Kind of. I wouldn't read into this data too much. That's why I think it's moving a lot more than expected, but that Chicago PMI, no matter what, even the PCE, because even if it was showing, you know, okay, no recession, but then the Fed is going to hike, rate hike odds aren't going to move that much until the non-farms now. So it's really labor market. Like I was saying, even if the PCE was hot or not, the equal and opposite reaction would be non-farm. So I think the Chicago PMI is just its own little story here. We're getting our reaction. I don't think it adds fuel to the flame. But for the most part, it's giving us something. Now we flipped off of that, yeah. So let's see. You just hit a high off of there. 45.20, shot up 8 points after this beat on the Chicago PMIs, and now we have sold back down. MO's going crazy. I've been seeing that on the high ticker. Yeah, 44.63. Again, I think their ex-dividend's like September 13th. NVIDIA, huge flush. I mean, even the SPY there, too. That was a little wacky. So, remember, bonds led the way on this little weird pre-data sell-off. Bonds are still a little lower. 10-year still holding green. But now SPY had a nice pop and drop off of that. But like I'm saying, I don't think the data is just... We may stay borderline range-bound unless we react like every other country in the world today. But the general idea here is that maybe people were looking for... what's it called? Maybe they were looking for the PMIs and they thought the Chicago one was the big one, but we'll see. How much do I have to donate for Josh to sound like SpongeBob and say wah wah wee wah? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob as a kid. We didn't have cable. I can't do a SpongeBob voice. All I could do is wah wah wee wah. Is it nice? Yeah, Disney, 84. Remember, it was hanging out at like 83. But it is still generally weaker there. Walgreens is even up. Microsoft went red. McDonald's about to go red. Boeing's up 0.5%. TJX, interesting. Considering some of the cheaper retailers had a bad day today. Dollar General might slip here too. So they're still down 17%. Watch out. Roku crashing. Fade not so important. Data reaction type peak could set direction end of the month. Yeah, there is still going to be all of the month end rebalancing too. And I mean, I want to say it's the end of the quarter. I know maybe that'd be September. But for the most part, it is the last day of the month. We'll get activity. And I just think as long as nothing crushes us or nothing makes you run up too much, even then running up too much is very debatable. But the general idea here is now the non-farms should be the set-all be-all as far as any of the labor theories. But now the weird part about tomorrow, big day, but it's also going to be a holiday or preparing for the holiday. So even though the markets are open, a lot of people may not be here. Or after the first print, they're just going to leave. So you're bouncing right back up. Bonds have not gone lower. So we're moving still. This is a very big move off of the Chicago PMI. I mean, it's still within what, like a 1 point range, give or take? 45140 from 45240. Yeah, you're moving 1 point on the S&P since this came out. And then the bonds moved ahead of time, which is the weird part. The data came out here. The bonds dropped ahead of that. Acer resumed trading. They were halted. Dollar General is not cracked. Nvidia still holding up there too. Tesla's coming down though. What's TNet? Apple's even dropping now too. World Bank IDB says they will help developing bonds linked to reducing Amazon deforestation. Huh? Amazon bonds? Feels like another burn one day. Maybe. I mean, we did have stuff on the calendar today. We've gotten a lot, and just even compared to yesterday, I don't know. Did we move more than 1 point? I guess here was 448. Oh, yeah, this was like 3-4 points. So maybe it might just have a wider range. Because like I'm saying, this is a pretty wide range for first couple of minutes off of data that nobody was really eyeing in the same way as anything else. Again, we had PCE today. I would argue, yeah, bro, that's weird. Why is the PMI, Chicago PMI, a regional PMI, why does that have a bigger range than the damn PCE? So just to give you an idea, you know, this, I wouldn't call it tertiary, but you're getting this kind of middle ground data causing a bigger reaction than the Fed's preferred gauge. Yeah, they're Decepticons. Amazon wants to break out. AMD starting to move up. Acer, DKS is on the high too. A Marvel pop. There's AMD. Watch Micron too. I think that was like a silent runner as far as the chips. Oh damn, Marvel's at 50. Remember their earnings weren't as good though. But this kind of looked like damn AMD's chart after the one. That's terrifying. And Marvel looks like AMD's earnings when AMD had the rip. It looks just like this where they had the sell-off and then they went crazy. But then you need a good NVIDIA. Maybe Broadcom. If Broadcom's earnings are good today, that might get people excited in terms of the AI stuff again. Yeah, Netflix added The Big Short. Uh-huh. Tesla flushed real hard. Rite Aid pop. Or was it Intel? You still haven't seen it? It's a good movie. It's a good movie. Just be careful what the economic data says when you watch it. Yeah, RXRX is coming back up. And then even Snow. And then was Airbnb still running? They actually went up on that party news, ironically. Micron's still, dude, Micron's absolutely killing it. I think next to Broadcom, Micron might be number one on the day, unless Qualcomm. Yeah, Micron is killing it. So keep your eye out for that. The bonds, just watch them for now. They're kind of creeping up here with the market. It was weird so far, man. China's industrial bank says they cut yuan deposit rates. So borderline China, more China stimulus news. Their markets are closed. The JD play, I'm going to hold it till it goes green, and then if it goes red, I'll average on Baidu first, but my plan is to ride that through. So if you missed the last 3 plays, like I flipped that play 3 times. So I think this is my 3rd entry on Baidu and JD. So it's just literally pretty much any of the lows on the recovery low, I've bought them. Or if there's any of the news there, I've been going into it. And then if it has a 5-10% rally on the China's recovering or not, I usually just sell out. And then when it drops again, I buy back in. And then I've been holding Yang for a while that we're down on, but you know, it's kind of allowed us to play these China plays a lot. So with the JD, I'm just gonna ride that out. But this is like my 2nd or 3rd time playing it this year. Honestly, even we sold out of it just like I want to say a month ago. And then same thing with Baidu. So I'm watching Baidu. I need to average on that one. JD, it's already lower, so I'm hoping it stays there. Broadcom's still going up. Bought HE shares. Between JD and Baidu, do I favor Baidu? I think Baidu's a way better company, but then JD doesn't have as much premium. That's it. So the cheap China play that's struggling is JD. That's why I like it, because there's, again, the low premium. If there's good news in China, even if Baidu does really good, all of them, like I'm hoping there would be that lift. They kind of all move together. But then Baidu, it's the China Google. They have AI stuff. It's been around. They've held, and that thing could move dollars. So I do like Baidu, but it's more expensive. Short to Lulu. SPY's coming up here now. 4527, 4528. Shopify. Remember, they had the Shopify Amazon news. Baidu through the bottom, though, right now. Yeah, HE, they're up 4. Good luck with that one. Shopify, 8% into the high. Illumina. I mean, bonds recovered. Bonds are higher than when the data came out, but they're like recovering that pre-data move. And then SPY right back up to the high. Remember, this is like a new high. It's not even just for the day, but even for the week in the last couple of weeks. I mean, this is now taking us back, dude, to August 9th. Holy shit. So you guys realize if we get any, dude, we might, oh, don't tell me that. Are we about to go August green? No, okay, August was right here. Whew. I was like, that's crazy, but like low key now, anything past here, there's only like 2 or 3 days of August that were actually higher than where we're at now. So, dude, you've recovered almost half of that, more than half of the August loss. So we were down 4.5% on August, but I don't even think we're down like that anymore. That's crazy. And then bonds are somehow going green off of this now. So that was a very, very weird reaction prior to the data, but now they've both matched up. And now you're climbing, still stand by a fairly big reaction for a Chicago PMI. Well, bond movement is bullish or bearish. I don't get it. There's traditional history behind it, but lately, especially if you're going to hear us talking about it now, it's going to change every day. That's why I keep calling it out. That's what I'm trying to point on. There's some days where they move hand in hand. Some days they don't, but the general idea here is the yield on the bonds will determine policy or could affect how people interpret what future policy will be. So it's the simple way is we do not know what is bullish or bearish every day. There's, again, traditional background to it, but you know, on these weird days, the data, how we're moving now, you're not, some days the bonds and stocks are inverse, some days they're together, but that's what we're trying to pick up on. And ultimately, it's really going to be wherever the rates end up, you know, and that will tell you a lot about just the general market and if things are going to be good or not. Apple Sox is on the high. Yeah, Micron still 3.1. Nvidia now 496. They're about to come up. AMD 107. Intel still red. Oh yeah, the dollar was one of the bigger folks. Dollar's up 0.5%. So it did recover some of the losses of yesterday, but like the dollar's still mad elevated. But that's why too, you know, NFP tomorrow, that will be a nice one. Amazon starting to rip through the high. High ticker still getting active. 30-second, 5-minute, 1-minute. That's doing a lot better than the low ticker. And then bonds near the high and stocks. There's Nvidia now. Oh, I forgot about crowd. Okay. All right, and Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We're near the high of the day. God bless you all.
The stock nosedives. The company slashing its forecast for a second straight quarter, hit by markdowns, damaged inventory, and theft. And dissecting the real economy, we're going to speak to Cummins CEO Jennifer Rumsey on growth, inflation, and jobs. From New York, I'm Alex Steele with Danny Berger over in London. Guy Johnson is off today. Danny, not to reveal the sausage making, but we really struggled with the question of the day today because it is really difficult to get a takeaway narrative here.
Yeah, maybe our question of the day should have been like, do you have a question that can possibly be answered in the world that we're living in? It's also confusing. You know, it's kind of unfortunate that we just came off the back of Jackson Hole where this data dependency question was really emphasized because the data is so confusing. I mean, we're dependent on the data, but like what in the world is the data telling us?
Right, and you can really see that within just the data we got this morning, right? You're still spending, but you have income slowing a little bit, okay. Core services ex housing is still elevated. And it's a really pick and choose. And this is why Mike McKee yesterday called the data weird. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing. It's also weird over in Europe, maybe a little straightforward in terms of potentially a stagflation narrative evolving over in Europe, but nonetheless, weird.
Right. I mean, straightforward, but not exactly comforting. I think, Alex, you and I are looking for any certainty at all, which is how we landed on this question of the day. It would seem simple, but let's be honest, this is a really difficult one to answer. Have central banks done enough, whether it's Europe, whether it's the US, hey, even whether it's the PBOC, have they done enough at this point? Does the data give us any indication? Joining us now to do their very best at attempting to answer this is Bloomberg's Simon White and Michael McKee. Simon, let me start with you in answering what may be the impossible. Have central banks done enough?
It is a tricky question, you're right. So I think, well, it depends what you mean by enough. I mean, if you mean to kill inflation...
Let's go there. Let's go there with the Fed first. How about?
So I think, well, look, I think they've done enough now. But my view is I think inflation comes back up. And that's where central banks will have their real test, because by that point, growth will be in a lot more stickier place. It'll be a lot more obvious, certainly in the US, that growth is slowing. And I'm of the view, really, that a lot of the data we're seeing now, especially the jobs data, will ultimately be revised a lot lower. So I think optically things look better than they really are already. We've got the GDI.
Optically. All right. So bonds are going up off of that. We didn't really move much there. So that was good. Again, high ticker still gassing. AMC's on the low now. So they were up earlier on the Taylor Swift stuff. Nike. And then Shopify, man, that thing's actually holding, but it's up a lot. Ollie, too, that was another one of the retailers. But didn't Ollie have shrink issues? Actually, Ollie is killing it. And then Spotify's on the high. SPY's still holding. Again, you just went through another high on the bonds for now, intraday. Amazon, I think a mix of the retailers. So there was a lot of retail companies today. Half of them did bad, half of them did good. Let me double check. Who do we have? You had Victoria's Secret, that was bad. And then Shopify has the Amazon deal as well, so that could be part of it. Ollie beat. ASO beat and then raised. Then Dollar General was really bad. Hormel, again, that's like consumer food more or less. That wasn't good. And then I think that was it. So it was like 2 bad, 3 good. But then the 2 that were bad were really bad. Or no, 3 bad. Victoria's Secret as well. But then Victoria's Secret had a big guy down as well as Dollar General. I'm down with buying the dip on Baidu. I'm just kind of, I think we could get it a little lower. It's down 2%, but I mean, I would like kind of like 140. So we'll see. I thought it would have been up today, but in general, I'm down. I want to get more size on Baidu. Again, we were trading a lot bigger on that one. So I started with 100 shares. I think Broadcom, if the earnings are good, Broadcom might go insane. I was down with that play last time. I was even down with the earnings gamble. Just Broadcom is one of the. It's up a lot right now. So even then, we were looking at it. It's already up $15 from there. Pinduoduo is the only China play running. So again, they came off really good earnings though too. About Dollar General, I mean, it's good if they go down lower, but I think it's the theft. I don't know what to call it because I'm telling you, the retail stuff lately has been it's been a very mixed bag. Like you've had like again TJ Maxx, SPY getting a red in a video with a candle. A couple things still on the high, but watch if those chip makers come down. But we don't know who. Like it's so weird because some of the cheaper retailers are doing extraordinary, as they should if you're worried about the consumer slowing down. But then there's other like off-brand cheaper retailers doing awful right now, and they're expecting a lot of losses. And then same thing goes for the big boxes. Like Best Buy has no theft, but then like Home Depot has a shit ton of theft. It's just very, very weird. But it's just like I really think the theft thing is it's either theft or they're using it as an excuse of something messing up their margin. But it's like it's really it's hard to tell who is there. So generally, I like Dollar General. That's all I'm saying. I generally like it, no pun intended. But it's like I don't know do they have a bigger problem with the shrink stuff or not. It's like we don't know which retailers are essentially bulletproof or not. It's kind of like when we bought the bank stocks in the beginning of the year, thinking that higher rates would help them, and then there was a SVB issue. So essentially, these cheap retailers, they should do very, very well, right? Especially if something ended up happening. I could really, really get behind them. But the problem is, what happens is if, they do good, but then they encounter a bigger problem, and who knows? But it seems like, again, I think you've heard more about shrinkage and theft and higher costs than almost anything now. But for some of these retailers, it's actually hitting them. That's all. I mean, they're losing money, and it makes sense. If your margins are already pressured and then you lose X amount, then you're out. DG opened 4 stores in every cham. It's shrinkage. We call it getting jacked. But yeah. Why are you stealing from Five Below? Bro, everybody, have you not seen it? It's like, it's organized crime. That's what I don't know. I don't even, like, I'm surprised they haven't done, like, a RICO case on this. But it's literally, like, you have it's groups of people just flash mobbing places and then just jacking it. Have you seen the Home Depot ones? Bro, I've seen, like, 10 different videos of Home Depot getting jacked. It's just, like, actually, like, crazy, like, straight up. I've never, like, they've run into Home Depot with carts. They fill it up with, like, generators and tools and just $500 items, right? And then they just run out. Like, and there's 15 of them. It's 15 people all at once. So, and it makes sense why it hurts, but, like, it just, dude, who knows the reasons. Like, I think some companies are using it as an excuse. Yeah, it's like supermarket sweep, bro. It's wild. But it's still like I'm telling you, if your margin on retail is already like 30 to 40%, right? And then you have to write off another, $50,000, $100,000 a day in theft or $1 million even, who knows? It's just like your margins get crushed, unfortunately, especially if it keeps happening. It happened a couple times. They had protection in the sense of, if it's not like an everyday occurrence, it doesn't matter. But then it slowly has ballooned into quite the common occurrence. Broadcom, no. I flipped Broadcom many times back in the day, in the early Apple days, but no, did not get to buy them. Yeah, I feel like they say inventory on earnings, and they don't they say theft, but they don't mention expired products, recalls, and other things. I think that's a very great point, to be honest, because I remember I was telling you it was like last year or 2 years ago. I had to order an appliance like 5 times, because every time I would order it, it would get delivered to me damaged. Like they would send me a new unit, and every unit would be messed up. So maybe I think shrinkage. We do think theft, but I think there might be a little more to that. Well, great take. All right, another Chicle. Let's say 45.25 though. This is still higher than any point yesterday and the day before that. So we'll see. Baidu target maintained 175. Susquehanna. UPS on the low. Weed stocks are moving up again. Foot Locker's on the high. So that's another one of those retailers that did bad, but like they're in the middle of nice and cheap. Actually, I think Foot Locker's more of a premium, but still. Intel. Dollar General executive says targeted price reductions on key items have seen customers respond in both terms of basket size and composition. Are they making statements right now? I think Dollar Tree call or the CEO speaking somewhere. Will I be playing Starfield? I don't know what that is. Buying more Disney. That Loika show, what is it? Ashoka? Meta's ripping right now. But I've heard good things about it, but I don't know. Disney, I think your next update is going to be off of they announced some news or the writer's strike. But Disney's low-key still in the gulag. Even I think even Target is still below earnings. It's crazy. Some of them, they had decent earnings reactions, and then they chilled. It's a space game? What's that? I've never heard of it. Starfield? Like Star Fox? I do not want to go to space, no. That's not. I want to go to heaven, but that's about it. Chewy. Yeah, Chewy, I mean, I think they are going green. Oh, no, they sold off 11. So somebody asked me this morning, they were only down 4%. I thought Chewy was, I just thought they were mediocre in the sense that I think it was a good earnings. They just didn't guide up. So I thought people were selling them off. I didn't know they were down 11. XRT, it's moving. It is actually, again, but you got to think about it. 50-50. Shop and Ollie are doing very good as far as retail. That could lift things up. But then Dollar General, unless the CEO says some things now and things start to flip a little bit. Adobe running up. Adobe 52-week high. So in a weird way, I read a lot of things this morning about even AI hype coming back again. Just keep in mind Broadcom, because now all of them are up. NVIDIA is near the highs. It's near 500. It hasn't got above that. Maybe NVIDIA is waiting for all the other earnings to actually go up. VIX 1369 lows. No news on Meta. And then SPY's trying to rocket up here. Amazon keeps going. Again, I think Amazon's part of the retail stuff, but remember, they also had, what's it called? They had that deal with Shopify. Google's coming up now, so they've been the leader, I think, all week. If Google could start ripping again, that makes sense with Meta. Wasn't Snapchat up? Snapchat's coming down, though. Airbnb's even moving to UWMC. Check VNQ, real estate, because rates are, I don't know. REITs are down. Well, here's financials, too, though. Hold up. Financials, JP Morgan's red. XLF is in the green. The regionals are actually up 1%, so honestly, it's not bad. And then look at the composition of today. Remember in the morning, I mean, we're barely higher than the morning, but now you have NASDAQ up 0.51. Remember, the Dow was the one that was leading. The Dow was up by 0.4, 0.5, and then S&P's up 0.3. Micron could be a sympathy, yeah, to Broadcom. I think NVIDIA, like we said, just overlay them. So just like if you overlay like NVIDIA and Broadcom, they will look exactly the same. So that's how you could tell how much of a sympathy it really is. So like I even think Marvel will move and a couple of these other ones, but like Micron kind of, they do look very, but all of the chip makers look like this, but some are just like, I'm sure you could even do a math statistic to see the beta, I believe. The higher the beta to the play, I think that is exactly what you're looking for sympathy-wise. You think Burry sold his shorts? No, I think Burry played both ways. That's it. Like we said on the filing, he had the puts. It wasn't $2 billion. You know, I don't know if I could pull it up. But when Burry did it, you know, you saw the filing with Michael Burry. It said $2 billion. That's the notional value. So he probably spent like $20 million on puts. But if you looked at everything else that Michael Burry was holding at that time, you know, he owned another, what, $30-40 million of stock. So you got to think about it. At one point, when you were looking at it with the Michael Burry stuff, he made money on these puts. Maybe he broke even. Who knows the timing? But then I'm assuming that some of the other names he had may have balanced it out. So I don't know. But that's what I was saying from the get-go, is just that I don't think Burry's trade was as clear-cut as it was made out to be. So Broadcom, keep your eyes. That's after the bell today. Love the Chads. Pound the like. Love you, Jazz. Let's go, Ayush. God bless you, bro. Good morning. Hey, man. That's what you need. I didn't give a horn warning, but it's okay. Shot plays did a full recovery. Yeah, it's a pretty move. I think you recovered all the earnings and everything else, too. Even the market, man. When you pull up the daily, bro, this starts to look wild. So I can't even believe this, man. August wasn't that bad. What scammers? And we talked about this happening, but I didn't think it would happen like this, in the sense that legitimately, if you guys are not aware, it does depend how we close today, and a lot could change. But assuming we don't have a 2% down day, like, dude, there's only 2 other days in August that were like higher than here. So we just at one point, August 18th. We were down 4.5% on the month of August. So I think we're probably down maybe 0.5% now. Maybe 1%. Gonna close flat. There is end of the month, end of the quarter rebalancing. People talked about pensions, all of that. But if anything, though, it's like it's one thing because we're waiting for tomorrow's data to move us, but now it's like just the general dynamic of August. This was one of the worst months of the year, and I think one of the worst August, or at least I think it made the top 15 list. But it was just, now it's, when you look back in history and when you look at how this month is going to end, it's going to look like nothing. It's going to look like absolutely nothing. So in 2023, August was very, very wild, but you know, when you go back and compare it seasonally and you look at everything, it's going to say, it's only going to say it was like a 1% move, maybe less. Yeah, I saw Baba up there. They're popping a little bit. And Shopify's trying to make another move. Baba's still down. Baidu's still lower. MMYT. Twilio's on the high. Let's see. Ollie. What was the other one? DG. Dollar General came up a little bit. Kohl's is on the high. That's another retailer. EBS, huge candle. Not in one, but it's building up there. That's a big move, 17%. So it's not like it's like doing the full candle on there, but I mean, right now that's already 30 cents there. That's like almost half of the gain in 5 minutes. Oh, weed stocks. We saw it earlier. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Dude. Bro, the weed stocks are really running there. So that's like another, what? Is that 8%? 15%? My goodness. Check where it compares to yesterday because it was up. No, yeah, it's higher. So this would be like 30%, over 30% in the last couple of days. Literally 24 hours. It make no sense. Yeah. Well, this happens a lot. I mean, just in general, that's one thing to keep in mind. I don't know if I could show you it. I probably could, but like we watch this happen a lot where pretty much, you know, the last couple days of the month wipe out whatever. That happened literally in April. So I don't know if you guys recall that, but it wasn't down that bad, but literally, so like here's April 1st, you know, we went up a little bit, and then from the second half of April, you were going down, you were breaking levels, and then the final 2 days, boom, you're back to break even on the month. Again, I think same thing in May. May, you actually just kept ripping. Same thing with June. And then July, I don't know, July, I think, no, you kept going. February, I think, ended where January ended. But I think April was the best example. And then even like end of March, you know, we were down in March, obviously SVB, but by the end of it, your final 2 days brought it to positive. I'm not talking about a run-up moving forward. I'm just saying the theme of the month looks a certain way, and then the final 2 or 3 days, that is the final close of it. So it's like we could be down 3% the whole month, and then on the final 2 days, move up 2.5%, and then it looks like we only moved 0.5% for the whole month. So it just we've seen it. I think April was the best example because I remember April was bad after SVB, and then people were worried, and then before you knew it, everything started to go crazy again. Oh, AM Dizzle's going up. Yeah, high tickers moving. Acer, I've seen that a couple times. And hey, baby, are you on the way to school? I hope you live it good, man. God bless you. Where's AM Dizzle? So we're down like $90 on AM Dizzle now. EBS had a move. Musa. And then SPY with a low, a candle now. We barely went higher. Russian Foreign Ministers Lavrov, Russia is committed to increasing gas exports to Turkey gas hub. So 5-point drop there off of the top. I mean, you're like 20 points or 10 points off of the low, 15 points from the next level, and that would fill the gap too. But otherwise, it's been about 1 hour on the day, 6 minutes shy. We've gently been working up. You had a bigger reaction off of the ISM Chicago than the, what's it called? You had a bigger reaction off of ISM Chicago than you did the PCE in the morning, which I think is funny. And it's not the ISM that you want for tomorrow. UBS did very good, actually. They made more money than Jamie. They literally made more money than Jamie Monster. What price to buy? Oh, I'm down to buying now, but the thing is, there's a lot. You know, the last time we bought O at this price, there was not as much commercial real estate headwinds, and interest rates, I believe, are maybe 1 to 2% higher. I'd want to say even the 10-year, maybe a little bit. Yeah, honestly, no, the 10-year, I guess the short term is the one that's higher, just by a little bit. So that's the only thing, but that's the way I'm looking at it, is if bonds get higher from here, I like the company. I think it's easy to get it for the company, but just keep in mind, as you buy that play, you will get exposure to commercial real estate. So anything that happens with bonds, any of those news and headlines, you will be exposed to that. So just like I've said, most REITs, they each got their own little bag. They got their own thing, but, you got to compare them and overlay them. So, like, even O is already lagging behind some of them. So depending on their exposure, and interest rates, they will react differently. So that's what you got to watch out. Look on the SPY on the 3-minute. Let's try this. That's the shorts getting squeezed. And then look at it on the hourly. You see that barcoding, and then you know what's up. Let's see. Okay. It still looks like it's climbing, though, more or less. Barcoding yesterday, for the most part. But I'm just too focused on bonds and the data. So I think any intraday movements, it'll do its thing. But at this point, I think it's a weird burn one ahead of tomorrow. Why buy O when you could get a better dividend from treasuries? Because if you would think there's going to be a recovery, then you could get the guaranteed 5% from the dividend. But then you could also you get the 5% from the dividend, and then you could also get growth. So at one point, last time we bought O at this price and it bounced, we were up 20% and we got a 4% yield. So that's the only thing, is that if you want back-end growth, you would buy instead of the treasury. But the way I'm looking at it is just, I like O a lot. I think it's a great company, but I just know that if I want to get better prices until the bonds and the commercial stuff calms down, you're going to have a very big headwind. If it turns into a tailwind, great. But for now, it's like, no matter what happens, if bonds keep going up, if the commercial real estate stuff, you get a couple more defaults there, people keep getting worried. People aren't going to feel good about that. General Mills, 52-week low. American Pharmacist Association apologizes to Walmart pharmacists for false Reuters report regarding pay. Yeah, that's crazy. Remember, that was the one we had it the other day. It was like source, and it was from Reuters, but then they quickly said that was not true. ICCT. Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, Zelensky peace formula for settlement in Ukraine is unacceptable and doomed to fail. Wheat is popping off of that. That's the first thing I checked. Wheat 598 to 605. Covered call ETFs, they're good. Jeppy. I've never done it, though. I've never bought one. And the reason is just like it's kind of relatively new. And I said if Jeppy ended up getting to a real low price, I'd be down to buy it. I need 10% off. But there's a lot of people in the chat who they live and die by Jeppy, I feel like. There's NVIDIA up. Yeah, the news was fake. I think they said they wanted people to take less hours than others. But again, it's not true. So that's why I remember when we got it, we were like, is this good news or bad news? I was like, this sounds so weird. And then SPY's holding up, so that little 5 points down. I mean, Guy was just saying this is all just short squeezing, but 5 points down. Now it's quickly right back up here. So we're still kind of stair-stepping up. Bonds are still green, but the cushion isn't big enough. It's just one of those days. Natural gas storage, 32 billion. Previous was 18. Estimate was 29. Yikes. So big increase in natural gas storage. So again, I don't know. Yeah, Boyle down, UNG down. Yeah, wheat's still moving up too. Russia Deputy Novak says we will tell new main parameters of OPEC deal next week. So keep that in mind. You may not get the reaction now, but Russia is planning some OPEC announcement for next week. The biggest data tomorrow is going to be non-farms and then ISM. ISM, if the Chicago ISM had a decent move today, the real global ISM, I think that's going to be a very, very big one. But then non-farms, like I told you guys from the watch list yesterday, it's a very unique phenomenon. It just, again, do you have to worry right now? No, but at the same time, you have to entertain the possibility that the jobs market can deteriorate faster than people expect. But for now, we're looking for a low jobs number tomorrow. If that non-farms actually comes lower, then that's it. That will be, like I brought this up on the watch list. It's wild. So here's all the data. This is the, I think this one's job openings. This one's ADP. And then this one's non-farm. But like what I was trying to highlight is that we haven't had a month this year where they all went the same direction. So like in January, the ADP was awful, right? Just like we recently got. And then the job openings, they were declined than expected, but still elevated. But then look at the non-farms. That was one of the best non-farms ever. So it's like any other time you look at the shoots, it's like non-farm shoots up, job openings is going down, but then the payrolls, it's not always going up. It'll be declining as well too. So this month, if they all go down, we might really get our first month now. If the non-farms really goes down, this will be the first month now of, again, 3 straight declines. And now you start to do the 3-month average that people used to figure out that inflation was dropping. You do the same thing on jobs, and now there's a different problem. It's the 31st. If we sanction Russia, why do we care about their oil? Because they're part of OPEC. So that's a couple of other members. See, but that's, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it again. I don't care. I'm going to do it. So that's something you got to think about. How come OPEC hasn't taken over the world? It's kind of like your own little BRICS argument. But they are part of a bigger group with other people. So that's kind of how you got to read it. But what I was going to say is just think about it. OPEC, these guys all control oil and all that. They've came together. That's kind of like your BRICS 1.0 if you think about it. What the F? Lending Tips just sent me a rate quote. I don't know if you want me to tell you this. That's crazy. That is crazy. And then wheat is still ripping. Mm-mm-mm. $6.07. Wheat is up like $17 right now. Bro. 8.15 for a 30-year. That's nuts. And that means when you keep getting quoted more, like, and you keep hearing about mortgage rates, bro, they're quoting you on the 15-year. The 15-year is 7.4. And then the 30-year right now, he just sent me a quote, 8.14. Yes, over 30 years. Does it have the thing? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you want to see this. Because someone asked a good question there. They were saying, is that over 30 years? It is. So remember, I gave you this. I don't know. I gave you this example maybe 2 years ago. I don't know if you guys recall it, but remember when I was going over mortgage rates and I said you have to calculate your mortgage because there's a break even. And after 30 years, you could see the total cost that you actually spent. So I was telling you how it could relate to how banks and other people feel about real estate, but let me just give you an example right here. Ready for this? We're going to do it. Let's say a normal 4% mortgage, 30 years, property tax, all that. We'll assume it's there, conventional, right? We're going to calculate this. So 500,000. Where is it? Oh, I put 50,000. Excuse me. I was like, why is that so cheap? Please hold. Please hold. So here it is, 500,000. At 4% interest rate, at the end of the 30 years, this is the amortization schedule, after you pay every payment, interest, all of that. So if you paid the interest for 30 years, you would be spending $829,000 for that $500,000 house, right? So you may be like, oh my gosh, that's a scam. No, it's always worked like that. This is with low rates. So we showed you this years ago with lower rates. But now, calculate it with today, that same $500,000 house at 8.15, if you did, assuming you didn't refinance and paid that over the course, that $500,000 house, you're now paying 1.2 over the course of 30 years. That's insane. So that means the break even on that house after 30 years should be 1.2 million. Compared with the same 500,000, your break even would have been 860. So last time I showed you this, I said keep in mind how people think about real estate prices in the future, because there's a lot of loans, and again, there's certain things baked in. Now, obviously, refinancing and other stuff comes into play, but definitely a good point. But yeah, that's why it's wild, bro. It's wild. But it'll be worth $2 million. Well, yeah, I mean, it just depends where, but that's kind of the idea, is that, it's like it's telling you the interest rate, and then you get an idea of how both the banks and yourself could future value that property. But more so, I mean, just remember, though, most of you should not pay that for 30 years. If you got an 8% mortgage and rates come down, you should not be trapped to that. Like that, maybe for 2 years, 3 years, you pay high interest and then refinance. That's what most people think. But if you pay off early, you don't spend that amount. It's just interest. If you let 30 years of interest compound, it's like your long term. That's what's going to happen. Do you pay off early? It depends. I do my little tricks for paying it down, but like at this point, you know, I sold the properties that I sell have higher mortgages, and then anything that I have with my really low mortgages, I'm just keeping them. So it's not, I mean, I'll pay off early if it makes sense, but at the same time, it doesn't even make sense for me to pay it off early. There's some of them I have like, you know, 3-4% mortgages, maybe less on some of them. It literally makes 0 sense. Why would I give them, you know, $500,000 right now in cash that I could just go make 5% on when I could just pay, you know, 3-4% on the mortgage? So in a weird way, even the total amount of interest, like it makes more sense to just pay it off if your interest rate is low. That's why a lot of people who have low interest rates, there's no real, like if you're really going to sell your house right now and you have a sub 4-5% mortgage, you have to ask yourself, are you really going to be able to move into a place that is better and the same price? Probably not, just because of mortgages. So like most people, they don't like to sell their home to move into something less of an area, but that's kind of what it is right now. So if you have a low mortgage, and like I told you guys, if you have a low mortgage right now, I would not sell your house. Even if you needed to leave somewhere, literally you just go rent that thing out and then go rent wherever you want to live, but you'll never get that rate probably until there's another collapse. Like you would actually need like a real economic collapse to see rates that low again. Oh, yeah, coal real estate, baby. We got a lot. Texas, I think Texas, Florida are some of our biggest there. What's low? I'd say sub 4.5%. Even 5% you could get away with, like just because it went up 50 more percent. That's what you got to realize. 5%. It was used to 5.5 was kind of high, but now you're telling me these are running up to 8? Dude, it just went up 50% right before your eyes after going up 100%. So that's the problem. The calculator is mortgage calculator. I think it's mortgagecalculator.org. You feel like you burp, but that's honestly the worst feeling in the world. Started looking on Zillow for my first property, baby. Let's go. Amen. You know, either if you could afford it, get something near you. Otherwise, you know, I've been saying it for a couple months now, and a couple of Chads have executed on it, which I'm very proud of. But, you know, I'm focusing on like the cheap properties that are no longer super cheap, but have become nicer, and they're around 150 to 250 in other areas of America, and they're starting to pick back up, or like in the sense where they're not too cheap, but then they have a lot of that upside there. But you have those two options, but keep looking every day. Russian foreign minister, supply of 1 million tons of grain as discussed between Russia, Turkey, and Qatar could be top of Russia's grain supplies to Africa free of charge. Biden called Florida governor to convey that he has signed a major disaster declaration. Damn. Bro, JP Morgan cut Dollar General from overweight to neutral, price target to 132 from 210. Ugh. Bro, they almost lowered it $100. That's a very bad downgrade. Walmart's been climbing all day. What about Mickey D's? Intel's coming up. Am Don. Am Dizzle. UNG going crazy. Don't tell me it's up. That barrel's, oh my gosh. All right, good for you. Because I was like, of course, the first time the barrels go or the storage goes up, they fucking sell it off. Any other good news, it doesn't get bought up. That's weird. It may get more volatile there, but yeah, because that should have been a sell. So they're coming up there. I don't know if it's the effery of the market. Yeah, UNG and Boyle on the high now. Great call out on that. Redfin's up again. I think even Snap, a couple of small ones. Snap actually gave up a little bit. Dollar's hitting. Dude, dollar is vicious. If the dollar didn't gap down 2 days ago, this would have been murder. But then that's why like it's kind of setting us up for tomorrow. If non-farms is bad, dollar will die. If non-farms is good, and good I mean actually good, not good for the market, then it'll reverse. No, I didn't get out of Baidu. Just gap down today. I'm sad this pop on storage is bullish. People are starting to fill their storage because they haven't for the last 3 years, but then it's kind of early. That's the thing, is that if they, just like last time, if they fill up storage too early, I would give it a bullish tilt, but I just, again, the world is manic. Today, my daughter takes her medical exam. Bless you all. Live life to the fullest. Wow. Let's send some prayers up, man. That's a big accomplishment. Congratulations. You raised the doctor. That's pretty hype, bro. That's pretty hype. Yeah, man. Good luck. Good luck. How many doctors has a father chat? I think a couple. Honestly, man, I think some of you guys are amazing fathers. So good for you. Keep it up, man. And it makes sense why you have a long term. Amen. But you guys got some smart ass kids. That's like this probably like the 10th to 15th time over the years where I've had someone say, my daughter, my son, they going to Harvard, Princeton, they studying this, they just invented water. What? Like, I'm like, dang, that's crazy. We got NASA chads too, so it's a blessing, man. But amen. Keep it up. Divvy question. Do you qualify for the dividend if you sell after the announcement but before the ex-divvy? No. So as far as ex-dividend, if you buy the day before ex-dividend, you will get the dividend. If you sell on the day of or you buy on the day of the dividend, you will not get the dividend. So pretty much ex-dividend you buy, you wait till day after ex-dividend, you could sell and get your money. The record date, yeah. So pretty much record date is 2 days after ex-dividend. So that's just how I've always done it. Buy before ex-dividend, and then you could sell out at the day after the opening. The market has to open, though. That's the only problem. Kenview. Raimundo on CNBC. Kenview's kind of popping there. Watch J&J. Good call out. So we could pull out of Bill on the 1st and collect the divvy from the previous month? No. Because Bill is already, they already thought about this, man. So with Bill, you can't do it because you see how it's up right now? Bill is going to reset tomorrow or on Monday. Or, yeah, tomorrow. So tomorrow, Bill is going to start over. But then the ex-dividend, I think, is going to be tomorrow or today. So pretty much you're 1 day off. So if you try to sell out, get the dividend, and do whatever, the point is the stock is not going to be the same price. It's going to be lower. So you're going to lose as much on equity as you'll get back on the dividend. But that's why it's meant to be like that. So it doesn't matter if you hold till ex-dividend or not. It's either the equity value will reflect it or the dividend will pay you if you keep holding, and then equity value resets at the beginning of the month. You can't expect the same price appreciation when the rate is that high. Wages would have to go up by so much for people to afford. It would nullify the appreciation. That's from the old real estate stuff, or what we just talked about. I mean, here's that question though. It made me think about something, and that is just in general though, because a lot of people have brought up the wage argument, but my question is, where has it been in the last 3 years now? So that's just, unfortunately, just how real estate's looking right now. It's like the stock market. It's just where you look at it and it's hard to explain some of these fundamental things where, again, it's been years. I would tell people, I said, hey, real estate's going to be like the 1970s. They'd say, no, Josh, the wages need to go up. But it's like, look now, we're talking 8% mortgage rates, and it's not like the wages rocketed up, but the prices are there, and it's been now 3 years going on 4. So it's almost been half a decade of prices going up 50% or more, and then wages going up, but definitely not at the same pace. So just, again, we have to factor that in, or hope it gives an answer. Pfizer continuing the slump. SPY's even coming down here. That's it. I mean, I'll give you my, I don't know. Do you want, we don't have 1,000 likes yet? Oh, perfect time for tin. I was pummeling you guys with tin yesterday. You know, I pummeled you with tin. It was ridiculous how much tin you got pummeled with. Oh, I feel. That's it. We need like 50 likes, bro. Yeah, I need like 50 likes. I need all the tin. Take it, bro. Take it. Take it. Raul. Yeah, he's here. You're taking a candle down a little bit. It's like 5 points, 4 or 5 points here. Is this higher? No. Watch for 45.21. I think if we break 45.21, that was like the high and everything. It's even the low of today. But that was a little baby Raul. I mean, we've watched it a couple times, though, today. And then bonds are still up. Bonds are not doing anything. All right, yo, you're going down even more. Only like 1 or 2 more. It looks so much more aggressive on the SPY. This one looks like pretty bad too, but in the context, the wicks already look crazy, but this just looks like it's about to waterfall. But I wouldn't get too jumpy. Apple's taking a candle down. Your leaders are. Now we're matching up. Remember I was telling you the composition and how the Dow was the leader and then it came back down. But look at the NASDAQ now, 0.37 instead of 0.6. Closer to the Dow. Dow barely moved. And then S&P's right there. What time is it? We got 30 minutes, 38 minutes till Euro close. Amazon sound. It might just do the little green shoot. Raul then into a green shoot. Biogen's on the high. I don't know if they have anything today. If they start getting active. This one important. Bill is considered cash if you hold. Can you still sell puts using Bill as cash equivalent? I think you can. Honestly, I've heard a lot of things from Chads. Like they were saying it doesn't count against your margin or something, and they were doing strategies like that. So if you want to look into it, I do believe there is a possibility where you could do something along the lines of own Bill, finagle the premium, and then it doesn't like charge you or like fuck with your balance. But I've never done it. So, and I don't know if I'm willing to do it. So it's possible though. I've heard people talking about it. I think you got to just verify with your brokerage of how they consider it. But I'm under the impression that once you put Bill in your account universally, it's recognized as a cash equivalent. So it shouldn't necessarily be an equity. So that's where things get a little different, even though it is an ETF, but it is considered a fundamental cash equivalent, believe it or not. So like if you go in your TD Ameritrade and look at your breakdown, it'll tell you industries you own. And if you have Bill, that'll be listed as not as cash, but as a cash equivalent, which means it's like a bond, a 2-year, anything below 12 months that has a high degree of liquidity and safety. on TD and Schwab. It should be everywhere. So just verify. Like when you get it, just see. Like if you buy Bill, go. If you're going to do any of that like option stuff, just look to see how it affects your purchasing power and if it like has an outsized effect or not. Or just hit up the support. You know, if you're on TD, they're super chill. This might be the last chance to short. No, you'll have until like 8:29 tomorrow, and then depending on the data, that'll decide it. So if jobs data goes down, market's gonna rip, and then we get into September, and then you'll have a burn 1 week, and then CPI, and then Powell, and then if anything starts scaring around there. So it's either before or after Powell. But right now, if the jobs report is good before Powell, all you have to deal with is CPI. We got that whole candle back, and now you're in the middle of it. So Raoul to green shoot. That's kind of the pattern. Any long-term plays, wait till next week or Fed decision. I mean, ideally, you'd want to wait till the Fed, but like I'm not opposed to going before. But it's all the names we like. There's a couple I like more, like even like Pfizer. We could consider even Scott's Miracle-Gro. But for the most part, I want to make sure comparatively we're getting a good deal, or preferably, remember what I was telling you. I don't know if you guys recall this, and this could be a great example. But how many of you remember me telling you about a couple days ago when we were here with the long term, what I'm looking for is somebody to get stuck in the mud, right? And we were talking about the market's going to bounce and rip and have a recovery eventually, but I want to wait to see the long term that gets stuck in the mud. You know, one of the plays that we want, it's like the market recovers, but then there's something, you know, that didn't kind of move up with it and still has value. You see that? They bounced up. It went up when market was going down a little bit, but then kind of gave it there. I want it stuck. I want it to be a good value. Yeah, Walgreens, that could easily be the one stuck in the mud. Again, PayPal, not really. Because look at PayPal dropped off of the earnings here. It came in, but like that looks like the stock market just at a lower range. You get what I'm saying? Like you want some like JD, that's just, it's not reacting to it. You want the things where if the market's good, if it keeps getting better, then those will come up. But then that way I know, hey, things moved down, things moved up. There's something that's holding a lower value at a certain price. It makes me more comfortable, but then that's the one I want in terms of I don't want to be exposed to 10, 20, 30% moves in a quarter. That's why the ones that are already going up, I mean, you're taking risk every time. LQR pop. They had AI news, but it's an alcohol company. But that was the thing they were saying in the morning. That's still holding the 6%. They partnered with ChatGPT. Shopify is still going. My goodness, what time is it? Almost 10 o'clock. Or 11 Eastern, 30 minutes till Euro close. To give you an idea, let's see how the rest of the world looks. So SPY is up right now, NASDAQ. Canada up 1/4, Brazil down almost 1%, Mexico down 0.75%. Europe, FTSE 100, 0.12. And I think they're still open. Stocks 50, 0.17. German DAX gain of 0.75. France down by 0.10. Switzerland up by 0.5%. Nikkei 225 up by 0.15. Hang Seng up by 0.5%. SSE Composite down 0.5%. ASX All Ordinaries up 0.15. Korea down 0.19. Australia down 0.15. And the Kospi break even. So again, a couple of 0.5% movers here and there, but I think they had bigger news. Otherwise, even around the world, just a lot of that wheat on the high. Wheat again, dude. Wheat killed it. That should have been it. Something with the yen. Check the 10-year. As long if it's moving more than the 10-year, then there you go. Yeah, yen is kind of going vertical. It looks like the yen just didn't move up though with bonds, but yen's a little bit more than the 10-year now. Good call on that. Yeah, the wheat, dude, I think the wheat index ETF is up 30% now, or 15. But even from yesterday, this is like a 36, 37% high. And then Broadcom still holding up for the run-up. Snap pop. Not really. I don't know. Maybe it's lagging. Snap was still up. Moving up, though, off the bottom. Boyle is now moving up once again. Boyle. Is Chewy still down like 11? And then Dollar General down 16. That was a wild one. Who was the other one? Victoria's Secret. How did that end up playing? Dude, that ran from that candle I told you about. What the hell? Bro, they went down 8. That was the stupidest one. So that one just popped and then it just kept running on there. That was just like an instant computer buy, even though they guided down. They had bad earnings. All right, Victoria's Secret. Yeah, Chewy's down massive. I do believe you could still use your account once they switch TD Thinkorswim to Schwab. Yeah, bro, IRM really is. IRM is the AI hype, bro. As weird as it sounds, IRM looked like a damn NVIDIA chart. HP on the high. Remember, that was a loser yesterday. Only up by 0.3, though. RVMD is a biotech. Revolution Medicines. And then Tesla's still green. Meta's near the high. Weird-ass day. And then the chips. I mean, Broadcom is just running it single-handedly ahead of earnings. Do we have any other earnings besides Broadcom today? 8Cam's on the high. Okta. Lulu. So we went over Broadcom yesterday. I could go over Lulu in like a couple of hours. 2 hours, we'll go over it. Then we'll see. Oh, I didn't even tell you the 10. Oh, I just charge you for the likes? Oh, can I charge you again? Because I forgot what we were going for, and all I see is 1,000 likes now. Oh, I totally forgot. I was waiting to see if the market did anything, you know, before pestering you with some tinfoil. I totally forgot. I'm sorry. So to get your tin out of customs, you have to pay a 50 like fee. Unfortunately, that's because we sent it out and then it didn't get received because of the Raul red candle. You know what I'm saying? So now it's in customs. There's just a fee you have to pay. It's 50 likes. I'm sorry. It's the whole item's paid for, but it's the customs fee. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't. Yeah, I could give you store credit, but then again, I mean, your tin will be stuck in customs, or we have to send it back. Yeah. You like to speak with the manager? I could go get him. Hold on.
Yes, how can I help you? Okay, you asking about the tinfoil? Did Josh tell you about paying the custom fee? Okay, yeah, exactly. Yes, you need to pay the custom fees. Tin is not duty free, unfortunately. After we revised the NAFTA Act, you could blame Donald Trump. The tin is no longer free. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry. We're not gonna fire him though. Okay. Thank you. Amen.
Was that good? The supervisor's not in, but that'll be the best we could do. Okay, you're coming down a little bit. All right. So you're making another move lower. I don't like to give you guys tinfoil on a red candle because then you're already freak out. But you are making a pretty big move right now. Hold on. See, boy. I'll get you the 10 in a second. You have paid the custom fee. But watch out. 45.21, like I was saying. If we break below there, that's pretty much the pseudo-resistance. That's not a real level. Yeah, 25 minutes till Euro close. Do I recommend Bookmap? I mean, I would get the trial and try it and then see if you like it. I mean, I used it for a little bit and then it just eventually, like, it's cool. It's like it's like putting LED lights on the back of your computer screen. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna look really cool. You're gonna have a really cool looking setup, but it's not gonna, like, I don't think it's gonna change anything. I stopped because it was slowing down my computer, and then eventually it was just like a lot. When it got really, really volatile and like shit was really going down, like half of those orders weren't really real. All right, man. You had Raul there. You hit the level again. All I'm caring about is 45.21. So watch out for that. I'll hit you. I'll hit you with the 10. Are you ready? Because we were talking real estate prices. I was talking to you about cars yesterday. I mean, here is my 10. Are you ready? The pricing of premium products is going through a very big change. My tinfoil is that all of the things that were considered luxuries are cheap. And now you have to reprice all of them. All the way down to Rolexes, to houses, to cars, to drive an EV, or have a gas engine. I think the point, my tinfoil is, I think a lot of things we're missing out on. It's like, oh, it's going to be the end of the world. It's this, it's that. It's like, no. It's like, it's all just changing the business model. Like, everything is just straight up premium products or not. Like, even coming down to, like, I don't think it's understood. Like, even living in a house is a premium. It's considered premium now. But now that's why it's going through a tripling of repricing when you compare the mortgage stuff. It's like a very hard value reset. But what I'm saying is, like, a lot of things we've considered as luxuries that we've taken for granted, they are luxuries. And they're going to have luxury pricing premiums attached to it. And all I see moving forward, it's just going to be the difference between premium products and not. And by that, just to give you an example, interacting with a fake AI versus a real person, you might be able to consider that in the future as the difference between premium and not, if you think about it. And AI is not the premium. You know what I'm saying? It's actually very wild. I'm thinking about all the things. Again, you may take it like a house and other things, but it's like those are all going through the repricing. Certain areas will always be there, and they will always have good values, but then the other places are just it's premium. And the goal is going to be the tinfoil is pricing things out. It's not really changing much. So, yeah, that's my 10. You have the worst experience with Comcast AI to help troubleshoot you? Did you say you're going to shoot somebody? I can't help with that. We're reporting you to authorities. Thank you. If you'd like to leave a review on my service, let me know how I'm doing. Ding. Thank you. The fuck? I said troubleshoot, not. Lyft and Uber chatbots are pathetic. I mean, y'all act like you had a good relationship with customer service to begin with. Look at that, y'all. You guys love to switch your discrimination, huh? right? Because right now you're like, oh, I hate this AI. It sucks at it. Oh yeah, if this was 5 years ago, you gonna make fun of the accent of the customer service guy. You gonna be like, I still ain't. So what now, huh? And that's what the AI learned off of. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to. I don't. It's just. I'm just saying. Smarter child, GBT. That's it. My Hexo did convert to Tilray, yeah. So I technically still own it. I have Tilray shares, but they're way down. Call of Duty is voice chatting. Oh, they dude. Okay. Shit, I might have to tell you this. I need likes though. I'm sorry. I only need 7, but like I have to confess a sin to you guys. I felt really bad, bro. Honestly, I think it even correlated with me being, with me like calming down. I only need 7, bro. Like for real. Like I'm not even asking you for like just 7 people, dude. Just hit that like button. That's all I'm saying. But I need to confess my sins, bro. No, I didn't have coffee. I didn't have caffeine. No. This was like 3 weeks ago. I felt really bad. I felt really, really bad. This was like 3 weeks ago, bro. I was playing a game of 2K. And and like, dude, the guy just like, they wouldn't stop bullying me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I missed a couple of jump shots, but like otherwise I was doing pretty good. And they were bullying me, bro. Like they were verbally assaulting me, and then I just had it. And then I unleashed the mic, dude. And I never done this in a while, bro. And I just started roasting the shit out of this kid. No, and like I did my annoying voice because he kept like, he was like, nah, nah, nah. And every time I was like, nah, 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 nah. I went X, nah, nah, nah. And I went off, bro. Like I felt terrible afterwards, bro. I prayed. I really did. I honestly, it was weird, bro. I have not let that much out of me in a while. Yeah, bro, like I was just, dude, he was just going in on me, and it was worse than Yash, bro. The guy quit. That's how you know, like legitimately, like he quit. He just even left. Like usually they'll stick it through. He quit, and then the next game, 2K wouldn't let me join another game. It wouldn't let me join, and I was like, damn, they definitely heard. They definitely heard. And then I repented. I really did, bro. I felt really bad. So yeah, but I have to. I wasn't cussing at him. No, I didn't even have to use cuss words. I was just like, he was just it was just bad, bro. He reported you, maybe, but you got banned. I think for a game. I was able to play, but yeah, you hurt him feeling. Because I'm just trying to live peacefully, bro. That's it. He got the wrong one that day. Usually I just take it. You know what I'm saying? How old was he? He probably had a job. Like, he wasn't a kid. He was definitely an adult. Like, it wasn't like, he was probably like 19, 20 years old, He probably works, goes to school. But that's it. It was just, I had enough that day. I had enough that day. Yeah. Do you think it was entertaining for the other participants? Well, yeah, because this guy was just shitting on everybody on the team, and he wasn't even that good. And then, like, I was just like, play the game. I was like, nobody else was talking. And then he just started going off on everybody. And we're just like, shut up. We want to play, dude. That's it. I'm not trying to mute my whole speakers. I could have muted him. I definitely. But, again, this was in the past. I've already grown from it as a person, I think. But, I could have not told you, but I thought I should confess my sins. But they are monitoring you on video games, yeah. That's the moral of the story, too. This was in the past, 2 days ago. No, it was like 3 weeks ago. Like I said, I learned. I'm telling you, I felt really bad afterwards. It wasn't like... I haven't made somebody quit a video game in a long time. So, yeah. But if you want to play 2K with me, let me know. Shoot me an email with your PS5 gamer tag. I grew up on the original COD multiplayer lobbies. Nothing scares me. Well, that's where I learned it from, though. That's why I was like, man, these kids they haven't met their match. And then they quit. I've been carrying this around with me for weeks, yeah. I just reminded myself, honestly. I didn't think about it till someone said they're monitoring you in video games. And I was like, yeah, they are. I have a story. Most popular game? I don't know, but what I will tell you is gaming in China, even though they're banning it and stuff, like, remember when they did those, like, limits on how much children can game and all that? Like, dude, if you've seen the gaming metrics, like any of these, like, China gaming apps, it's pretty fire. But honestly, I don't know what the most popular game this year is. I honestly think, as far as, like, video gaming and how you could relate it to stocks, I believe, I think, what's it called? Activision, dude, with Grand Theft Auto 6. That will always be a stock event. I hope you know that. So I don't know when, doesn't GTA get released in the next year? But that's going to be, that's definitely going to be record breaking. But other than that, I don't know what the most popular game is right now. Oh, Take-Two, excuse me. Not Activision. Yeah, Rockstar. I think they went up on the release, like when they released some of the details, but they're still up. But that, if anything, video gaming stock-wise, I think Take-Two, you got to get it early, though, before everyone starts talking about it, but then it's still going to move. But that would be the one. Armored Core 6 is #1 in sales? What the hell is that? Is that a FPS? But other than that, though, it's like EA, Activision, I don't think they've been good this year as much. I think Roblox even, they're good on users, but like low-key, I think the gaming wave is doing very good in Asia right now. As weird as that sounds, I don't know if you focused on it as a US gamer, but it's still pretty crazy. US is making up to $12 billion available for automakers and suppliers to retrofit facilities to produce EVs. Energy Secretary Granholm. So yeah, GM and Ford are popping on that. Free EV money. I don't know. Did everybody know about this? It seems kind of new. We'll do a top tick. It's going to be $100, $200 risk. Department says the Biden administration has not blocked chip sales to the Middle East. I grabbed Ford, 1,000 shares at $12.19. I'm going to try to flip it quick. Again, GM, I don't know why GM and them popped off it that big, but it seems new. Yeah, it seems like big news more or less. I mean, they're giving roughly 50 times the amount of money to automakers than Hawaii. So, yeah. It's small. Ford's a slow mover, though. $12 billion they're making available to retrofit factories. How do you feel about it? No, I'm just watching my play. So I'm at $50 on it. That's like the DM yesterday if I want to get out of it quickly, but we'll see. You got 1-2% move off of that. Market's coming down, though. I think GM went a little bit higher, but I don't think that, has that news hit CNBC or Bloomberg yet? But we got it really early. You might not. No, it's on Bloomberg right now. So I don't know if it's hit CNBC. Oh, shit. All right, I'll take it. I took $60. I was setting up the order, but damn. I was going to keep the order open and not. I clicked it, but I guess so. Meant to be. I saw $60. Does the same thing. I honestly, though, if I do want to scalp, I need to go bigger if I want to scalp those, even though that's already big, but it's a very small move. Yeah, kind of fat-fingered that one. Well, we'll take it for now. Watch, Spy's coming down, but they might be in their own world. I think GM got more volume there than Ford. Yeah, Mary Barra. Ford CEO put out an article of terrors of cross-country travel. Yeah, he traveled in the Lightning, and then he realized, he was like, yeah, this is kind of difficult to drive across the country in an EV. Even they were doing like a promotion, and then he was like, yeah, you know what? Now it's like there is some challenges. EU's Borrell says EU ministers decided on process to put regime for sanctions on Niger coup leaders. Dude, Sava again? My goodness. And then Nordstrom's on the high. NVIDIA took a candle. AMD's coming down there a little bit too, though. IBM on the low. Four's even flipping now. Dow might go negative. Honestly, it was much more solid, but we're holding this range. Right when the NASDAQ and Dow matched up, now the Dow's dropping, and then now the NASDAQ's up a third over the Dow. Probably PayPal, GME. PayPal's just chilling, low key. Weed stocks are still going. Yeah, GameStop's up 4% near the high. Weed stocks are going, about to do 20% there. That's continuing from, that's 35, 37% now. Like, actually. That's actually insane. Maybe more. Oh, yeah, what about Rivian, all those? Well, no, I think Ford and GM, because they want to give it to the legacy automakers to retrofit their factories. So, you know, if you have an old factory for, you know, gas engines, the government, if you meet the criteria, essentially, the government's going to give you a loan or free money to turn it into an EV factory. So the guys like Rivian and Lucid, they don't need to retrofit anything. They probably spent all the new money on it, right? But then again, they might qualify for something. Take an uncle break to hear Oval Office again. I can't get enough. I feel you. Did you try it in the gym yet? You got to try it in the gym. All right, IBM is kind of flush in there, bro. Mr. Raul has not seen his green shoot in a while. So low-key from 45.30, 10 points, bounced up a little bit. Now we're another 8 points lower. You're right at that level I was talking to you about, 45.21. So this is just like where we bounced off earlier, but this is very simple level. It's the highs of yesterday. And if you guys remember we were talking like 48.21, and I was giving you some of these. That was 48.18. Oh, no, my gosh, that was 44.18. What am I even saying? We're 100 points higher. But this does have a couple of spots here. Yeah, 44.19, 45.19. Tilray still going. MSGS, I think that's another weed one. I just typed Uncle Answer's Oval Office into Robinhood. That'd be crazy if something showed up. Cron new high. I think all of the wheat is there. I just saw Tilray again. CGC. What's the other one? Tilray, Cron. Oh, maybe. Remember, MO has a stake in Cron. ACB. Didn't ACB change? Oh, I guess they didn't. Yeah, it makes sense. They're all killing it. That's why all the ETFs are up so much. It's Canadian. Grow GRWG up 16. All right. Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. Zoom is popping right now. Zoom just went bottom to top in maybe 25, 30 minutes. I will BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It is 4 minutes till Euro close. And then we just got to still burn the other 4 hours until the data tomorrow. Okay, I'll be right back. Wait, is this? Oh, they went to commercial? If there's no CNBC, you're stuck with Uncle. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Felony counts.
Okay.
Tried to overturn election results in the state. Many of Trump's 18 co-defendants in the case also waived their arraignments and entered not guilty pleas. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas released his financial disclosure report today. The forms show Republican mega donor Harlan Crow paid for Thomas's travel expenses and meals on at least 3 occasions last year. His relationship with Crow has come under intense scrutiny following ProPublica reporting about years of previously undisclosed luxury trips he accepted from the billionaire. And a Gannett newspaper is putting a pause on AI experiment. The Columbus Dispatch will no longer use Lead AI's sport writing tool for its high school recaps after receiving widespread criticism for some of its weird phrasing. One recap called a high school football game, quote, close encounter of the athletic kind. Sarah?
All right, Silvana, thank you. So is there still time to get into a stock that's up nearly 70% this year? Goldman Sachs says yes. We're going to break down why they say shares can jump another 50%. That is Salesforce, of course, which is one of the big winners today. We'll be right back.
Good. Perfect timing. I wasn't able to get my sip of water in, but we'll take it. We'll take it, Chad. What do they say? The athletic of the close encounter? What? AI. Donald Trump pleads not guilty in Atlanta RICO case. Close encounter of the athletic kind. That's so wild. Do I take Flomax? Like, is that like an Abivai commercial? No, I don't take Flow. I might have a Flomax in my car. Like, is that an exhaust system? I feel like that's either an air filter or an Abivai bestseller. Oh, for enlarged prostate. I feel you. No, I just go to the bathroom a lot. It's good. I mean, this is my second time since waking up at like 4:30. So, I don't know. How many times have you gone pee today? Yeah, I gotta stay hydrated too. Amen. What does that even mean? I thought it was an air filter. Water gang. Amen. It's good for you. The water boy. My mama said that you need water. And it's okay. And girls are the devil. Kidney stone? Nah, man. I pray to God I never get a kidney stone. I've only heard bad things about them. Oh, Chad debate. All right. So you ready? Oh, what the hell? Watch your ears. Yeah, it was about to get crazy there. But I looked into it. So I looked up. I watched an example debate. I don't know. It's kind of intense. I don't know if we could do it. So pretty much average, you would get 7 minutes of prep and speech time per team. So I was like, maybe we cut it in half, but like it might be pretty difficult because then you're gonna have to work. I don't know how you're gonna work with the person I match you up with, but essentially how it would operate, I would give the intro. We would have about 1 or 2 questions to debate. Maybe we'd only have time for 1. We would poll the Chad, so we'd have a live audience vote for the question. We're gonna have the Chad's debate. Then we're gonna have 2 teams. And then the first team, you have to present your argument, and you give the first presentation. Second team has to respond to the argument and then present their own. Third team, then the first team rebuttals and then brings up additional point. And then final team, they have the chance to answer and then give closing arguments. And then I think that's the thing, though. I think I'm going to skip the closing arguments because it's a really intense process. So I looked into it, but it's like we got to figure out how to do it. It could be really good or really bad. It could be, but at the end of the day, I mean, you know, I plan on doing it properly. So it's like, you know, all jokes aside, I mean, if having a respectful general debate is not allowed, I mean, God forbid that. But I do believe the idea is not about what you believe. It's about you get a topic. Some will be for and against it, and you have to prove it. Again, there's certain rules. You have to make sure, like if you pretty much, you could have the best point in the world, but if you do not address the other team's counter argument, you will lose. Does that, like, so just debating. It's using logic, premises, conclusions. You have to address any counter arguments, so on and so forth, and do it in the right manner. DM keeps working its way up. But yeah, so it's either that or Monopoly. Desktop, it's still up there again. I think it topped out at like $199 yesterday. Why is it set up potentially defend something you don't agree with? Because the whole point is it's all about evidence and how you present it, not about how you feel. So that's what you do on debate teams. Sometimes you'll get a position that you like, sometimes it's not. But the idea is, can you listen to the other side? Can you understand their logic? And can you present a logic that is better? That makes sense using that, but shouldn't be based on feelings. So that's the thing, is that you could have you may have arguments in debate that you could bring the best counter argument that makes sense, or it's just what you're presenting. And it could be very emotional. It could be very realistic, too. It could even be a fact. But if you don't address what the other person has said, and it's kind of on its own thing, it doesn't really count as winning a debate. It's always fun debating. Yeah, that's it. I mean, why do you... It's one thing I always tell you, man. I make jokes like Sky Daddy and that, like, I could argue a point against God. That's the whole... But there's a reason why I believe it. But it's like, if you are going to look at arguments in both sides, hopefully you have the ability to listen to the counter argument and what is being said about what you don't, or what you stand for. So it could be fun. It's like way more... It's way more sophisticated, and it might take way more time. And then I may very well, I don't know, again, holding to the rules in time may be very, very, very hard. But I'm still down. So I don't know. But you guys it's going to be a lot of work. If you are going to participate, it's going to be like, you're going to speak for like 10 minutes, both sides. So it's going to, like, there's going to be preparation too. It's kind of funny. Twinkie on the high. Yo, Twink, popping again. Remember, a couple days ago, buyout rumors, them, Pepsi, Hormel, other companies. They're going crazy. Twink. There's 1v1 debates, but I don't think it's as fun. Maybe we have to do 1v1 because, like, that's the only way we could eliminate the whole, like, the whole teamwork thing. But I think it'd be cool if you worked with a team, though. That's kind of the point. And then that way you could have somebody be really good or really bad. You have to work with it, all of it. I'd keep an eye on Twink, though. I'd even keep up Pepsi or anybody that could be. That's a big pop, though. That's not like, so when we say big, take a look. Like, these are the candles we're looking for, but that's whole candle, and it's to the top end of when they had the announcement. That was a week ago. I thought it was 2 weeks ago. Three strands of cord is harder to break. Amen. Amen. I think 2v2 is a very good style, I think, if we could do it. How do the Colt merch size fits? I don't know, bro, because I've been wearing the same shit since, like, middle school, and, like, sizing's hella weird unless I order off of Alibaba. That's a funny joke. But ask the Chad. I don't know. Is the large a large? Is the large, is it tight? Is it medium a medium? I ask the Chads, bro. I feel like they would have a better one. And, like, Chads are picky too, bro. You would be surprised, Like, we got a lot. We have to swap in and out all the time. So shout out the merch team, baby. But it's like, you gotta, I'd say ask your peers. I don't have merch. I feel ashamed. It's okay, man. You don't have to. Don't ever worry about it. I remember, like, when you had to buy, like, uniforms and shit. I never, like, that. I only had, like, one uniform. Mother effers would have, like, 5 of them. You know that? I only got a yearbook my senior year of high school. Because that's we ain't got enough for every year, dog. You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about it. You're going to be good, baby. Don't feel ashamed. Feel love and get a long term. And then one day your long term, you'll look back and you'll be like, you know what? Now I could get some merch. Look at that long term. Young Money. I don't know why you would say Young Money. I would actually slap you if you said that, but still. That's just how it is. How many signatures on my yearbook? I think a lot, because I was friends with everybody. I wasn't cool enough to be cool, and I wasn't nerdy enough to be too nerdy. So I got a lot out there. I made sure, and I always asked the smart kids too. I wasn't dumb. Like I was betting on kids in high school, man. You know that? Like, there was kids, I was in the AP class, and I was like, yeah, that mother, he's going to make so much more money than me. I need that signature, dog. I'm telling you, bro, there were so many kids. I was like, oh, yeah, this genius-ass girl, that's it. She ain't said more than 4 words the 4 years I've known her. She's going to be a billionaire. Come on. Tell me to have a good summer. Sign that shit. The smart kids didn't like me, though. They felt like I didn't belong in their AP classes. But then right when they needed to smoke weed their first time. Yeah. It's okay. They're cool, though. You know. Gotta love. I miss high school. Not really, because I didn't peak in high school, but man, AP classes. Fun times. I don't think I had anybody who played chess in school. I learned chess in college, believe it or not. My roommate showed me how to play chess. Up until that, I was never around anybody who ever whooped out a chessboard. You know that? It was my roommate in college who was the first mother effer I've ever encountered. And he was like, you want to play chess? I was like, what are you saying? And then he taught me it, and then we had a binge. And then we had a phase of like straight year and a half of just playing chess whenever we get bored. I suck at it, though. I'm so bad still. You were in chess club? Dude, it's a really cool game. Like, I kind of like, I like chess more than anime, but I was like, I feel like I played chess for a really long time. You know, it's crazy. Have you ever been to National City in San Diego? Yes. So we grew up in like El Cajon initially until we moved out of there. But the first, I think like 8 to 10 years of my life were like El Cajon, you know. And then my dad's first flip was City Heights, I believe. That was the first house flip I ever witnessed. My foreign-ass dad flipped a house during the real estate bubble, and he did it in City Heights. And that was also the first time I got to have Church's chicken. College, I have a degree in political science, and then I dual degreed with another one in philosophy. So ironically enough, I did not study anything financial. However, in my political economy classes and even philosophy, I did have a lot of there was a lot of financial stuff, believe it or not. That's the thing that I appreciated. But I was trading or I was investing. Like, I had a long term before I was in college. So that definitely, you know, the interest was sparked prior. But even then, I never viewed the stock market as I never thought it was going to change my life, in the sense that I knew I would always invest and I'd have a long term. But I was going to be a lawyer. So that was my plan. That was my intention. All the way up until I didn't become a lawyer. Even till today, I could still become a lawyer if I wanted to, but that's what I was going to do. That's why I got the degrees that I got. That's why I did what I did, but eventually I was doing business stuff, and it made more sense to me to say, fuck school, dog. But I graduated, though, so I still, I just, no graduate school, no anything of that nature. No, you can't. Hey, man, if that's what you tell yourself, but I can. I have the degrees. I just have to, again, LSAT. I don't know if old LSAT could still apply, but then that's it. I could even become a lawyer right now. My lawyer has already offered. If I sit in on a Zoom call with my lawyer for 2 hours a day, if I turn on my Zoom and I sit in his office for 2 hours a day for the next year, I would qualify to take the baby bar. And then I could take the baby bar, and if I pass that, I will be eligible to take the bar. And if I pass the bar, I could be a lawyer in 2.5 years or less. So, yeah, it's possible. Definitely. All of you could do it. It's not, don't ever tell anybody you can't do some shit. It's like, if you're motivated enough. So literally, if I ever wanted to, I would cut the stream down by 2 hours for a year, and I could become a lawyer. And then instead of clapping back, I'm just going to start suing y'all. because then it won't cost me money because I'll be the lawyer and then I'll have the time. You see what I'm saying? But nah, it's in all seriousness, no, anything's possible. But that's what I was gonna do. But then I got into real estate and stocks. Yeah, you could be in California, certain states, you don't even have to go to law school. I would want to go to law school because I'd want to party. But I don't think they party in law school, so never mind. Low ticker, kind of. Actually, 30-second, 1 minute is picking up. Even the 5-minute low key, you would think, because this was 5 minutes up, but last 5 minutes here. And then bonds are still holding up. They don't party much. They drink because they're sad. Are you in graduate school, Jacob? That's crazy. Well, I didn't. I mean, I thought graduate school was just like you don't have friends because it's not like you're old, right? I mean, I'm not calling you old. I'm just saying, though, like I always thought like you like party in undergrad. And then when you go to grad school, it's like, okay, now you've met your friends and then you just do whatever. And then you just like you go to the library. Great info, yeah. If you want to be alert. There's other ones. Unfortunately, though, you can't become like a doctor without going to medical school. Unless you want to do it in another country. Yeah, you got study friends you casually drink with. Not drinking friends you casually study with. That's crazy. Maybe I'll go to graduate school. It's not like I just thought like I just had so much fun in college, whether even if it was alcohol or not. It was just like there was always people, it was always events. Like I like community. I like a good community, and that's why college was really good, but I always thought graduate school was so boring. And then I wanted to work. It's way more low-key. That's crazy. I was like, dude, 10 of you were like, they go harder. I was like, no way. I'll take it.
You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah, I would be Will Ferrell if I went back. Bro, it's stupid. So you remember I told you like growing up, like I always wanted to watch Scarface. And, like, my brother would never let me watch Scarface for some reason, right? But when I was, like, 7 years old or some shit, dude, he showed me Old School. And I was totally allowed to watch Old School, but the man wouldn't let me watch Scarface. Again, I say my parents, they didn't know English, so they don't know the difference, and they didn't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't, but my bro was always like, no, like, you are not going to watch Scarface. But then he let me watch Old School unrated. That's why I was like, what? I love the movie Old School, though. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies, though. It's literally one of my favorites. It's such a funny movie.
The card streaking.
Earmuffs. Where do you think that comes from? Oh, man. Did you guys just connect the dots? Earmuffs. That's it. Because after I watched that movie, that's what they would start saying to me. They go, earmuffs. Okay. Tesla just hit a high. High ticker's trying to pick back up again. It's funny because if you're looking at the bars here on the high-low ticker, you kind of see it. Remember, the top bar is the 5-minute. So it's just like as we're going 5 minutes up, 5 minutes down, you're literally going to watch this bar just swing back and forth like a pendulum. My parents prohibited me from playing Diablo because of the name. Dude, hell yeah. Well, heaven yeah. You better hug your parents. You either like really love them or they hella traumatized you. I'm speaking from experience. That's crazy, because that's some shit my mom would do. No, you can't play Diablo. Game called Devil? No. Why would you want to play game of Devil? No. No, but I feel. Dude, I didn't. Dude, that blew my mind. Honestly, I should charge 10 for this. I'm gonna charge for it. I need 50 likes. I'm gonna blow your mind with this one. 50 likes. I'll tell you a fun fact about Will Ferrell. It will blow your mind, especially if you're interested in stocks, but it's not as financial as you think. Just for today's cheap. Today's cheap, bro. Today's cheap. Yesterday, bro, we had a blowout sale. We were getting rid of all of the tin. We went through everything, you know? It was crazy. It's crazy. If you already spent your like, just remain patiently. You'll get it. You'll get it there. Look at, we're one away. One more like. 14th, there it is. Boom. I forgot about the Instagram follows. I keep forgetting. I need to get back on there, bro. We need to get back. I do have it. You know that. Most people don't know I even have an Instagram. I just made it. No, I didn't. Don't fall for the fake one. Never mind. Damn it. I can't even joke about it. Anyways, here's the tinfoil. It's not even tin. It's just a fun fact. Did you guys know? When I found this out and it blew my mind. I was just reading the credits when I found this out. Bro, Will Ferrell was the executive producer of Succession. You know the finance movie, the show, Logan Roy, all of that? The funny man Will Ferrell is the executive producer. Just let that sink in for a second. That's the wildest thing in the world. Yeah, go look it up. Will Ferrell is on the damn credits, bro. In like high ranking. Dude, guy is talented, bro. Guy is talented. Oh, the directors is that just for like homies then? Because that's what happened. Like, so I have a friend of mine. There's a friend of mine, and this guy is on the credits of like 15 of my favorite movies. And I'm like, you don't do shit. How did you do that? And it's all because of his friend. So sometimes that does happen. They'll just give you a placement just because they like you. But executive producer is no small title. I still have the JD play. It's down. JD and then not PayPal, Baidu. Where is Amdizzle? Bro, the chips flipped, except for NVIDIA. Mark Wahlberg is the executive producer of Entourage. Well, yeah. Did you not know why? This will blow your mind. The movie or the show Entourage is supposed to be a loose reflection of Mark Wahlberg's life. So Vinny Chase is supposed to be Mark Wahlberg, technically speaking. It's I learned that one a few years ago, but I was like, what? Yeah, 100%. Entourage is all about, it's supposed to be an entertaining version of Mark Wahlberg's story in Hollywood. House of Cards loosely based on the Clintons? Really? I thought that was Hunger Games. Weird. I'll have to look into that. I don't know. I get rusty with my fun facts sometimes. Makes sense, right? Where's the there's ICCT and there's another one. That calmed down. Yeah, AMD was up too, man. Right at, again, 108. I was like $50 from breaking even, and then it just sold off. NVIDIA, it's still 500. So people are maybe even the, I don't know. I don't believe the whole gamma stuff, especially how the rest of the year played out. But like in the sense of Max Payne, I guess gamma is real, but the other stuff is more or less. But people are saying there's a fat call wall at 500. So there's just so many options at 500. Because right now, even NVIDIA is doing a lot better intraday besides like Broadcom and MU. But I think you got to either burn expiration or get a real blowout from a sympathy like Broadcom for us to get above 500. Because it's chilling there, and it came back, and it did. Dude, it sold out, bro. We went down to 450 from 530. That was almost $100 in 3 days. Bonds, new highs. The yen's still going up. Yen calmed down. Now bonds and yen are matched up. IIPR catching cannabis hype. That's the REIT you talked. Was that you? Someone else brought it up yesterday. But maybe, I mean, because IRM, I'm telling you, out of any REIT, why is this thing hitting all-time highs? I said it at the beginning of the year. I thought it was already too high, but it's all AI. So honestly, if I think it's a little later, but if IIPR is really tied to the weed, and then it really, like, you know, we start getting more throughout the next, again, I'm thinking weed is going to be a 12-month play, back and forth. But IIPR, if that does start to pick up, I mean, if it is a real oriented REIT, it could benefit off of it. So if you don't understand, IRM is digital storage, right? And they do all this like digital REIT stuff, REITs for data centers. So why do you think they're tied to AI? I mean, just do the math. I mean, AI wave, data centers, these guys own them all. You know, that's where they're hitting all-time highs in a world where REITs should be one of the worst performers. On IPOs, I think the companies are good. I think ARM and like even then, I read a little bit into Flipkart or whatever. Not Flipkart, Instacart. Flipkart is the Indian one owned by Walmart. But it looks good. But I think it's going to have too much premium. I just think right now, whether, you know, this year is still already just crazy. But the back and forth, I think we need to make it more, we need more time, and I really wouldn't want to jump on things too quickly in the sense of if we pay too much premium this year, and if IPOs always have premium, if that comes down, like, if who knows what the next couple of years are going to look like. So it all depends on price for me. There's fat gamma on both sides everywhere. The market's trying to close the month here. Yeah, I think even NVIDIA specifically, though, I could kind of get behind the $500 call wall idea, just because I'm sure there was a lot of activity there after the earnings. Possible short opportunity for Charter. Company will lose rights to Disney-owned channels if deal not reached by 5 p.m. That's what Buy a Dip says. I didn't hear about that. Disney's at 83. IW. Yeah, Dow's about to go red. Dow is weird. It was strong and weak at the same time, but there's clearly a relationship between them and the NASDAQ. It's like Dow is going to be like 0.3 lower than the NASDAQ all day today, no matter what point we've been at, either really high or really low. The 3D printing plays, I think that's just going to be dependent on the Apple news. International ETF worth it for the long term? It could be. Like, if India really got cheap, I'd buy it. I mean, even if you wanted K-Web, dude, I don't know. Like, it's good to get international exposure. I mean, eventually, you know, you're going to want it. Some people would argue you're not diversified if you're only domestic. But, you know, it's the question is, do you go for the individual names or do you go for the ETF? But a lot of the foreign individual names you may not know about, or they may be risky, so an ETF could help protect in that instance. So like K-Web, I could kind of get behind that if you want China plays, but besides that, it's up to you. Or like Novo, like again, maybe like a foreign drug maker. Those are some where you could get international exposure, and it's just a little different. But like there's some big foreign drug makers that, you know, get you foreign exposure, but they kind of have this stability and history of a domestic name you'd be more familiar with. Keep holding Outlook. It depends if you have any like tax benefits for it. So like if you have other gains right now and you've took realized green on other things, you could just book the loss and sell it or wait till the end of the year. Again, it'll still be a loser, but then that way, I mean, that's how I'm using it to benefit. Otherwise, you could wait for 30 days if you want to try to play the CRL, but I think it's pretty much over. So that's how I'm looking at it, is that it's a tax loss for me. If I'm already going to sell it now, I'll just give it 30 days. But like, I'm not really, I think it's dead. I just think unless a miracle rabbit pulled out the hat, but otherwise it's going to be like 30 days to like 6 months on the next update. So the way I'm looking at it, I'll just hold till end of the year. I do have gains that I could offset with it, so it's going to be fine. And again, I say gains, but I have gone negative now on the year. After again, right in my unrealized losses would take me negative, but until I realize them, I have realized profits. So hopefully you understand what I'm saying, tax loss wise. Makes sense to average down and get your cost basis close to the. What do you mean? On Outlook? No, because it's failed. There's no opportunity anymore. So it's like, unless they get it, I'm telling you, what I like about it is the drug that they were going for. The wet AMD and where it's at, it's like, that's so realistically, why would I average down on the one that was close to getting it but didn't, when now there might be like 3 or 4 other companies that may have a better shot right now. So it's unfortunate. The beauty of it is like, you got to think about it. We were just zoning into the time. Because it met the criteria. They only had one drug. It was make it or break it. That's why they broke. But it's like, if that hit, I'm telling you, there's a reason. That's why I'm like, I went big for a reason on it. And if I lose on it, that's my fault. But that one, I don't lose any sleep on it, because that would have been a 50K, 100K winner if I was like, But unfortunately, that depended on getting that approval. So I'm not married to the company. I'm married to the idea. That's what I'm telling you. With the wet AMD drug approval, whoever gets this replacement, this off-label approval, if they are worth less than $1 billion now, I think they're going to instantly, get some money there. So that's even then, and I think Outlook at the time was less than 200 million market cap. That's what I was saying. I thought the upside was there, but unfortunately, I'd go for the idea, and now the play. You could wait for it if something ends up happening, but you should write that one off now at this point. But then again, like I'm saying, you don't have to take it right away and book the loss if it doesn't make any sense. So for me, if I book the loss today or at the end of the year, it doesn't matter. That's why I'm like, I'm just going to keep holding it and give me the benefit of unknown with time. But for the most part, I've already taken a majority of the loss. I have 10% remaining of my initial position, 10, 20%. Denali already came out. I think they got approval, but I don't even think they moved. But then theirs was for Alzheimer's stuff, I think. It wasn't related to the wet AMD. BA, no news. Oh, shit. I saw you guys calling that out, but I didn't see it, like, printing on the low ticker as much. That, you would think it was printing. Yeah, Boeing's down 2. Check SPR. Yo, Boeing is dying. Yeah, even SPR is starting to go down. Defense on the low. Maybe check LMT. SPY's going up, though, ironically enough. It does look like use. U.S. exploring possibility of delineating disputed Lebanon-Israel land border. I don't know if that's it, but something with Boeing. 2% down now. Yeah, it could be end of the month, too, and it has been very, crazy. I had Josh on speakerphone, and I met somebody from the cult today at Ralph's. No way. Those are always the best. U.S. crude oil production in June rose 1.6 to 12.8 million barrels, highest since February 2020. I walk around with Josh on speaker, just waiting to meet another Chad. I just wear copious amounts of cult gear, hoping that y'all recognize the homeless-looking, lizard-looking dude, and then be like, oh, my gosh. Last time he didn't know, bro. Last time I was covered in cult gear, and I had a cult chain on. Maybe he was just being respectful, because he was like, wait a minute. Are you Josh? And I was like, what gave it away, bro? What gave it away? And he was like, your voice. I said, huh, funny. Funny. It's like, when have you seen this many bulls? Except for the non-farms, because it's bullshit. Ralph's on Wilshire, LA. Oh, was that you? Was that who we met? In LA too, baby? Let's go. Wait, Koreatown. I go to the Ralph's. You know what Ralph's I go to? I go to the one by the Cadillac dealership in the Valley. I love that Ralph's. It's annoying as hell, though. But that was like the only Ralph's I would go to when I first moved to L.A. And then I hated going anywhere else. Yeah, I always go to that Ralph's. That's my Ralph's, man. The one with like the glass building, too. You know what I'm saying? You park underground. Then the carts. You always see the wildest people there, too. It's always fun. FFA warns of catastrophic 747-8 cracks at Bulkhead. Whoa. That's what Awaz said. I don't see that one. I'm looking for it, but if that's the case, that'll make sense. I mean, down 2%, and then everything's even going up. I don't know if that's it. That sounds like it'd be it, but I just don't. That sounds like crazy. Let's see. The latest thing I see is Boeing back on top for now. That was at 10:12 Eastern, though. That was 3 hours ago. Yeah, Ralph's Wilshire. Well, that's dope, man. I'm glad you guys. Did you guys have fun? Both of you are in the chat right now. You're like, I just met a Chad. I hope it was a good experience, man. And thank you both for playing the cult on speaker and allowing that to happen. That sounds really. It's a lot of fun. Any Chads I've ever encountered, it's always been a good time. It's always been a good time. Because it's awesome. Because if you ever meet a Chad, they're either going to be like one of the most wholesome dudes you've ever met. And you're going to just like, it's going to be like the best human experience you've ever had, or they're going to be really, really dope, and then they're also going to offer you drugs. So you got to find your balance on, no, not the worst. They're probably going to be the plug. That's it. It's like it's either it's half wholesome, half of you are the plug. I don't know how to describe it. That's why I feel like I open doors sometimes, and that's why I try to always speak positivity, and it's for everybody, because I don't know. It's like it's either really wholesome or that's it. You be like, I met the guy in Wilshire. He was a Chad, and then we were smoking a blunt in his car. What? How did that? I thought y'all didn't even he showed me his TD Ameritrade, and then we were like, and then we started doing it. And then man, I'm like, that makes sense. That's your niche. It's good, because that's it. The plugs, they don't like the world, but that's what they're into. And then the wholesome people, they don't like the world, but then they also understand I'm the mix. Because that's it, bro. You got to realize, the moment I say the F word, bro, the hardliners, the hardline wholesomers, they cut me out. And then the minute I tell them don't do shrooms, it's going to damage your mind, then all the plugs who then they get mad, I'm hurting their business. So then that's it. And then it just, so I get the side, with people with hope still for both sides. But you can't be a hardliner for Josh, unfortunately. China ICBC cuts deposit rates. That's old, but look at Boeing still. That one's coming down, man. I'd watch it. So that FFA news, I haven't been able to confirm it. There's some shit floating around there, but for the most part, Boeing is dying. Apple. We saw it. We called it out right when it popped. Lavrov, first they were saying stuff, Putin, and they were talking about Ukraine's peace plan and all, and they're just saying it's not going to happen. And then they were talking very hawkish towards it, and then wheat just jumped up from 600 to 650. I should have played that. I already thought I missed out because it was at 590. To sell NVIDIA yesterday, well, I don't know. I sold out at I sold out green, so I think I was at 496 though. Right? So this is the same price. Honestly, it's not even, nothing's changed. So I sold out yesterday. I missed out on like a little bit, but it's borderline the same exact price. I don't agree with you sometimes, but I'm all in for you, man. I got your back. Amen, bro. I feel the same way. I don't ever expect to agree with everybody, but you and Chad, you got my back. I got your back. I'll give you 7 hours every day, baby. Every day. Let's see. Maybe, I don't know. You got me talking about being a lawyer again, too, so maybe I'll get you some legal services in the future. Actually, I hope not, though. I hope not. Stay out of jail. Raul got his mind on that extended weekend. I'm telling you, that's what I'm worried about tomorrow. Like, low key, the non-farms is going to be massive if the data is massive and if it does what I told you already, where it gives the same trend. But dude, everybody is taking tomorrow off. Honestly, if I didn't already commit to non-farm payrolls, or if I didn't already commit to Jeopardy and not Jeopardy, Monopoly in the debate, I would have already dipped out early, man, because no one's gonna be there tomorrow. After the data comes out, no, the market, everybody's taking a 4-day weekend. So all the big guys, anybody else out there, there's gonna be a lot of computer trading tomorrow. Hong Kong might be closed because of weather. Oh yeah, they do that all the time. I didn't look at. I look at hurricane maps now. But then again, tomorrow, like I'm saying, tomorrow may not be crazy volume, but it's gonna get a movement just off of the data. Non-farms plus ISM, you're gonna get an opportunity to move. But whatever the movement is, it's gonna be just. I think you're gonna melt in that direction and then call it a day. We thought the same during December. It was. December kind of was though. So if you see the end of the year, I mean, right after the Japanese adjusted rates, which again was right here for us, we dropped, right? But then it chilled up until the beginning of the year, and then it went nuts. But even then, I think around this time last year, if you do go look in the beginning of September, I mean, end of the month we were low, it calmed down, then you had the big pop, and then everything just died. But then Jackson Hole, I think it kept people at home. What? Oh, I was looking at the charts. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle in the pitch. Friday Junior. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle, the man, the myth, the legend. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle. God bless you. This is Friday, baby. Friday Junior. I thought it was Friday now. That made me feel like it was Friday. Just breathe it in. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. Thank you. You guys feel that? Wow. I was late on it, too. I was looking at the charts. I was focusing on it. And then in the corner of my eye, I was like, I feel so. I didn't see it in the corner of my eye, but I felt it. You know, it's hard to describe, but I don't know if you don't, people don't know about the peach, but it's it's a feeling, and I felt it was. God bless you. I have heard of emergent biosolutions. We flipped out of it a couple times. But honestly, shout out to Flomax. I got to go to the bathroom again. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go to the bathroom here. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Watch out, 4521's a level. You just got Bradley Frizzle in the peach, man. I don't know what more you're asking for. It's a beautiful day. BRB.
Demonstrating that the Bitcoin market of today is not the Bitcoin market of 5 or 10 years ago. This market has matured. I think it's matured to the space that we can have a Bitcoin ETF available. And the big point is investors are allocating to Bitcoin already. They're using consumer apps. They're using other tools. All an ETF would do is make it safer, cheaper, and provide more regulatory protections to help investors get better exposure to something that they're finding their way to get exposure to as well. I will say we started this journey on spot Bitcoin ETFs 10 years ago, and the SEC was right to deny Bitcoin ETFs at that point. The industry wasn't ready. The institutions weren't ready. The infrastructure wasn't ready. But I think today it is, and it's time for us to move forward.
How do you move forward and win? You know, we just showed the calendar of everyone that could potentially have an ETF approved. It's quite a few of you. So how are you competitive against the large pack?
Yeah, Bitwise, crypto is all that we do. We've been doing this for 6 years. We work with thousands of financial advisors and tens of thousands of investors. We've helped them navigate the great parts of crypto and the challenges. I think some investors will want to turn towards large familiar asset managers like BlackRock, and others will want to turn to a crypto expert that they can call up and get answers from that are informed about what's going on in crypto. If you look at ETFs historically, specialist asset managers that focus on something 24/7, 365 win more than their fair share of assets. And that's what Bitwise is providing. You know, we're the largest crypto index fund provider in America, and we want to take that expertise into this spot Bitcoin ETF market and serve investors that way.
Bitwise CIO Matt Hogan, you know, just such a timely conversation. As it develops, come back and join us on Bloomberg Technology. Blow by blow. Thank you very much. Now, coming up here on the show, activist investors called on Salesforce to boost profits, and the company's making good on that bet. We'll recap the numbers from Mark Benioff's software empire coming up next. We're also looking at shares, by the way, of CrowdStrike, another earnings story, biggest intraday rise since May. The securities
CrowdStrike. What conference is going on? I'm not too sure. American Airlines customer welfare profile could take hit from fine. ESG insight. I didn't know they had that customer welfare profile. Man, that's well, American Airlines sucks. If it was Delta, we'd have a problem. You caught Josh so blindsided he didn't know what to say. I know. It was bro, that peach came by. I still feel it though. It's a blessing. AM Dizzle, is it dying? Because I feel like it is. Yeah. Again, all the chips right now. Again, AMD was the worst one so far. Intel, I think we're still on the green. Yeah, honestly. Where is AM Dizzle? We have not voted on the new badge yet. Is G-Set on your radar? Kind of. I like the news. I didn't play it the first time, and then the next day it just kept going. Maybe we should have, but I don't know how long it'll last. But Qualcomm CEO, all of the Apple rumors in the past, I think, you might get some movement, but just premium. But it's on the radar as far as the price and how to play it. That's the only issue. Any more news? I don't know. We shouldn't get anything else. I don't know if the oil stuff already came out. I think the latest thing tonight, big China data with their ISM manufacturing. But yeah, I think we're done for the day. You're going to get 50. You already got 15-year mortgage rates, 9 a.m. Yeah, everything's done for the day. Japan capital spending at night. Bank manufacturing PMIs for Japan. Caxton manufacturing for China. 3-month bill auction in Japan. And then house prices in Great Britain. All of that's tonight from 4 p.m. Pacific time to 11. And then by the time we wake up, that'll probably how those events play out will probably drive us. And then, hour before the bell, non-farms. Apple, Amazon, a lot of reds here. You're at the low of the day. Dow went red. So that was the leader in the morning when NASDAQ was actually a little bit lower. But now NASDAQ's the leader. Actually, Russell by 0.21. And then NASDAQ's 0.19, SPY 0.07. You are getting to the lower end of the candle. First time breaking this 45.20, pretty much getting into yesterday's levels now. We did it a little bit earlier, but now this is like a clean break. Honestly, it's kind of Raul from the top rope if you look at it. So 45.17, gap filled at 45.14. The level is once again 45.13. Apple, decently red candle. They're closer to going red than not. Boeing, we had that up. We don't know the news. It's still lower. Microsoft is flushing now 0.5%. And then the chip makers, NVIDIA went red now too. And then AMD, bro. AMD just sold off 290, I think, from the top. Tesla's still green by a core. That's about to go red too. So Apple, Tesla, barely on the cusp of green now. Chips selling off. And bonds are straight up. If you notice, bonds literally straight up. Zero reaction to anything today. Again, even from the data, they just didn't move. And then now, where does this put us? So watch out here. Yeah, now we're breaking all of the pre-market lows. So another new low here. You're breaking down. Again, it's not too bad. I mean, we did hit a new high today. Even 10 points higher than yesterday, 12 points. But now you're just going to get working back here, and we'll see. 4,500, I mean, realistically, that's kind of all you need to be watching for if this really is going to get ugly. Otherwise, if it moves, bounces, we'll see. But Raul, the green shoot hasn't showed up yet. Yeah, 10 years at the high. Dollar's up a ton. I know. I agree with that. I was thinking the dollar just making up the gap down, though. So I think it does ride on tomorrow, but the dollar is killing it. Which is weird, too, because then the yen is up still, ironically enough. Yeah, Raul's not with it. We'll see if the green. I'm just looking dollar. I'm saying the yen is. Honestly, I think that's one of the weirder features is that with the yen going up with bonds are usually catching a bid when the dollar goes up. Not all the time if you look at the two over the year, but just even then, the yen is a lot stronger today if the dollar's both up and the yen are up, but then other things are down. Could be China. Check the yuan. Yuan. Yeah, China's weakened by a quarter or strengthened. But even then, though, so this is everybody else. This is Mexico, Canada, Brazil, Euro. It's the euro. Never mind. I'm going to say this makes no sense then. Because you have a lot of currencies strong, but then the dollar is the euro. I forgot the euro and pound today. Remember people are saying euro below 105? Why is everyone trying to sell you life insurance? Because it's a really, really good commission. Colt should start an insurance company. No, insurance is kind of like messed up right now. Well, now it's better if you did it because you didn't get caught up with the drama. But like, so you know how banks had like held to maturity problems? This one's kind of wild. So like, you know how banks, I mean, think about it, years and years of low interest, zero interest. They bought all the bonds. Once the interest rates moved up, they started freaking out and they had to take all these losses. Well, think of what happened to insurance companies since 2020. All of those cars that they agreed and houses that they agreed to insure, they have changed values tremendously. So something that people are talking about with insurance companies is right now is that if you issued a lot of insurance and even if your rates didn't go up, it's like the value that you agreed to insure, a lot of things have changed since there. So there's kind of like a lot of underlying risk that exists with insurance companies per se. So doing it now, though, you would be a little bit better off, though, if you wanted to start an insurance company because you wouldn't fall victim to that. Taylor Swift still got the dollar up. You got a green shoots on other name. Dollar General ripped, so sell off. Then the ugliest one starts to bounce. My insurance rates have gone up 25% this year. But it depends. I mean, imagine, though, if they insured your car and your house from 2020, the amount they agreed to insure was probably way lower than that stuff's worth today. Neo, no. I play Neo on the hype. Otherwise, China plays, I'd go Baidu and JD. Maybe Baba if it comes lower. Can we talk about if you should have home insurance or not? My parents' house is paid off, but no insurance is expensive as hell with the hurricanes. So this one is a tough issue because I do think it is overpriced, a lot of insurance. But unfortunately, like, you need insurance, especially for your biggest asset. So if you could find a way to get it cheaper, you know, try to get the cheapest, or maybe you could only insure against certain things. But like low key, it's just, I've seen the weirdest things in real estate, and I'm telling you, like, I've seen tragedies in the sense of like, just get insurance. It's one thing to have. especially if the house is just paid off. That's just because, again, now, if there's a mortgage, the bank would have the risk. You're forced to buy insurance. But it's like, if anything happens, you know, that it could actually let you guys off way worse than expected. Because it's not just like, oh, I'll lose the house that's paid off. But what happens if you took out any money, if you have any credit lines, if you did anything beyond just like have the house paid off, if there's any values attached to it, it could put you in a very big financial debt situation, and it could change a lot of things. So pretty much you don't want that to turn into a liability. But like I've said, I've seen it like with old homes and like older people. We've helped out people a lot in the past, but like it's sad because I've seen people where they're older, they've paid off their home, they lived in it for 15, 20 years, and they because of Social Security, they're living on a fixed income, their house is cheap and paid off. They never they stopped paying insurance. They stopped paying a lot of things, especially they didn't have to with no mortgage, right? They even didn't pay their taxes. So it's just, I've seen it, but then I've seen their properties get damaged. And there's one dude, an old guy, and like he literally half of his property was lit on fire. But since he didn't have the insurance, like he continued to live like that. Until we were like, dude, you got to do something. Like, you could get refinanced, reverse mortgage. But the guy was literally living in a borderline. It wasn't that bad, because if it was too bad, they would have condemned it. But it was just like, dude, what? But then again, that's his money. And then he couldn't get all the value until he got it fixed. Even then, even a reverse mortgage, other things, he wasn't able to do that stuff until he brought it up to value. So, I don't know. I could give you a hot take right now, but I'm a big fan of them. I'm not a big fan of it if it doesn't make sense. But like, are you trying to save your parents money, or like, what's the idea there? Like, can your parents live comfortably, or is it like if saving that insurance money can make a big difference in their quality of life? That's what I would ask you, because there's another option, is what I would say. Your business premiums quadrupled despite no claims. So this is what they're going through. It's because the prices probably tripled. Did you get email? No. Wait. Oh, yeah, I did. They drowned you out. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Yeah, I got it, bro. I got it. Yep, I got it. We won't give them too much. I got it. Tesla federal probe. Is that different than yesterday's news? Remember, yesterday was DOJ. Best option is spend for peace of mind. Well, it depends. Like I'm saying, whoever asked the question, if you're really trying to get the answer for your parents, is like, if money is not, like, if again, quality of life, and I hope you guys think like this too, you know, it's one thing to have money or not, but like when you're realistically trying to find answers, like, we view it as quality of life. Do you get what I'm saying? So especially if some of you are trying to look out for your parents are older, you're trying to do things, right? Like, you have to really ask yourself, with their financial situation, how you're going to help. What's the quality of life? So it's like, if that insurance payment, it would not affect their quality of life, like, again, $1,000, $1,200 a month payment to insure their biggest asset, if that would limit them from medicine, food, again, just even enjoying retirement, even enjoying, like, doing nothing, you know, like, again, comfortably, if that got in the way, then what I would do is I would do a reverse mortgage. You're going to get mad because you the logic is you think that means you get no inheritance, but if pretty much your parents are older, have their house paid off, if and quality of life is getting affected by payments, reverse mortgage is the answer. Because then, especially with the market high, because if the real estate market crashes, right now a reverse mortgage is one of the best things you could do. Again, people don't like this all the time. There's a lot of negative towards the reverse mortgage. It's easy to get scammed. It's unregulated. You need a lot of information on it, and it's not offered by a lot. But like certain situations, especially where I'm saying house paid off and you're considering not insuring your biggest asset, I would say do a reverse mortgage, because then the bank will give you money, not ask you to make a payment. Your parents can live there and not have to pay the fees. You see what I'm saying? And the asset is still protected. If a hurricane hit and the house got knocked down, it's the bank's problem and not your parents. So that's the way I would go about it if that was the case. Otherwise, if they don't care about it, like that insurance payment is not affecting quality of life, it would be a big mistake to not buy insurance. Tom Selleck got to Josh. No, bro, I've known about I've been talking reverse mortgages for a while. Like, I've known a lot about them, but like there's a lot of scams on them back in the day, but like I'm mad I'm not 62 years old. That's all. If I could get a reverse mortgage right now, I would do it. 100%. I wish. The bank does not get the title at the end. That's the thing. Most people think you're giving your house to the bank. No, they could only give you 60% of the value. So they just put a mortgage on your house that reverse amortizes, where instead of paying the payment, if you don't pay the payment, it goes and it amortizes on your loan. It's the same thing that kind of caused the 2000 bubble or 2008 in the sense that if you didn't pay your payment, you could add the payment to the principal. But then that's what allows the older people to live in their house and not make a payment. But then it's like 60%. So that's why it's like, let's say that, God forbid, you did a reverse mortgage, right? And then your parents passed away or whoever passed away, then the house would be a forced sale. So you could either refinance and pay the 60% back that your parents got in cash. So it's not like the money didn't go to nobody. It's like the idea is give it to the people who need it at the later ages of life. But as long as you either refinance the loan, or even if you sell the house, if the house is worth $2 million, $1 million, and you sell it, you pay back the 600 or whatever it was, and then you keep the rest. So you still own the property. It's just a loan. 60%. Yeah, so it allows old people to pull out 60% of their equity at the current price so that they could live off of it, and then they're not required to make a mortgage payment. So the idea is if you're above the age, you only qualify if you're a senior citizen. They only give this loan to old people because that way it allows you to live in your house, keep your home, not, if you have medical payments, whatever, that's it. You have to pay it back with the value of the property, or again, you could pay it back over time. It's up to you. Or if depending on if you have descendants or not, or next of kin, they can't take it. That's the whole point. That's the misconception. So if the house is $1 million that your mom or dad lives in, they could pull out 60%. So the bank will give them $600,000 in a credit line for them to live off of, and then they're not required to make a payment. So even if they pass away, even if they passed away the next day, the max you could pull out is 60%. So on that $1 million house, if whoever had the money in their bank account, they would say, pay us back the $600,000 or sell the house and pay us back our $600,000. So however you choose to pay the bank back for the money that your parents took, usually there should be double the value left or 40% of the value left in the house. Yeah, it's a covered call on your house, borderline. So then that way, even if they said, I don't have $600,000, they would sell the house for $1 million. Then the bank would get $600,000, and then you as the descendant would get $400,000 profit. So you don't get cheated out of your inheritance. That's a misconception. That's where it has a very bad rep, because people assume, they're like, I don't want my parents to do. They're like, why would we give up all the money to the bank? It's like, no, it's a loan. But are you ready for this? This is where it gets crazy. Yes, that's the best question. This is where it gets nuttier for this one. Are you ready? It's the most perfect thing if you think the market is going to crash. Because now, go back to the same scenario. $1 million house, they'll let grandma take 60%, right? So now the house is worth $1 million. You get it appraised, and you do that loan, and they give you $600,000. And then the real estate market drops, and then the house goes down in value to 800 or 700. What just happened? The bank already gave you 60% LTV. So now house, you could go take that money and go buy your neighbor's house for half off now if you wanted to. So in that case, you're protected because you still don't have to make a payment, but now the bank just loans you more than the house is worth. So the bank takes the L. You sold that preem and buy. Well, no, you have to buy it back at the same price, but eventually you may, if that price never goes back up and you took out all the cash and got paid more in cash up front, you might be willing to say, okay, well, I'll just live in this house for free, do whatever you want, and then you could use that money to do anything else you'd like. You could literally go buy another rental house cash. There's no payment required. That's what I'm saying. It's not. So if you did a reverse mortgage and the market dropped 20, 30, 40, 50%, you would be the ultimate winner. Why don't private companies do reverse mortgages to younger people? It's not a good loan. The banks don't make it's like I'm telling you, there's many ways the bank can lose on this, and then they still only get 60% LTV. Even if you hold till 30 years, and assuming they make it that long, it's not a good loan for the bank. That's why most banks don't even give them. That's why, but it's required for the 62 or 65 and up. It's something we have for older people in our community and society. It's not a very common loan. But then there's a lot of scams and other things that happened in the 70s and 80s with it that made it people not really like it. But it's still quite prevalent, more or less. But you only hear it at late night commercials and then other places. So you just shorted your own house? Exactly. If you could qualify for the reverse. Yeah, and it's harder to loan out to. Exactly, because that's the whole idea. These old people live in their houses, they're paid off. But like, dude, if you don't have income, fixed income, you can't even refinance. How are you going to get your money out? And then if prices go up, these old people get screwed. So that's why they have Social Security and stuff like this, to make sure that people will get taken care of for the most part. The house doesn't have to be paid off completely, but you could only pull out up to 60%. So if you owe 30%, you could only borrow an additional 30. The loan will not allow you to go above 60% LTV. Yeah, I think you have to be 62 to qualify. Otherwise, you don't qualify for this loan. You missed a lot of activity. We had ISM Chicago numbers, gave us a bigger move than PCE, which came in line. And then now we started to drop down here. Did we fill the gap, actually? This started, I don't know what it was. And then we had Boeing, but I think it's just normal movement. Bonds have stayed up. And then that's it. Why would you not cash out refinance? You would have to qualify for it, but then also a normal refinance requires a monthly payment. So again, it's for old people. So that way, this loan, it reverse amortizes. A payment is not required. So then that way, old people can live and not be forced to make a rent or mortgage payment and still have access to capital. Yes, it is all tax-free too. Again, look into it. I have somebody I could like send it to you if you have parents on there. But like I said, you need to look into it a lot. I could answer a lot of questions, but this is really only for your parents if you're actually considering that. So again, we got into this discussion because somebody was asking about whether or not they should pay for insurance on their parents' house that's paid off. So like I'm saying is like, yo, you don't want to hurt your most valuable investment. And it's like, if you're trying to do anything to make sure your parents could live comfortably, that's what I would do. They have to pay taxes on whatever income they have, but they don't have to pay taxes on the LTV money that comes in, or the loan money. Bro, another flush. Tesla, Microsoft. I mean, China names are being pretty stable. That wasn't Microsoft. That was Apple and Tesla. I thought Microsoft was there too. But now you broke 45.13 quite easily. Honestly, bro, you did this with a lot of steam. I mean, I'd argue this is like 16, 17 points in about 30 minutes. Did Euro close? That was actually an hour ago. Honestly, we had a bounce and then we sold off from Euro close. Interesting. So gap has now been, remember, we did that yesterday and then we had a monster bounce. I don't know. That was a lot later though. So by 9:43 yesterday, we had already dropped and bounced. And then bonds are still up. That's the ironic part about all of it. Just did not move at all related to anything. And like I was telling you, we had more of a reaction to the Chicago PMI than the PCE. But now it's constantly been down. If you look at it pre-market from PCE opening and now, it just, I mean, you have not hit a higher high since the data, the first set of data, and now we're just setting the lows. Or I guess you did set that afterwards. But I think we were higher pre-market. Gold short term, I mean, it's picking up there. It's kind of moving with the dollar, but I don't know. I really only have like macro views on gold. I just think, wait, I liked it during the debt ceiling stuff, but it's just like, just wait until the rates. But it has been moving a lot. But then again, if you get in today, you're paying the last premium of the month. You know, it's already moved up a decent amount. Magnificent Seven reminds me of GameStop. Nah. Ain't nothing remind me of GameStop except GameStop. Bro, that's what I was thinking about the other day, because they split, but like, dude, it's kind of mind-blowing. I'm telling you, dude, this is crazy. This is, I don't know, it's tinfoil if you want to, but like, bro, the market is like, it's broken. I know it sounds crazy. Some of you guys don't like it. You like, you know, it's hyperbole. I'm speaking in hyperbole. Calm down. Anytime I say it's crashing, it's hyperbole. Calm down. Relax a little bit, okay? But like, seriously, think about it. The fact that this thing, the GameStop saga, is like over, but like, dude, the fact that it's still up like 600-700 times from what it was, because remember, it's not like they were going down and they were already down before everything. But it's like this, the GameStop thing hasn't even unwound yet. Do you get what I'm saying? I was thinking about this the other day. I think that in and of itself is absolutely insane. Because like I've seen the weed stocks do it in 2014, and like they held up, and it took like a couple of years to unwind. But it's like legitimately, you still have some of this like just money and hyped up stuff. It still exists. Like it's right in front of you. So it's I don't know what that says about the market or market health long term, but it's like that's really out there. Oh, you're going lower again? Bro, you're taking another hit. Apple, Tesla was the leader on the day earlier. Bro, you're low-key flushing. This is now 10 points from here. A solid over like 23 points from 9-12. In 30 minutes, you're doing about a point a minute. Low-key, yeah, it's getting pretty flushy. Vaccine stocks, BioNTech, flush. On the low by $1. It's not loading up there. NASDAQ on the low. And then bonds are kind of reacting as it started to get a little, like, you know, again, it's been straight melt up. These little flushy candles got the bonds moving down. Weed stocks up 17. My goodness. I don't know what happened. Nothing, but it just more or less, it kind of just looks like continuation off of the PCE. Maybe, again, the PMI, but we hit a high pre-market. We hit a high just below it. It was still higher than the day before, but ever since then, we've been going down. But you've seen this setup a couple of times. How many times pre-market, sell off, come back up, sell. But this one just looks a little bit more aggressive. But, you know, giving you the daily chart, you could see where we stand here, or just the last couple of days. TV Azteca and Roku to partner on streaming and advertising in Mexico. Go back to the 5-day. It's a constant melt. That's why it's like, and tomorrow is non-farms. I mean, remember, what was it, NVIDIA? Wasn't it green and then we flipped red and then we had to wait for the data? But so far, tomorrow. And then also holidays. Mulan, I think you play it if you want to get flipped, but like, not like you get clapped, but like if you want to flip the stock back and forth, like maybe on that news. But I don't like Mulan, and I have not heard good things about Mulan. I don't even think they've made a car yet. So, like, I don't even like Neo and Xpeng, but at least they got, like, cars that you've never seen before being delivered in China. TV Azteca, Roku. Inflation is our fault. What? I thought it was... I just blame Donald. It's been working really good. IDYA, that went crazy yesterday. It's at a 52-week high, very illiquid. What was the play we made earlier today? Ford. That ended up coming down. Remember Ford and GM? Off that EV news. Mulan trucks are wimpy. It's just weird. I don't know, though. Like, you guys don't think it's weird that you're, like, living through a generation with more car companies than you've ever seen? Because I went the first good majority of my life with the only car companies I knew was everything in Need for Speed and Forza. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, you didn't have, like, 15. There was not a Mulan, a Xpeng, a Rivian, a Lucidian, whatever. Like, you know what I'm... Dude, there's so many cars, like, now. Like, I'm just like, dude, I don't know. So, just all in general, I mean, I'm a car guy. So I don't know. I like certain ones, but Lancer Evolution, the 7, bro, the 7. I'm not an 8.8 guy. The 7 though, killer. Nvidia on the low. Still only down 0.5% though from yesterday. You got your Lancer as garage candy. Bro, if it's a 7, bro, those are so ill. Peach anniversary, baby. Evan Coach Sar. Learned so much from Josh in the chat over the years. Thankful and blessed. Long live the long term, baby. Amen. Horna. Let's go, baby. I'm talking about Evan the Warrior. My man's a warrior, bro. A warrior. Don't forget, baby. Let's go. Keep whooping ass for the right reasons in a sanctioned event for the right. You know what I'm saying? I love it, baby. God bless you. And thank you, my man. You've been a vibe. Way to be a homie over the years. Short term is funner. It is, but you don't want that fun. You know why? Short term, I've lost, what, 35,000 on 2 short term plays? I had fun. You didn't have fun. I had fun. Did you? No. You know why? Because it's not, if you're not ready for that shit, it's not, like, again, you would be much better off if you were holding off anything else. Did I say 2 days or 2 weeks? I'm counting Rite Aid and then the biotech. Again, I will focus. I also made, what, $4,000, $5,000 in a day on Target. We had $2,000 on Disney. You could do all that stuff, but, like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not, like, short term it's a different ball game. And it's like, you just have to understand what it is. And, like, it's fun if you're using an amount that you will be okay having fun with. But at the same time, if you were taking short term, you know, trying to make your life out of it, it's not going to be as fun. I promise you. So that's, I mean, there's ups and downs. It's the same respect. You're going to go through it all, but it's like short term is like a real, you know, you got to really be set up for it. And again, if that money, you care about it and that will make you determine fun or not, oh man, then you better come to this realization quickly. Because there's again, like I'm saying, you could make wins and losses and like they come and go, but it's like how that's going to affect you and how you're going about it. It may be fun, but it's like if that's going to negatively affect you or if that's going to put you in a bad situation, don't put short term there. That because long term it's a guaranteed W. Mm-hmm. Free drinks at the casino. But it is. I mean, I'm saying you got to realize it wouldn't be if it wasn't fun or like again, I think fun is the bad word. Is like I do think there is some element of being fun, but the way I look at fun is immediate gratification. Are you with me on that? So you could say fun. I'm not like, oh yeah, it's exciting. No, I'm talking immediate. Like I do this, give me that. Boom. I go in, give me that. I see play, give me money. This, you know what I'm saying? Like it's immediate gratification. That's all it is. So it's like if you want more immediate gratification, that's why I'm saying even on the biotech, it's like that one was that out of any play, that was the least frustrating play because it worked exactly how it should have with a biotech. But it's like, dude, that would have been a $50,000 day for me. And I would have been down. I wanted that. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, if it did go against me, I knew the exact dollar amount I was putting in. But it's like, I hope you're getting the idea. It's not fun. It's just immediate gratification. There's some times in some plays and sometimes where, you know, if you could put your money to work and get immediate return, oh my gosh, it's amazing. But you have to also understand, though, there's a limit. I mean, that's just at the same time, if you're using an amount where it will not be fun for you, then that's where you have the problem. But for the most part, go as you please. Like I said, I do it myself, but at the same time, you got to make sure you control it with an amount that's not going to let you get all crazy. It kind of I don't know, I wasn't going to give this PHILO, but I could give this. It's kind of related, but not related, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It is gambling. It is. I always say it. I always call it that. I know I could say you could properly speculate too, but at the end of the day, though, it's like it all depends on how you are going about it. in the sense of like, go ahead, gamble a little bit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't, gambling is a very interesting thing, but I hope it's not an attachment or love of money or immediate gratification. And if that's where it becomes more of an issue. Like, what's the... Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Maybe we could do it. Maybe I'll say... I had a good philo for today. I might save it, because this one... I don't know. I'm going to say this one to you, but I don't know if it relates. I think it relates. In my mind, I have a connection that relates to what I'm about to what we just said and what I'm about to tell you now for your philo. So I hope you're ready for it, chat. I hope you're ready for it. ADTX paused due to volatility. Amen. So you tell me, Chad. I got a philo for you, and honestly, man, what you know how this wasn't supposed to be the philo, but I think we could talk about it, and I really liked it. I don't know where it came from, bro. I saw this on my Instagram through a reel. You know why? And this is what I'm telling you. Your first thing, honestly, for this weekend, bro, especially if you have not been feeling peaceful, I really encourage you over the weekend to train your algorithm. Okay? And what I mean by that, on your Instagram, your TikTok, your YouTube, try to find content and only interact with content that is like positive. And seriously. Because I'm telling you, I've trained my algorithms and they just be giving me the content that I'm like, wow, it's so beautiful to just get some lifted up stuff. And I know, call it what you want. I know it's just corny, wholesome, whatever, but like seriously, good. Yeah, even if it's like Cats and Lansdale, for real though, if that is what is good for you, and if that, like, just if you ever have any habit, you see it, because like I'm telling you, that's where I'm giving you a philo today. I don't even remember. I don't even know if I liked it or not, but I just remember hearing this, and it reminded me of this talk. So I'll ask you guys the question. Have any of you guys ever had trouble getting out of bed? I tell you to wake up and drive, but you could be real. Have you ever had trouble waking up? And I'm not not that you were tired. You know what I'm saying? Not that you were tired, but just like you know, mentally. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even then, like, some people, they've said that. They said they cannot get out of bed. They don't feel good, whatever it may be. It could be depression. You don't want to deal with it. It could be a lot of things. Yeah, I think most humans should have felt this, but think about it. Why? If that is your problem, or if you could think back to the days where you don't want to get up, why? Yeah, why are you mentally exhausted? But like, have you thought about why? It's crazy. If you expect every single day to be the same, to be mundane, you just think that's what you're sitting there laying down, and you're like, man, I got to go to work. I'm going to do this. They're going to yell at me. And then they're going to do this. And then I got to deal with this guy. And then I'm going to go home. And then I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to spend money on the damn gas. Then I'm going to have to buy this. And then someone's going to need. And then, you know what I'm saying? It's like, to a degree, you kind of already know what is going to happen. You have an expectation of everything being the same. Whether it was good or bad, even if it's good, sometimes that's why you could be living in the best moment of your life and not wake up with that kick. And you're like, why do I feel like this? Because you even got used to the good sometimes. Y'all feel me? I hope you do. Because now, think back to when you were a kid. How about that? If I told you these two words, field trip. I know you guys are hard asses now, you know what I'm saying? You talk about the economy, you talk smack, you got jobs, you got money, long term, but no. All of you, when you heard the word field trip, how did you feel? You're already excited, huh? Yeah, it just made you smile, bro. You know why? Because exactly, we all have a feeling. I'm sure we all remember a field trip. And just think about it, though. That day of the field trip, exactly, you're out of bed. You're ready to go. You're dressed up. You made sure the form was already there. Like, you're ready to go. That day of the field trip, you do not wake up different. So, do you get the whole point? Because back then, as a kid, there was something unexpected. You knew the day you didn't live enough days to think it was all going to be the same. You were like, oh, I'm about to go here. I don't know what's going to happen if we take a bus. Who's going to drive? Who's going to do this? Oh, what happens if we going to go to the zoo, bro? I ain't never seen a zebra. Like, but think about it. You had an element of unexpected every day that you were kind of like down with. Like, you got to think about it. That's why, like, when you first started socialize, you remember the first time you, like, socialized with people outside of your family, and you're like, oh, this is cool. You know, like, talking to people is a cool thing. Because there was unexpectedness. Because now it wasn't like, oh, I go and say this to my mom or dad. I already knew what they were going to say back to me. Oh, can I do this? No. I want to do stocks. It's gambling. You see, but you talk to other people, you got an unexpected response. Sometimes, though, that even explains how we behave at certain moments, too. Oh, I don't know if you feel me on that. Sometimes it wasn't the right answer. You just got the unexpected answer, and you were down to listen to it, if you think about it. ADTX, really? That was just halted. 60%. I think it just came up here. No news. So, Chad. It's super simple, man. I really like. That's what I was saying with everything else. I don't know if you saw the connection or not, but it's like, dude, you got to embrace the unexpected. Like, seriously, that's honestly, I love this stream, man, and I do love the market. It's funny because, like, I've had people comment lately. They're like, bro, you have anxiety. You're gonna get anxiety when you're older. How do you do this? How do you? Yeah, I'm like, dude, I love this. Every day there is something new. There's something unexpected. The answer to this is to start expecting the unexpected. You see what I'm saying? Dude, wake up with the day. Go about your day. Work your ass off. Work hard. Get to what you need to. But you need to start looking around like it's not going to fall how you think it's going to fall. I'm not talking about the market. I'm talking about the cards, the chips. It's like everything. You got to anticipate some unexpectedness. And and that's where you're going to get your excitement from. That's where the things are going to change. That's where life, you're not damned to one route because, again, there is that expectation of unexpected. It's not going to be like every day. That's why, in a weird way, you know, we try to boil down the market to see what it looked like and like this and that, but every day it has something unexpected. And that's where I hope you could apply it. I hope the market could teach you that. So you could learn that and apply that to your everyday life because that's what's going to get you out of bed every morning. That's what's going to kind of wake you up a little bit where you're like, man, what am I getting into? What am I going to do today? I don't know what I should do. What's my purpose? Well, what's going to happen? If that answer is unexpected, oh my goodness, you got a lot more runway than thinking you already know what's going to happen, even if you do know what's going to happen. But that idea could be the difference between waking up with in drive or not. So, Chad, the PHILO is expect the unexpected and embrace it because it does happen every day. And when you start realizing that truth, you may be opened up to more of the opportunities around you because you're going to be like, wow, It isn't every single day. You know, it's not like this wasn't yesterday. And if that could change up, what's going to happen tomorrow? And then what does that mean about your future? Again, there's a lot of unexpectedness, and when you embrace it, you don't know what's going to happen, but you live a little different versus thinking you know what's going to happen. So, Chad, I hope you like it. I like this one a lot. I hope you can take this one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out that Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Screaming Large Boot Camp and real estate costs. That's it, man. I loved it too, man. I really did. That's why I was like, you know, I have another PHILO. I can't wait, but that one was kind of just more impromptu. Just with how we were talking about some things. The PHILO bounce does not fail, dog. That's it. Amen. Amen, Lord. That's it. We got to take a minute, focus on what really matters, you know, think a little, and then boom, the stocks will work itself out. But one of these days, we did have a fat PHILO sell-off. I won't lie to you, man. We had one of them. Some days PHILO, though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad, man. I think I needed to hear it too, man. So it's always beautiful because, you know, but I'm glad you felt the same way that I did, you know, and if not, I hope, again, regardless of your religion, beliefs, whether you like me, not anything, I hope you heard it, and I hope you got the truth of what it is there, you know. Just get excited, baby, of unexpectedness. But on that note, I need to give you some Uncle in a potty break. All right. The song just comes in when you play it. It's like,
yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m.
Right,
4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Too long, and I didn't get me a water, and I gotta feed this bladder somehow. All right, BRB.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double dare. I changed the plan, I don't fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance It's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg. I planned it and I got it. Long-term Luka Doncic with the options. I'm Giannis, feel like Jokic with the passes. I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser. I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop a thought of faking. Thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I called that, and I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Uncle Chatadonia. We did it. Man. Post PHILO, Uncle. It's in the books. The market got a PHILO bounce. There is Mr. Green Shoot. Yes, it's on all platforms. Yes, Uncle answers. YouTube has all of it. Spotify. Whatever you need. But just use it in the gym. I'm telling you. Don't sleep on it for the gym. That's how I've been using it. That's all. That's all. It's really, really good. And yeah, every time bro, the Oval Office one, I mean, I say it humbly. You know, just, you got to listen to it 30 times. That's all I'm saying. It will take you about 30 to 50 times, and you will understand everything in it. But then once you listen to it 30 times and understand, like, bar for bar, then you got to compare it in context as, like, the things are said, and then go and compare it to then the little baby one. You already got the little baby comparison, but I'm just, so don't worry. Give it time. But you'll see every time. It's not even like, it's the accuracy of what he would say. I think it would be his flex, but then it's like, it's crazy because legitimately, like, Biden and little baby would be like off by one word. Like, I'm telling you, they could say the same, just changing one word. That's what makes it so phenomenal. It's not, I mean, like, they are on the same wavelength. I'm just like, you could change one word and it could be so prophetic, but just off of one word. And it's amazing that like low key, just Biden got the flow. It's nuts. The original song is called Freestyle by Lil Baby. It was one of his biggest songs, actually. Yeah, and I don't know, with ADXT, I didn't see any approval. It's just moving, though. I think it's hype. I have F350. I haven't listened to it yet. So, ADT, right when I switched away, it just got unhalted. $19. But I just got it. I haven't got to see it. Or listen to it. Let's listen together. Honestly, I might though, low key, because I did that with you guys with the Oval Office one, and like, I don't know, it's kind of, I might just do that, just pre-release it to you guys so that we could tune the audio. It kind of worked. Arts only not, is that ADTX or what's Arts? Yeah, I was gonna say. Like, I mean, after the little ICCT thing, I'm sure people are gonna be looking for one of those. Halt and go crazy. Sold DG shares for a flip. If you got in from earlier today, if you played that post earnings, that's fire. Intel's launching. Yo, Intel. So we're already in it this time. That one's good. Yo, Intel's going nuts. What do we got? I see Intel shows off. That's 907? Nope. Check Intel. Check any of the other chip makers. You're getting a pretty nice size pop there at the high. That's actually huge for Intel. 50 cents. It's not the biggest, but something's going on. Check any of the sympathies. Oh, I see. Intel Stellantis. Nothing. Could be nothing, maybe end of the month. I mean, it is a value play that's underperforming. Like I'm saying, 1% is big enough, but it's not like... Yeah, I don't see anything else either. Could be end of the month. I mean, remember, today's the last day of August. Month-end window. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot. Same thing happened in April, but that's a big pop on Intel, but it's not big enough to be like breaking news. And then I guess some other names are climbing up, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get news if no news arrives in 5 minutes on that. Then I would just say it's month end. AMD's awful. I'm down $200 on it, $2 a share. Bought at 108, it's at 106. And then Intel we're up on. We closed small profit on NVIDIA. Intel I got $1 per share. We have 500 shares. So that's it. So if I close out Intel and then AMD at the same time, we could still walk away net profit on all the chip plays, but it'd be small. Maybe like $200. But like I said, I'm going to still hold Intel. I like that one. Okay, what the hell is happening? It's going up again. We're already in it, so I don't know. Like this time, no chasing required unless you want to get into it now. But I have no idea what's going on with it. Remember that 8K solar commission? Yeah. You gonna tell me it doubled? ADTX big halt up on no news. That's just movement. So again, YouTube Chad said that play only has like 120,000 shares or something like that. And then Melly's running up. Where's the other one? Snow came down. $190,000 float. Thank you. Damn. You closed 4 more sales after that for 31K since then? No way. How long has that been? Dude, that's very good. Good for you. I'm very impressed by that. Dude, keep that up. That's actually really hyped. See, and and I know someone like, why is that flexing? No, because that's not based on a financial transaction. That's putting your hand to work. You know what I'm saying? That's getting out there and doing, you know what I'm saying? That cannot be taken back off of China news tomorrow. So that's very, very good, man. Hell yeah. Especially if you have long term, that's $15K a month. Dude, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. No Intel news. I don't know yet. I have my scanner up. I got one set just for Intel, but I'm not seeing anything. It could just be end of the month, rebalance, window dressing. Again, Intel is the underperformer of any. That's why I said I've been holding it, but other than that, I don't see anything. The dividend's already paid. There's no real just month end if you want that value for chips. The Groupon going. Is it the same situation? We might start seeing that. If there's no news and these things just start, like pretty much, if it moves under like 3 to 4%, you know it's not like a buyout. But then if it's just like these random pops with like absolutely no news, this could just be the window dressing. End of the month type beat. 36. Yeah, 37 is the high. CEOs speaking at a conference. Yeah. Well, that's good info. I could try to find it if you could get me that. So let me check. That's at least an update. So I'll take it. I'll take it. There you go. Another Deutsche Bank conference. It might not be public. I'll see if I could get it. Wonder what the fuck he said. But there's usually a headline. Otherwise, the analysts are just front-running it before you. Started at 10:15. Event calendar. Technology conference. I have it. I hope it works. Oh, I might be in unless they block me. Tulsa Pop.
Already rampant like crazy, and that's
this is it. Pat Gelsinger, CEO. I got it live.
This is an important technology statement. And then Intel 3.
It's kind of quiet.
Starting those for Sierra Forest imminently, I would assume.
So this is what it's reacting to. I have it live, but there's no headlines. You got to listen and play if you want. You can't wait for this.
Sierra and Granite that we've been
so we're already in it. That's the easiest. That's the best part about this. So
and now it's both
we're just
dialing
chilling.
in the process and any final refinements to the design, and then we'll soon be sending what we believe will be the production wafers into fab on Intel 3.
Great. Then the longer-term one, and the real question on the technology side is that transistor leadership at 18A is interesting not only because Intel catching up, of course, which is important, but also there's some significant transistor architectural changes on both the ribbon FET side or gate-all-around as well as on the power via the backside power.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about where you think you are relative to the competition on those to truly differentiate.
Yeah, and remember.
All right, so listen to this. All you AI nerds, you better pay attention on everything. But there's no headlines coming out for this. The headlines are going to come out later. But if they say anything, especially financial, or there's anything good, that could be huge.
FinFET, moving the gate.
And good work, ASMR, bro. We're going to talk. Let's listen to this. But bro, very hyped, man. Very proud of you.
Transistor change. Right, so it isn't just like we're saying, oh, okay, let's go create a new transistor. You have to invent new molecules, new physics, new chemistry, work with the equipment vendors, and we're now to the point that we're quite confident that we have it all figured out, for the gate-all-around transistors. And like I said, I was there just yesterday, and I view the gate-all-around transistor that we're now producing.
Yeah, that's interesting. It could be old news, too, honestly, so listen.
If you're a device physicist, you look at
they said something new, though. This isn't, they don't just pop 2-3%.
Right?
It was small at first, but now it just keeps going.
For us. And now it's, of course, creating an elegant transistor, but then getting it that it's volume, reliable, producible, performant, et cetera. But we're in the final throes, of that, as we said, to deliver transistor leadership next year. But the one that has really surprised the industry was backside power, right? And being able to do
this is Intel CEO live at the Deutsche Bank Technology Conference.
Flipping it over, connecting
so the stock just started popping. There's no headlines, and we were like, why the hell is it moving? And then we found out he's speaking live, and we just pulled this up.
The backside network. And,
so listen, you might get a gem, but if not, then at least we know why, and then it'll fade.
As you get from the new transistor, right? And this is an area that Intel is.
But a lot of people are saying it sounds kind of old, but they said something a couple minutes ago.
Analysts and others have come out from some of our disclosures there. So this is an area that I'll say has been a profound leadership statement, right? Hey, the transistor, Samsung's working on gate-all-around, so is TSMC, and ours is a work of art. We'll see how theirs show up. But the backside power is now an unquestioned area of leadership. And it's really important because as you get to these very high performance, and particularly as we start seeing high performant AI chips, things like power delivery, IR droop, and also moving all of that power network to the backside and giving you more signal integrity, on the design, it's highly, I'll say performant, but also highly designable. Right, and that's what we're finding from
watch out. Market's coming up to VWAP, and this is 45.21. We've talked about this price a lot today.
Right, so
if that rejects, it won't be good.
Foundry customers are paying for how many millimeters square is their design going to take. And if I can get more millimeter square for their design per wafer, wow, then that makes my wafers that much more valuable to them as foundry customers. And some of the early designs there have been really quite impressive. The area improvements that they're able to get because of the backside power and the performance improvements because of a better
ADTX is halted already.
Delivery and the
so you were right that it got unhalted,
really good about
but then it got halted again.
And of course we're not
so you
done,
see that?
Right? Yesterday they gave me
it
all
resumed,
the one after that and the one
and then it got paused.
So, this is a race. Right, to the future of science, chemistry, physics, and manufacturing, and we're feeling good.
Why don't we stick with the foundry side because you mentioned it before. where do you think the biggest advantage Intel will have in taking market share in that will reside? Is it going to be from the technology side? Is it going to be the geopolitical issues that we have in supply diversification? Where are you seeing the customers who are interacting with you showing most interest?
Yeah,
it did go up $4.
Stuff,
You're right.
Wants more
it did go up $4. I didn't. My chart didn't even update.
Company that provides that. Everybody wants good transistors.
No, I've never had a Liberia. What's that?
So they can
what did I
build
just
better
say?
Products. Okay, per the last update, we feel like we're making good progress and we're getting a lot of interest from customers in that respect. Obviously, everybody wants diversity in their supply chain. Right? I don't want to be incumbent in one place, somewhat irrespective, right, of the geopolitical aspects. Give me more, choice, more diversity. I want good cost, right, as well, right? And hey, we realize that we're going to have to go win, right, on the value proposition that we present to customers, and we think about it as power, performance, area, and cost.
You kind of sound like a more professional Mr. Mackey.
They have to be able to build their designs very effectively.
And
then
know.
I'm going to have to keep
Mr. Pat
cost
Gelsinger.
as we go establish our presence here.
This is the CEO of Intel.
We are off on doing all of those, and we're feeling quite good. For that.
Feeling quite
but
good.
the near-term thing that's been most unexpected is our advanced packaging.
But we got advanced packaging,
right? And this is proving to be a big on-ramp.
It's really, really big.
For foundry customers, because right now there's an industry-wide shortage, of technologies like TSMC's CoWoS. Right? Our technology, Foveros, is a little bit different than that, but largely is solving the same problem, right, in a very effective way. So right now we have, I'll say, everybody who's doing high-performance computing, right, and a lot of that is driven by the AI surge, right, is looking at us to become a complementary advanced packaging partner, for them. And, I believe this will prove to be a big on-ramp for foundry customers, because if I can satisfy a near-term
They don't like the
urgent
foundry
need,
talk.
Get them comfortable with us and trusting us as their foundry supplier.
I still don't see. I don't even have a headline come out for them yet.
Wafer supplier as well, I think is huge. And also, when we call it on the slide here, we call it an open systems foundry. I have a lot of capabilities that TSMC or Samsung doesn't have. I do high performance computing. I do advanced packaging. I do thermals and systems. I do, I/O.
Did it just come out? There you go.
Leadership position in silicon photonics.
I got you.
We have leadership technology, at multiple levels.
So yeah, the headline's coming out now. Intel is presenting at Deutsche Bank Tech's conference.
So I think this, the idea
they're like halfway
of the
done.
Open Systems Foundry will be very differentiated, for us. And in this surge of how do I build high performance computing, and if you think about, the world of, I'll say, Xeons and data centers, it was getting a little bit boring. It's like, okay, let's go from 32 cores to 48 cores. No, I need 56. No, maybe 64. It was getting reasonably boring. AI is anything but boring in terms of the amount of innovation it's bringing into data center scale. And so much of that is what Intel's good at. So I think it really opens up new avenues of interest from foundry customers, to look at us for not just our products, but our semi-custom products and our foundational technologies.
So the last question on the foundry side, just because we could go on that for hours, but we have a lot of things to hit on. When you talked about getting the costs right, you can get the technology right, all those other services that are unique to Intel can be great, assuming you can get the service orientation of the foundry into your culture. But the cost of building things in the Western world as opposed to the Eastern world is just inherently more expensive. Now, I know the CHIPS Act...
And then spies still have VWAP at the level.
Where do you think that Intel needs to land
He's
to
not
be a
talking
competitive
smack. I was making
foundry
sure. I was like, it sounded like he was.
Point of view.
What you say? He's like, he's boring. He's like, they talking 40s and 50s. They saying this.
And,
he sounds hyped.
As we look at it, TSMC has established
I thought he was throwing his jabs.
Right, super clear. Remember, I'm a customer of TSMC, so I know exactly what their wafer costs are, or what their wafer ASP is, that they're presenting to their N5 customers, to their N3, customers, their budgetary.
Really, right when I turn away from it,
we know what
every single time.
Is, right, for that. And then
that happened twice,
it's like,
2 times in a row.
How do I hit that target? Because I need to be able to, be, delivering better than their cost at that level. Right, I have to be able to present to customers wherever they are, right? If it's $10 per wafer, I have to be 10 minus. Per wafer that we
ADT, it hasn't halted yet, bro. 200%. It's again small float. That might be your height. Just like the ICCT. Right. So
also, then
if you still hear the music, you could play. It's up to you. I'm over them. That's it.
Designed specifically.
Actually, I haven't taken one of these. I've only just gambled on the biotechs
Taiwan and Korea.
Rite Aid.
That's how they're designed.
That thing's moving. Again, ICCT. You had Chad's calling that one out at like $4 or something, $2. I don't even know.
The ITC,
now it's halted.
The investment tax credit is part of law, so that's built into our business plan as well. And obviously, we just got to go attack our cost structure. And that's part of what we've said in terms of the internal foundry. How many heads do I have per wafer, start per month? Right. Okay. If I'm not competitive,
you're above 45.21 again. This is VWAP. Says we're like hugging it right now.
Learning,
and then bonds too.
To get my
they had their little pullback finally.
Theirs over time. So these are all things that we are well underway. And again, right. I get to sort of crawl my way up that margin stack from where we are, and the value creation for the Intel shareholder as I work my way toward a TSMC like margin structure is extraordinary, right? And if you do any form of calculation on how you value, Intel today, we're getting credited 0, for those factory capacities. And if I start producing reasonable margin structures and don't even get all the way to TSMC, that is an extraordinary, value creation story.
It's interesting. So I think you were right. He was talking about the other people over embellishing stuff, because it seems like he's trying. Dude, he's just yelling at these analysts at Deutsche Bank saying no one's giving us credit, and he's just saying I know all of the other guys' numbers. Very interesting.
Transistor structure and get our costs in line.
But it seems like that's kind of the benefit of U.S. It's like the second time he's like, we're not getting credit for this.
We think that we'll be in a very competitive cost structure, and if I have the best transistors, we're going to do very well.
Part of that cost structure discussion brings you into the Intel or the internal foundry model that you're putting in place. In the first quarter of next year, you guys are going to split out your manufacturing operations, a P&L.
That's getting a huge discussion internally.
Well, and that's, to me, it's more.
Well, he's not saying it doesn't make sense, but he kind of is. But he's just saying if you're giving credit for people with the same cost structure as us and all of that, and like he's saying, look at what we're talking about in the future. He's like, we're getting no credit for any of our future capacity. But that's like a second pass at saying, credit.
Embrace that? Because I know you're doing it now, even though you won't start reporting it until later.
Yeah, and with this, let's just take like a little example.
Greedy short level.
My design teams now, or my product teams.
45.21, but realistically, like 45.17, 18. If that breaks again, I think you'll get a couple points. Even here, you're going for 7 points.
Comparable to the TSMC price as they make their product decisions. They are making different design decisions, not because they're making them based on a wafer price, not on the wafer cost. That was diluting them into using too expensive
Shop had Amazon partnership news. Still going. About to hit another high.
So we were creating inherent inefficiencies by the bad economic model that we have of presenting cost as opposed to a price that's a market price. A second example has been, and we now are charging our internal teams for wafer expedites and new product introductions, just like TSMC does. And all of a sudden they're saying, well, why are we doing another stepping? Why are we doing another expedite on this? And you'd sort of say, well, hey, Pat, that's sort of false economics. It's not false economics, because if you're expediting wafers in a factory, you are making the factory less efficient. It has a real cost associated with it to say, oh, I did another stepping because I had a crazy design idea. Let's run it fast. That hurts the factory's economics. And as we start bringing a real internal economic model to all of these questions, it's causing us to get efficient, more disciplined on every dimension, of how we operate internally. And that's a major cultural shift that's going to take us multiple years.
Is this Intel's fucking Mark Zuckerberg efficiency speech?
Part of what we said, $3 billion.
It's just not on an earnings call.
8 to 10 over time. That's a key.
I feel like I'm on a Zoom call at work, kind of.
Because we're going to drive, and all of my.
It's like lower audio. It sounds more. Kind of. It is.
Right.
This is more personable.
Economic model. Why can't you be as good as AMD? right? And so
this is not Twinkie. No, this is
here's
Intel.
What the margins that TSMC is able to get.
Focusing
Why
on the year of
aren't you
efficiency.
that good, right? And it starts driving, I'll say, the appropriate disciplines and accountability to how we operate the company internally. And it's really fun to watch, right? And I get to sit somewhat as judge and jury on some of these trade-offs that are occurring between them, and that's too high of a wafer price. No, it's not. This is the TSMC price. And, it just unleashes good, productive energy to make the company great.
Says he feels good about Q3.
We have about 10 minutes left.
That's the quote they got out of that?
Address. And so one is AI, and then the last one is just
says
wrapping
third quarter
into
above
some
midpoint of guide.
Given the audience here. I think we could spend an hour talking about each alone, but I'll try to make it quick. On the AI front,
dude, I think this is his year of efficiency speech.
Is that a permanent trend?
Honestly, I think I like it for now. Again, I'm biased. I was in it before. I'm still in it now, but it's a swing.
Let's step back just a little bit.
Interesting. This is Intel. This is the CEO of Intel.
Piece of it. Right. Remember,
he just said something about third quarter earnings, but
right.
I think if you're really listening to what he's talking about, this goes way deeper than that. He keeps talking about efficiency, economics, but I've heard efficiency a lot already. It's giving me Zuckerberg vibes.
Picture here, right? We'll be launching the AI PC with Meteor Lake in the fall. That now includes neural accelerators, the NPU as part of it. So we see that occurring. And hey, could you go run that AI model on, for your Zoom real-time language translation? Could you go run that in the cloud? Of course you could. It's really expensive, really slow, high latency to go do that. You're of course going to push that to the edge.
Shot breaking out.
Are you going to do, real-time human tracking in stores and manufacturing and supply chain locations, with AI? Could you run that in the cloud? Absolutely. Are you going to? Absolutely not. The laws of economics, the laws of physics, the laws of privacy, will force it to the edge. So we really see this AI being pervasive. Now, of course, the hot topic today, then, of course, is what happens in the data center. But on those other aspects, Intel has huge assets. I am going to deliver.
Oh, he's talking
more
data
AI
center now.
Tops than any other company in the world, in 2024. Why? Because I put it into our volume products. Right? We're not talking about, shipping, millions of data center accelerators. We're talking about building hundreds of millions of client and edge devices, right? And hey, volume matters for what developers and ISVs take advantage of. So those volume plays are a natural area of strength for us. Coming back, though, to the data center, hey, NVIDIA's, hey, they work hard.
Look, he's talking data centers.
Great leadership position. But right now there's a bit of false economy there. Huge demand, ASPs are, high, supply chains are constrained, double, triple booking, all these kind of things are underway, and lots of people are showing up, including us, to compete, for those. We've seen a rapid expansion of our Gaudi pipeline. We're building our supply chains to get much, larger, for our footprint there as we start competing, as well as others. We'll start competing, for those. And then the critical question is, how does CPUs versus GPUs play? Well, I call it, there's the three laws, right, of the data center. One is the laws of economics. If I run a piece of software on a GPU at 10x the cost of the CPU, okay, you're going to run it on the CPU, right? And a lot of this is, then driven by law number 2, Amdahl's law, right? If you have a little bit of AI and a lot of general purpose, then speeding up the little bit of AI workload by 100x doesn't improve the application because it's 10% of the total workload. So you end up with Amdahl's law effect and the law of inertia, right? These are decades-long application environments for security, regulation, privacy, all of those types of things, traditional areas of strength. So I think right now there is a bit of euphoria, right? We're sort of in like the third cycle of AI euphoria. If you think about the 50-year history of AI, and this one is big, right? I think, it really is industry shaping, what's possible, but as we put more and more AI capabilities into all of our products, including Xeons, and, we expect somewhere between a quarter and a third of today's Sapphire sales are driven by AI use cases, today, and that's ramping nicely for us. So overall, I expect to see a more moderation there. We're going to be competing more for the GPU and accelerator, but we also see workload.
Either him or NVIDIA is lying. Is one of them.
That will create opportunities for our CPU.
Yeah, this is quite compelling. I like it.
Great. So AI is a positive driver is the key take, not a trade-off.
That's what he boils it down to?
Yeah, and hey, they're doing well, right? We all have to give them credit, for that. But we're going to show up, and many of the technologies, that we have on the table, memory, I/O, power, cooling, design, advanced transistors, these are all going to play significantly, for AI opportunities for Intel's products, but also our foundry.
So the last question I wanted to hit on in the last 4 or 5 minutes we have was kind of wrapping all this together into a little bit of a framework, financial framework. Your last analyst meeting was, coming up on 3 years ago. I might guess that you might have one next spring as well.
And we still haven't gone above VWAP.
Timing, so maybe you'll update this then. But at the time, and since then you've talked about
this is the top rope, technically.
Have kind of a 60-40 gross and operating margin model. Let's just focus for now on the gross margin side of things. At the time you laid that out, it seemed like it kind of implied roughly $100 billion in revenues. You're about half of that, roughly speaking, now. If we think things normalize cyclically, you get up, call it 65 billion instead of 50 to 55, somewhere in that range. The question I have is, what is the revenue level necessary, just in round numbers, to get to that margin structure so the investors in the room can get the return that they're looking for? And then how do you get there? Is it market share? Is it more data center than CCG? Is it a huge foundry assumption? Just the moving parts in a general sense would be very helpful to people.
Yeah, and in terms of hitting those metrics, we believe that we have a lot of cost work to do, right-sizing the business, margining the business, et cetera. So, we don't believe we have to get to that revenue levels to get in that zip code to go get there, right? So I'll just say, that's too high of a number for the aspirations we're setting on fixing the financial foundations of the company. Obviously, we're out to grow the revenue line going forward. We do see modest growth in the client business going forward. We're now getting our market share back to historic levels. We do think the AI PC will become an accelerant, upgrade cycles, but nothing, I'll say heroic on the client side in terms of growth rate, but we do see that contributing to growth.
Listen, he's kind of talking guidance.
Data center, obviously, we're at a cyclic low, right? If you look at it, our products were uncompetitive. We lost share. We're now getting better products associated with that. We believe that we'll start doing better on the data center business going forward, and we believe that AI accelerators and other aspects of the data center will be a meaningful contributor over a multi-year basis. In the networking, business, also we're at sort of a cyclic low, for that business, and again, we have a lot of technologies. New products that we're bringing into that category.
Okay,
so
Raul.
we do see reasonable revenue
growth
there.
But bonds are kind of moving.
Based on the earlier
so
part
keep
of this
in mind,
conversation,
that's been happening since we've really been selling.
Ends up sort of
right
being
before
that
Euro
last
close.
big factor, for us. Near term, as I say, we're seeing an extraordinary amount of interest for the advanced packaging technologies. As we start winning some of these whale, customers, and the prepay was a great proof point that we're making progress there. I think that's going to start to really contribute. But foundry wafer customers don't materialize for several years, right? Because you got to win their design, they got to get their designs done, and then they ramp
37.
The wafer. So that really starts contributing on a multi-year basis.
Tesla,
but,
they got a cheek lay. They're still green, but close to red.
So the idea of a much higher revenue Intel, that's why I'm here. But we have to also then underlay the, how do we get our, basic financials well? The internal foundry model, helps us get good financial accountability, fixing our core cost structure and our manufacturing operations. Obviously, as we start ramping, the new nodes and we get past this rapid churn of 5 nodes in 4 years,
I'm
getting more capital efficient, right? As well. I'm not churning as much new capital that isn't producing free cash flow. And the final thing about the foundry model, from our perspective, is that as it starts to scale, I am going to keep those factories full forever, right? Because we're going to, instead of turning over those factories when they start getting good cash flow, we're going to be filling them, right, with other advanced packaging technologies. We're going to be adding variants to the process technology for RF and wireless and mobile, so that we're able to run those factory networks much longer, with very healthy cash flows on the other side of it. And that's always been the gravy train of the foundry business, right, is being able to run those depreciated assets on a much longer basis with good margin wafers. And as we start layering that into, the business, I think this is an extraordinary, value creation cycles for the shareholders, as we pull this off. And I think appropriately, we're 2.5 years into this journey. When we laid out this bold strategy to start, people should have looked at us and says, wow, you guys are like a little bit, right? Right. As I joke, there's a thin line between, audacious.
It sounded
and
like you. Wow.
Right. From this, and which side of that line were you on, right? For it. But
he's like, we just put out really ambitious guidance, and nobody thought it was good.
4 years.
So that was 2 years ago, but that's fine.
Factory network
and nobody give us credit, so we're going to be really efficient.
Our ability to create this financial model of competitiveness with U.S. chips, EU chips, and ITC, and SCIP, and customer prepays, et cetera. All of the pieces are starting to come into place that whatever, however skeptical you might have been 2.5 years ago, you have to be much less skeptical about our ability to pull this off. And fundamentally, right?
He's saying it's easier.
The iconic Intel, right? In the
you were skeptical of us at 70. You should fucking love us right now.
We are making huge progress, to rebuild the technology supply chains of the Western world. And fundamentally, this is the most important company to reestablish, the geopolitics that we're interested in, for decades to come. That's the mission that we're on, and I think we've made pretty good progress in getting that done in 2.5 years.
Well, Pat, thank you so much for your views and joining us here at the conference today, and good luck with the continued success in the transformation.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thanks all.
Yeah. No, sorry. I thought it was muted still. But that was nice. That wasn't bad. I think the market went up a little bit. It's funny because this one wasn't, I don't think everybody expected this to happen. There might be another one too. I think this conference, we might get a lot of companies. So I think I have the list. But in general, that was a very interesting conversation. Like I'm saying, if you read the headlines, you'll see something about earnings, see something about cost cutting. But like, I'm very glad we listened to that. That sounded like that was his Mark Zuckerberg year of efficiency speech. So it was interesting. Honestly, both sides of it. You just got to hear him say, he was like talking shade, but not really. He was like, yeah, NVIDIA is great. They're leaders. But he was talking about comparing, like, again, just a lot on costs and everything. Regulators find UK firm supplied fake jet engine spare parts. What? Dang, bro. Find UK firm supplied fake jet engine spare parts. CFM, do they have a ticker? Yeah, bro, that's like some 3M bullshit. They'll get clapped, but I don't know if it's tied to, it doesn't have as many claimants, though. Again, I don't know how many people, if anybody got affected by that, but that sounds wild. Literally, they sold fake jet engine parts. Some UK contractor used on older generation Boeing 737. Is that why Boeing was dropping earlier? I don't know, maybe, because, again, this started moving. You didn't see any headlines. We had to find that conference. But honestly, though, I think the main summary, that was like his year of efficiency speech. It was kind of just saying, I don't know why the market does not buy our stock, but it was very, gave me more sophisticated Mark Zuckerberg vibes with AI. Not bad. And he sounded like Mr. Mackey, not a lizard. So you came below. Again, this is where I said would be like a greedy short level. This was the top rope. But again, 45.13, how we play out there. I mean, we have, 2 hours left? But he was talking a lot of different stuff. I mean, if you were listening, he was saying stuff like just talking about like the mass AI. And just saying about the volume of their products and yeah, AI is going to be everywhere, but in data centers is one thing, but he seemed really bullish on broad AI. I don't think, if anything, that was probably one of the most AI hardos you've heard in a weird way. NVIDIA's CEO is a lot, I don't know if he sounded the same. Dude, this guy, he was society, the world, and we're talking this and technology and health, and and that's why I think they're thinking about AI. Like NVIDIA have an AI chip, but I think he's thinking like an AI PC. It's one thing. Imagine the next cycles over the future with computers and stuff and whatever AI brings about. It's one thing to have the software to develop it, but imagine everybody using it. It's like, but this is very future. This is some futuristic shit. Like, I don't know if you that's how I was like, interesting. But he's talking, I think they have a different focus, but then he also is, he was focusing on the stock a lot and the price and efficiency. But with that being said, I think that's why he was bringing up certain things like, just why they're working. He's saying we're talking data centers. I think he wanted to stay relevant and to make sure investors knew. But at the same time, I think Intel is just, by the sound of what I got out of that, was that he's aiming for a more mass market and something still a little bit further off, to be honest. So like right now, like NVIDIA is like, it's the companies and the people developing it and developing the ecosystem and all of that. But I think Intel's CEO is thinking the hands of every American, more or less. But so it's kind of, that's why he said, he was like, this is kind of a bold plan if you think about it. It is, if you actually say it out loud. Yeah, I agree. I have Intel. I'm super biased. I'm going to hold it for a flip. I don't have it in the long term. I don't like their dividend cut a year ago. I've always actually hated Intel. That's the ironic part. I have Intel and AMD right now. I do not discriminate with the AI. Again, you give me one good earnings, I'm seeing the hype is a little bit more realer. I went for all of them, dog. But Intel, I don't know. We'll see. I think we'll have time in the future. I think that's definitely one to watch in the sense that, we'll see how they perform. We'll see this. This seems like a very long-term plan. So, if anything, I just don't like the price of Intel. I like it to flip again, not for the long term. But maybe we come back to this, especially if it goes lower in price. But I don't like the dividend cuts either. What do they yield now? Is it like 3%? 1.4? You are not safe. How dare you? 1.4 yield. But then maybe they are after this point. I don't know. I like Pat. I like Mr. Mackey. I'll tell you, it was better than not. I mean, the video, he didn't have a leather jacket. I wasn't as like, the Dookie. Not only is the yield Dookie, it insinuates something else. That's like if you met a girl and then you met her at church and then she invites you to Bible study. You know what I'm saying? She got like a crazy Bible streak. And then she got an OnlyFans. I'm sorry if that applies, but I don't know if that is a specific scenario where I'd offend anybody, but maybe it's happened to you. I don't know. But it's like that. It insinuates something I didn't expect. I thought it would still be like a 4% yield. What do you mean 1.4% yield? That's very safe. That's not what I thought. Now you telling me. Careful with the cancel culture. Nah, I don't give a fuck about the cancel culture, man. That's it. At this point, I mean, I think we've tested a lot of limits, but more so, it's like, I apologized the other day. Like I said, I just don't know, I hope I never, if I ever misspeak in a way, or if I say something that I'm not talking about you, is that's just what I've learned to clarify, because I've had a lot of misunderstandings with people where legitimately, I'll just say it, I'm not speaking to you. Low key, I have to say that after a lot of things, because I just don't want to have a opportunity of misunderstanding. So, but other than that, mass cancellation, man, I'm trying to cancel Porsche, bro. That's it. I was thinking about the Porsche thing, because someone was like, why'd you get so mad if they took out a cross? Because here's what I'm saying. If it was any other thing, you wouldn't, people would get mad or not. But me personally, if they put something else in the commercial, I wouldn't care. Or if something existed and then they removed it, it's a weird, here's the example. If that was, let's say the Porsche commercial was filmed in an area that had a a pride decoration, and then Porsche decided to remove the pride flag, people would be mad about that. I would not be mad if they included it, but for them to go out of their way to remove an iconic cross, that's just weird to me. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm an accepting individual, but that's exclusion, and how they went about it, I don't fuck with it, respectfully. Like, I don't know, just something about it. Just something about it. That's because somebody was really like, why? Why are you so upset? And then my girlfriend also wants a Porsche too. And I'm like, no. You know? It's just like, this is the weird exclusion. I'm all for the acceptance stuff, but like, I'm saying we have to accept everybody. That includes my Bible-toting conservative parents who get mad that I cuss, and everybody else in between. Otherwise, it's all BS. Checkmate. Okay, just kidding. Don't ban me. I love you. I don't care. I'll text you. Boeing's going up. Spies right below VWAP. I don't know, man. It's just too, I don't know. I'm too lazy to cancel shit, though. That's it. I tried to put a Post-it note over a logo for one video. That's it. I never tried that again. It's too much. I can't be doing that. You know how much paper I'm going to waste, and then I'm going to hurt my ESG score. I was like, man, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. That's it. I don't know how Sam Obisanya did it, but man, God bless him. Microsoftian. Spy's still below VWAP, but if you don't get above it, it'll look ugly. So if you can't get above here, it's like a very calm, not really, but really calm. I think today's a lot chiller than yesterday. Kind of 2 burn one days. PC was nothing, ironically enough. But I think I said that on the watch list. I really wasn't expecting much, and then I just think the set all be all. The king crown is the non-farms tomorrow with a extra side of PMIs. Or the ISM? I confused the two. All right, Apple's moving up. Everything is still like super close to the edge. So you got to realize like Apple Tech, like Microsoft's just 0.1% from green. Apple's a 0.25% from going red. Spy's a 0.1%, a 0.1% from going red. You know, it's stuff like so everything is still there. Yes, maintain the feel, but the unexpected can happen. Indeed. Today, I think tomorrow will be I think the first hour will be a lot of activity depending on the result. But I do think tomorrow is going to be a lot of computer trading. Honestly, I'm going to do it today. Honestly, today, unless it is a blowout number and I have to, I don't think I'm going to play tomorrow. Like I told you, I would have taken a day off and gone to not the Hamptons. I would have went upstairs. But still, here's the deal. Tomorrow, after 1 hour in, after like 8, I'm ending it. I'm not going to end the stream, but then we're just going to debate, and then we're going to play Monopoly. We'll do whatever we want. Maybe we'll play 2K, but that might involve some setting things up. I think at that point, because it will be a lot of computers, but then I'll still have the fucking market on. But I'm just telling you, it's not going to be as crazy. Because I am really just, I think it's data, launch you down, launch you up, and then boom, it's like, you remember, it's September. It's the beginning of the month. Then we have the holiday, and then that's it. But really, we come back Tuesday, and then that's where it's going to all be at. Chess, Colt field trip, maybe. Should we? But then, I mean, the only way that would work is if I went somewhere and I just took you guys live with me, and then a few couple chads would have to just meet up with me then. It wouldn't be a big meetup, because then I don't want anybody to attack me. Vegas, let's go. I'm down. Nah, I'm kind of down, though. But then it's going to be holiday. Oh, no. Holiday Labor Day, though, is going to kind of suck. Or is it Labor Day? Yeah, Labor Day is later. Pull up in the ski mask. I think I saw somebody in a ski mask last time I was in Vegas. And now that's become a health conscious thing as well as a shiesty trend, you know? I've never worn one of those. I have one. It's not like a Nike Tech. I have what's it called? I got the Travis Scott, the one from the yellow one, the yellow mask. But it's a different type of ski mask. When am I going to be in Houston or Austin? When you guys do the secession from the United States, I'll be there. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know why I haven't been to Texas. I have family in Texas too, but you know, I didn't. Low key, bro. There's so many Middle Easterns, bro. Like low key, bro. There's so I'm just discovering it too, bro. There's so many damn of my I have more Egyptians that I know in Texas now than I do in San Diego. That's crazy to me. Remember I was telling you that just a couple months ago? But like low key, I reached out to some people. I was like, "What's up, man?" They're the only other Egyptian people I knew. But yeah, they're really out there, man. It's really cool. But other than that, I have not had the opportunity to go out. I think I got a property out there, but I didn't go. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. Yeah, you sent me the stats last year. Texas is the third largest Egyptian population. It blew my mind. Because like then, I remember I asked you guys, I guess a year later, but I finally talked to a couple people, and then I asked him about everybody else, and he's like, dude, everybody's in Texas. And I was like, you guys are crazy. Habibi. Because they vibe with the heat or what? We're just going to act like you didn't say that one, but I don't know. I don't think that's the reason. No, I don't know what it is, man. You like every person who asked me that when I went to Arizona for college. Asshole. See, you lucky I have a sense of humor because I love you guys. You guys make me laugh every time. I'm like, that's what you thought I boiled it all day. You right. Yep. That's it. We were like, yo, we came to America. And we were like fake Egyptian ass weather. And then we ignored everything else about living and then educating ourselves and anything else. And we just went straight to wherever the climate, bro. Honestly, you know how mad I was when I pulled up to the first like dealership and they didn't have camels? It was crazy. But anyways, like, man, it's just, that's nuts. They used to ask me that all the time. I would go to Arizona. They're like, oh, you're Egyptian? Oh, so that's why you came here. Oh, yeah, so, like, you don't even sweat, do you? Yeah, I don't even, biology don't even apply no more, too. I don't even know how to precipitate. You're right, bro. But, nah, yeah. But I don't know the reason why they went to Texas. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out as a Egyptian myself, man. And I went to Arizona because that was the only place I could go, man. I had good GPA, and they didn't let me anywhere else, and I had poor planning. Intel, it's good. I like it. This is so much cooler that the news actually hit, and we were already into it finally. So much easier because now I was planning on writing it out, but I'm waiting for everything else. I was assuming that if you want to understand my logic a little bit here, like you got a little bit. I thought my AMD would have gone green by the same time, like I would have been up like this amount. So I think all the chips are down, and here's the deal. If you got a good gain on Intel, you have, what's it called? Good gain on Intel. You have the Broadcom earnings tonight. So that could play out a little different. You see what I'm saying? So that's what you got to watch out for. Otherwise, it's good. I might write it. I have a crazy play idea, but I think I have to wait. I've done a lot of crazy plays, but this one's just kind of a crazy logic play. But it's interesting. But I think Intel is going to be one to watch. We're going to see them. Lockheed announces European F-16 training in Romania. Everyone comes to Texas for the Cowboys, except if you're from DC or Philly. I feel like you're talking smack to people, and I feel like you took the opportunity to start a sports turf war. So that's like the reverse Arab of me, because now you just made it about the sports. You're like, of course, they only came here for the Cowboys. Dude, I don't even think my dad knows what football is, bro. Like, I think he has a general idea of, like, the international football, but I think he knows the San Diego Chargers. San Diego Chargers. He still thinks they're in San Diego. But I don't know. I'll try. Dude neglected the Texans. Uh-oh. Sounds like we got a civil war. Oh, I don't want to be that guy. Okay, a lot. Am I interested in buying any boats? If they don't have a maintenance attached to it. So it just depends. I don't know. I'd lean towards no unless you had a really, really good deal. I've seen so many fights. You know, I've never been to an NFL game in my life. So I got so many cool things to experience still. I've only been to like a college football game. But I've never been to like a Charger game. I've never been to a Cowboy game or nothing. Jesus Christ loves you. Raiders in Vegas. I don't like crowds, bro. But I love the Padre games though. It's so weird. I like really got into Padre games. I fuck with Petco Stadium heavy. Honestly, every time you guys come out to San Diego and ask me to do something, y'all need to go to a Padre game. Because like I don't even like baseball like that. And I actually can enjoy the whole atmosphere, everything, and like baseball's like dope in person. Like it's actually like I don't know, like you just see them throwing 100 miles an hour and like taking one deep, it just hits different in person. But then like there's like a lot of sitting time, but it's dope. I'll buy you a hot dog. Let's go. I would love to. I'm down with it. Yeah, it's a good live sport. BDRX, I think we just saw it. Oh, resume. I thought it said it halted. Biodextra, 50%. Is this a low float too? Because you might get these. Again, now it started with the ICCT. Now you have this. And Intel is at the high. Josh is all about the churros. Tell him, bro. Preach, bro. Preach. Preach, brother. Tell him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, BRX. I don't know if there's like a short squeeze or if it's data, I'm down. But if it's all these little squeezes, I think this is what we get on low volume computer days. But even then tomorrow, wait for the data. Saudi Arabia responds to distress call from Iranian flag ship in the Red Sea. Injury of crew member. Shopify taps into Amazon network. Buy with Prime, no longer a threat. Investor Business Daily. Shop ripped all day. It's still ripping now. It started off 6% and did, what, another 3 or 4 throughout the day? ADT, you used to make commercials for them? No way. I don't know why. I think it's just a low flow company. That's why it's running. Otherwise, I have no idea. Nikolai, I feel like Nikolai is why we have inflation. Like, I'm like kidding, but I'm not. Like, you guys want to blame Joe Biden. You want to blame Donald Trump. And honestly, they do deserve a lot of the blame. But, like, Nikolai and Trevor, what was his name? Trevor Milton Brand. I think he caused inflation. Single-handedly. He sparked the first ever bullshit SPAC run, and he started all that. There would be no GameStop without that. And then without GameStop, there would be no hot money. Without the investments going crazy, you wouldn't have even real estate going as crazy. I'm telling you, that's my take. That's my take. Thank you. I'll be here all day. I'm gonna pass around a like jar if you'd like to throw in a like for that. Feel free to. Feel free to. What about Chamath? He's the only person making SPAC. There's no Chamath without Trevor Milton. So I'm saying, the moment Trevor Milton got away with SPACing and running and doing the gains and making him a billionaire, that's it. The world knew the money was there, the money was hot, and then everybody rinsed and repeated. That's it. It just sparked. The fuse was lit. Without that, nobody would have ever looked upon a SPAC without anything good or been like, oh yeah, that's nope. I still say the world went crazy the day they shot the gorilla in the zoo. Dude, you're right. Because you're talking about Harambe. I didn't forget. Honestly, I could honestly track it back down to there too. But Harambe was after China. So low-key, but you were right. Socially speaking, a lot of things changed after Harambe. Yeah, no, never forget. No, but seriously, you are onto something. I would not. I've seen, listen, I give more credence to that than the BRICS destroying the dollar. So, you got my vote. The world went crazy ever since Harambe passed away. When they killed Harambe, you remember that? Like, think about the time. Like, go look up the date. The world just like, that's it. Social media, the internet. They started banning people on YouTube. Like, that, bro, you had freedom of speech until Harambe was killed. He's on to something. He's on to something, bro. I'm a believer, bro. That's it. We went from Harambe to Haram. No, but actually, though, like, actually. That's a good. Again, I'm gonna throw around the like jar. Feel free, bro. Feel free. Just feel free to drop some in. You know, just sourcing community tin, but you know, feel free to just there's the tip jar for the likes. Feel free. You know, we only need 25 more till 1700. Feel free. Is Oxy and COP going up? Oil? I haven't looked at oil, but remember, that came up today. Putin said they're going to give an OPEC announcement next week. And then a lot of hawkish comments towards the grain deal in peace talks. Threw my like in there. Yeah, why not? It's good, man. It's good. So if you got any like extra likes in your pocket, they bother you, just throw it in, man. Just throw it in. Just throw it in. Zoom was popping like 4 times today. I feel like. I don't know if it... Yeah, 4%, but it would have like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's continuing off that one recently. Zoom. Very interesting company. We're going to use them tomorrow. But still. So what should the debate questions be? Well, we'll have all day tomorrow. Never mind. Let's just get through today. Zoom at the Deutsche Bank thing. That really did feel like a Zoom call. Like, it just felt different. It didn't feel like it wasn't an earnings call. It wasn't a press conference or like a hyped event. But then and then the audio, it felt like, and he just kept talking. Like, someone was like, just shut up. And I was like, dude, like, he got a mouthpiece, bro. Gelsinger did not stop. I was very impressed. Honestly, I liked it. I liked all of it, but I think Intel is going to be, we'll see. I think he was talking very bold. He did sound, I don't think he sounded mad, but he did. That was his Mark Zuckerberg year of efficiency talk. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if it's getting received the same way, but also granted, you know, they ran up from $27 off of their last earnings. Or was that over here? It was one or the other, but it's like, I think that's what he was on there with it. But he was talking about credit, but for real, I don't think I actually agree with him. Not that the market's giving him credit or not, but like low key, his plan is a lot more ambitious than NVIDIA. So in a weird way, like NVIDIA is selling the shovels. He is talking about selling AI to everybody or making sure it becomes accessible. You know, he has a very ambitious plan. So that's the only thing I took out of that is like in a weird, I don't know if it's more attainable. I don't know. Because again, if AMD, you still have competition from AMD. Who's to say AMD isn't doing exactly what he's doing? Again, there's all the other people. And he's saying they have advantages with volume and other stuff, but at the same thing, no, I don't have Intel in the long term. I'll keep it on watch, but I don't like the premium that they have. I don't like that they cut their dividend. I'm in it right now because I bought all the chip makers and I like them for value. I was saying that on the watch list all week, last week too. It's just like, okay, I got out of NVIDIA even yesterday because I got out of NVIDIA because I got in at a higher price, but it's like after NVIDIA earnings, it's like the hype is still there. You got more confirmation. I went with the cheapest one. I just went for the value play in the chips. Even though they have premium on the year, they're down way more than anybody else. Legacy brand AI. I like it, so I'm going to watch it for the long term if it comes down. I think his plan is so ambitious. I think you have time, but it's very interesting. I like what he said though, but it's like he has a more ambitious plan than NVIDIA. As weird as that may sound, I could kind of believe that now. That's BS. Intel can only make picks and shovels. No, I don't think so. You got to think about it. BDRX is going up again. But, like, think the computers we're going to have in 10 years now. And then in 10 years from now, it's not going to be companies generating AI. It's going to be an AI ecosystem, more or less. It's going to be what they wanted with the metaverse. You're going to have AI apps. Apple is going to have an AI app store. It's not going to be a normal app store. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be AI stuff for AI things and AI this, AI that. Just like when you had a 4K monitor, right? Every monitor that didn't have 4K after that, now 4K is the standard, right? But you got to think about the product cycles and where things are going from there. But it's more so along the lines of like, is every applicable mass use of AI that consumers are going to use, is all of their technology going to be able to use that, right? And then if they do upgrade, what are they going to do? So like NVIDIA is selling $50,000 super powerful chips to the companies that could make it, but realistically for like, depending on how things go, what sort of hardware are you going to need to run general basic consumer AI applications, products, whatever you want to call it? So he's saying that that's what they're going for, is the general application. If you think that's why it's a longer plan, and that's why I'm saying it's a lot more ambitious, which means more profitable, but also more likely to fail as well too, in the sense that what we're talking about here is making sure that every American has the hardware to be able to run whatever AI is going to be spitting at us, if that makes sense. So that's the way I interpreted it. But you let me know. Every chip maker is going for edge AI. But I think it's just a matter of, though, like, just think about those product cycles in the future. It's just how are you going to get it to all have it there. And then with Intel doing it all, I think they're just trying to say they have the scale. They benefit off of mass, even if they've lost market share. The thing about Intel is mass and volume, cost, and all that. So he's saying they're just trying to target the most basic consumer level at a very long and volume scale. So we'll see, but that's something that where I do take it as Intel being more ambitious than, that's why he's saying it's not just data centers. So if, we could agree to disagree, but the point is there's a difference between the data centers and then the other ways to monetize this AI stuff in the future. And Intel CEO is saying there's more to data centers, and their plan is not just the data centers. Yeah, Intel's lunch is getting, the guy said it, but that's where it's like AMD might be able to compete with them. So it's like, who's to say, again, or even Apple, like you guys have brought up. So it's an interesting point to think about, though. Is Baba high of the day? Still red, but I think Baidu, they're kind of climbing up. Baidu and JD still worked. I think Broadcom is going to move a lot. Yeah, Broadcom, I think if it's $50, 2 standard deviations would be 100. I think it could go crazy. Last time we played those options and we lost on them for the earnings after NVIDIA earnings, but Broadcom moves a ton. So, and they're literally like matched up with NVIDIA. So if you got it in you, if you want to, but I don't want to deal with the shares. The options didn't really hit last time, but only way, I think, wait till after we could try to play it. If it's a big beat, I think it could move $100. U.S. FTC says they secure settlement with ICE and Black Knight resolving antitrust and mortgage tech deal. And then McConnell is medically clear to continue his schedule. Attending physician for Congress says. What? Why are they? Dude, you could take a day off. It's cool, man. What the fuck? Like, dog, are you telling me you don't want like 12 hours, bro? Just 12 hours. How is this 80, 70,000-year-old BC? How is he still touring? He's on tour. Him and Taylor Swift are doing the same thing. Obviously different activities required, but jeez. They're like, he's good. He's good to go. The doctor, send him in. Yeah, I don't want to go. Send him in. No, he'll do it. Yeah, man. It's just weird. Like, the first time you freeze in front of a camera, it's like Illuminati. You do that thing twice, that means you got it. There's a real health problem. You should take a day off. You're thinking about running against Mitch in the upcoming election? I mean, maybe. You start on the local front, man. Just AOC did it, so can you. BDRX 80% now, so maybe that's, what's the other one? ADTX? Yeah, that one just went, that one did not even have one single pullback. Literally $6 to $66. What is this? Zoom is still rocketing. So Zoom, this is still the fourth pop now, but this one has a lot more. Eli Lilly going up to, then BLRX. I honestly think people were one letter off of the other one, and now this one's starting to move. So again, these like small caps after the ICCT, you're getting a lot of it. BDRX, nothing. I just think it's going up with the rest of the just these like short, small float, random runners. I looked. I don't think there was. Let me double check. I've looked up a lot of things with like TX at the end. TX, RX. Resume trading. Yeah, there's nothing on them. It's an ADR too. It's a foreign company. All right, Chad, I need to make a call. Oh, you have a press briefing? It's gonna begin shortly, but I wanted to find out what day. They don't have any historical videos for me. They stopped putting up on my recommended after I showed you guys a couple. Man. Here. So, give me a second. I was going to play you the press briefing, but the White House is not prepared. So, what I have for you instead is the third 2000 presidential debate with George W. Bush and Al Gore. Huh? How do you feel about that? Does that sound like a good time? Yeah, give me like 3 to 5 minutes, maybe less, maybe longer. So please hold. What a treat, right? I'm going to be trying to listen on this, but
were collected and then given to me this afternoon. My job under the rules of the evening was to decide the order of a TV ad.
My fault.
Now, let's go to
okay.
the first question. Of over the 130 questions we received from this panel, we will begin with one of the 19 on health issues, and it goes to you, Mr. Vice President, and it will be asked by James Hankins. Mr. Hankins?
How do you feel about HMOs and insurance companies making the critical decisions that affect people's lives instead of the medical professionals? And why are the HMOs and insurance companies not held accountable for their decisions?
Mr. Hankins, I don't feel good about it, and I think we ought to have a patient's Bill of Rights to take the medical decisions away from the HMOs and give them back to the doctors and the nurses. I want to come back and tell you why, but if you will forgive me, I would like to say something right now at the beginning of this debate, following on the moment of silence for Mel Carnahan and Randy Carnahan and Chris Sifford. Tipper and I were good friends with Mel and Randy, and I know that all of us here want to extend our sympathy and condolences to Gene and the family and to the Sifford family. And I'd just like to say that this debate, in a way, is a living tribute to Mel Carnahan, because he loved the vigorous discussion of ideas in our democracy. He was a fantastic governor of Missouri. This state became one of the top 5 in the nation for health care coverage for children under his leadership. One of the best in advancing all kinds of benefits for children to grow up healthy and strong. And of course, this debate also takes place at a time when the tragedy of the USS Cole is on our minds and hearts. And insofar as the memorial services tomorrow, I would like to also extend sympathy to the families of those who have died and those who are still missing, and the injured. Now, Mr. Hankins, I think that the situation that you describe has gotten completely out of hand. Doctors are giving prescriptions, they're recommending treatments, and then their recommendations are being overruled by HMOs and insurance companies. That is unacceptable. I support a strong national patients' Bill of Rights. It is actually a disagreement between us. The national law that is pending on this, the Dingell-Norwood bill, a bipartisan bill, is one that I support and that the governor does not.
2 minutes response, Governor Bush.
I too want to extend my prayers to the and blessings, God's blessings on the families whose lives were overturned last night. It was a tragic moment. Actually, Mr. Vice President, it's not true. I do support a National Patients' Bill of Rights. As a matter of fact, I brought Republicans and Democrats together to do just that in the state of Texas, to get a Patients' Bill of Rights through. It requires a different kind of leadership style to do it, though. You see, in order to get something done on behalf of the people, you have to put partisanship aside. And that's what we did in my state. We've got one of the most advanced Patients' Bill of Rights. It says, for example, that a woman doesn't have to go through a gatekeeper to go to her gynecologist. It says that you can't gag a doctor. A doctor can advise you. The HMO, the insurance company, can't gag that doctor from giving you full advice. In this particular bill, it allows patients to choose a doctor, their own doctor if they want to. But we did something else that was interesting. We're one of the first states that said you can sue an HMO for denying you proper coverage. Now, there's what's called an independent review organization that you have to go through first. It says if you got a complaint with your insurance company, you can take your complaint to an objective body. And if the objective body rules on your behalf, the insurance company must follow those rules. However, if the insurance company doesn't follow the findings of the IRO, then that becomes a cause of action in a court of law. It's time for our nation to come together and do what's right for the people. And I think this is right for the people. I support a national Patients' Bill of Rights, Mr. Vice President. And I want all people covered. I don't want the law to supersede good law like we got in Texas.
Governor,
I think
time is up, sir.
Jim, we have a direct disagreement on this.
Just a minute, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to, the way the rules go here now, 2 minutes, and then I'll decide whether we go on, okay?
Right.
So what I want to make sure is we understand here is before we go on to another question in the health area, would you agree that you two agree on a National Patients' Bill of Rights?
Absolutely, absolutely not. I referred to the Dingell-Norwood bill. It is the bipartisan bill that is now pending in the Congress. The HMOs and the insurance companies support the other bill.
I feel like if I cut it now, someone's going to blame me of being partisan if I stop the Democrat from 2000 from speaking.
I think really needs to be
so I'll listen.
To give the
you got 2
decisions
minutes.
back to the doctors and nurses and to give you a right of appeal to somebody other than the HMO or insurance company, let you go to the nearest emergency room without having to call an HMO before you call 911, to let you see a specialist if you need to. And it has strong bipartisan support. It is being blocked by the Republican leadership in the Congress. And I specifically would like to know whether Governor Bush will support the Dingell-Norwood bill, which is the main one pending.
Governor Bush, you may answer that if you'd like, but also I'd like to know how you see the differences between the two of you, and we need to move on.
Well, the difference is that I can get it done.
I'm listening. This should sound familiar to you.
That I can get something positive done on behalf of the people.
I can get it done.
That's what the question of this campaign is about.
What's this campaign
about? It's not only
about?
what's your philosophy and what's your position on issues.
Doctor.
But can you get things done? And I believe I can.
All right.
What about the Dingell-Norwood bill?
All right, we're going to go now.
I just want to say dingleberry.
I talked about the principles
That's exactly
and the
what I
issues
heard.
that I think are important in a Patients' Bill of Rights.
For your doctor.
It's kind of Washington, D.C. focused. Well, it's in this committee, or it's got this sponsor.
If I'm the Maybe we'll come back to this. Thank you, George W. That was fun, right? Yeah, somebody said it. They're like, I thought politics were so ugly back then. It's much worse now. It's like, yeah, nobody cared back then. That's it. We just have social media, and they somehow found a way to politicize a lot of the public. It's quite fascinating, especially compared to what I learned with my degree in political science. I never thought my degree would be relevant when I got it, to be honest with you. So that's the funniest part about all of it. But, you know, it's a very interesting dynamic. That's why history is it's always interesting to look at it. Bush was the last respectful politician. No, I think it was just, I mean, Obama was a very respectful guy. I mean, you don't have to agree with what he did, but it's not like they weren't doing still didn't feel like this today. But it wasn't like, I think after like 2010, it's just like whatever happened after 2010, you know, after the decade or something, it just the whole like decency of again, social media just really, really changed politics. Again, more people are interested. The problem with politics used to be that most people weren't interested in it. So if you have a political science degree, this is probably one of the first things you learned. Just, you know, political activity is like, that used to be a real big problem. Like, especially in America, like, most people didn't care about politics. That's why, like, things like John Oliver and The Daily Show and news and how it gave people info, like, there was a very minimal interest in politics. And as social media has picked up, it's really turned into, you know, everything now with attention and popularity. You know, it's gotten very, very political, which is, it's quite fascinating. Like, the average person, like, not only is politics now, it used to be the only way to get people into politics is if it was entertaining. Now it's like both of those, but like it ranks up high. Like, I guess maybe, yeah, up until like social media. Like, if you ask people, like, we should go get an old family feud, but politics was not coming up on like the top 3. If you were like, oh, if you met somebody and you're like, wow, this is the greatest person I ever met, I want to marry them, one of the top 3 questions you were asking was not if they were a Republican or Democrat. Nowadays, after social media, there you go. It's like, there, you know, what's important to people nowadays, somehow politics has made it up there. So back then there was other things. We were still getting color TVs and shit. You know, we were listening to like MP3s on the little boombox things, you know. The MP3 even was a very big development. Yeah, Matrix on DVD, dog. Yeah, exactly. Thessalonian. Affirm is running now. Remember Roku going up all day? What time is it? Is it power hour yet? No. 17 minutes till power hour. So we still got an hour 17 left. A lot of time. NASDAQ's red, or excuse me, Dow is red, down by a quarter. NASDAQ's up by 0.37. We are coming down here over the last like 10 minutes. And then SPY is about to go red, 0.08 green. Back below 45.21. Not at the next level. Still 10 points off of the low of the day. And still some time. I have no idea why ADTX went up. Affirm's popping, and then Shopify's still going. So if the play already had momentum, it's there. Intel faded. That hit the high and then just sold off heavy. I could just see Pat going, yeah, no credit. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Spiral. It's coming down pretty quick. 6-month crude futures. U.S. issues fresh North Korea-related sanctions. That was like a couple minutes ago at 37. This was North Korea sanctions. I don't know if that had that effect. You're getting a Raul, but I think it's just the normal function of the day. Oil's up. There is going to be something with oil news, though, next week. Wheat sold off, though. Wheat went crazy and then gave it all back up. Flag, another random one up big. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of names doing this. This is a SPAC, I think, LT Acquisition Group. But there's a lot of these, like, lower liquidity names just popping off. UPS offers voluntary separation for eligible pilots. Seeks to reduce pilots amid drop in air freight volume. Is that old? I think it was like 5 minutes ago, or it could be now. I'm seeing that come up. I don't have a source. Yeah. They're reducing pilots? I thought they all getting paid. Flag is still going, I think, or the high ticker's just not moving. You got a little green shoot, but Raul has been on the prowl. It's another 10, about 10, 11 points in about 20 minutes. Half a point a minute. Tomorrow might be bloody. It depends. If that jobs number is really strong. So if it's like a really political jobs number and they're like, we added 10 million jobs, the market is going to die. But as long as that jobs number, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of interested into tomorrow because, you know, this might be the first month where all job metrics finally record a decline from the prior month and, you know, create a actual lower average. I'm a Teamster truck driver. I just bought my third real estate property. Why you flexing on us, bro? Let's go, baby. Harder. Let's go. Nah, I fuck with it, man. Yeah. Honestly, flex on us, bro. That's honest, like, dude. I feel it's real. And you got into real estate. I'm proud of it. Honestly, and the UPS drivers, they put in their work. That's why it's like, I don't know. I don't see y'all driving the truck. Exactly. Then you got Jeff Bezos in the back. Yeah, right. What's your truck? So, you know, it's good. It's good. JPM Flushing. Oh, I keep forgetting. I haven't been looking. Yesterday, I kept looking at the banks at every corner. Yeah, XLF is down. Remember, JP Morgan was down from the morning. Like, really bad. You ain't heard the news. Breaking news. Shocking news. Spilled my tea. Oh, have you been exposed to the Jeff Bezos laugh? Honestly, it's very annoying, but it's hilarious. Because, like, legitimately, I think that's how he laughs. And, like, I just think he lives a different life. Man, I'm still mad. No. Stop it. Stop it. Just one more for the record. Can we just talk about this real quick? The fact that it was like a year ago, give or take 2 months, that Jeff Bezos was telling me not to buy a TV because there's a recession. So you could get mad at everybody else on Wall Street and all of that, but I'm still mad at the man who took down a historical bridge to bring his boat in and was just straight up the only time you saw him and his man. It happened. What does he do? He's like, don't buy a TV. There's going to be a recession. And then he's on his yacht, and then the stock doubles. What? Oh, no. Wells Fargo on the low now. They're starting to dump. Hold on, this could be banks, but banks are already weak. It's just picking up as we are picking up near the lows. Bonds haven't moved, though, so this is kind of bittersweet, both good and bad. Wall Street Journal, they're dropping the Energy Department $12 billion funding news again. Reiteration of that one. We played it earlier. That fat finger ended up working out. XLF. Amazon is unfazed. Didn't you say something else was unfazed by this? I think a couple names aren't even moving. I think energy was up earlier, but actually energy's red on the day, believe it or not. And then, what else? Yeah, and then financials are just dying. What happened with healthcare? No. Is it in regards to the drug pricing stuff, or was there anything like new? Micron, yeah, Micron is unfazed by any of this. No news you missed. I mean, nothing that's changed throughout the day. All right, you're making another low. Bonds are going to go lower here. So this is where it gets interesting. They look like they were inversing, then matching up. Very weird day, again, just like yesterday. But we'll see. Because like I was telling you earlier, SPY's red now. Everything is really close to just being green or red. It's an awkward burn one day. We have way less headlines than yesterday, though. Yesterday was the burn one day as well, but you actually had a lot of different headlines. Today, not as much, but we're still kind of moving the same. A lot different, though. 45.13, you're now below it. So this is where we flushed earlier in the day. You went down like another 7 points. So keep on watching. Really, it's all about 4,500. I mean, if there's going to be weakness, I mean, the only question you're going to ask ahead of the data tomorrow, hold 4,500 or not. And remember, 1 hour before the bell, 8 minutes till power hour. Burn Day 2, the sequel. Start PH. Ascend, bro. We sold out of that one early. I think this one never went down. I don't know if we got it this early, or I think we did get it. Dude, it just kept going. Very slow mover, though. I think they have a PDUFA. I think Ascend had a delay in theirs as well. I forgot about them. Yeah, you're still holding it? Because, dude, it's been steady. Has it gone negative? I don't think, I think it just chilled. Selling calls. I'm going to check their PDUFA right now, or what they have coming up. We need to go over the earnings for today. XLE. It's red, but it's weird. Oil's up a lot. And then some of those oil names are just running. Some are still in the green, but crude oil, I think, is up 2%. And then energy names are literally almost break even, slightly red. Remember, it is end of the month. Maybe we get crazy volume by the end of the day. Oh, during Q3. So yeah, it doesn't have a specific date, but phase 2 escalation data for Ascend, that's Q3 2023, and then MAA decision with adults with hypopyrothyroidism is during Q4, and then top line phase 3 results during Q4 2023 for Skytrofa. They got a couple, and they already have drugs that exist. Very interesting. So they do kind of have this is one you're gonna wake up to. We're never gonna know when it comes out. So this isn't like a PDUFA date. There's no deadline. It just, they have a general idea. This is on data. So you're not even getting an FDA decision. It's just on trial data. Yeah. That's cool, though. That's held very, very well. And then SPY might go down a little more, 45.13. So here's remember, this level was all throughout the week. We treated every level with no respect and just kept going, but kind of hugging around here. I think this is its home, our 4,500. Am I going to stream early tomorrow? Possibly, yes. I think so. But then, after, 9 a.m. or, 8 a.m., I'm just going to turn into a nut job. And I'm not going to care anymore. Hypoparathyroidism, yes. Assuming I pronounced it right. But I love pronouncing medical names. It's really fun. Especially if you guys want to get better at your reading, you should just have a, you know what I'm saying, have a blast. About. And then what do I get to you? So we went over Broadcom yesterday. Who was the other earnings today? I think you guys had one. Why am I going to turn into a nut job? Because we should have a 4-day weekend. I think tomorrow it's going to be it should be a very simple move. If it's not simple, I think it's just going to be a computer day. But it's just going to be all about the data. But after the first couple of hours, everybody is going on vacation. So it's going to be a very algo-driven day. I could be wrong, but I'm down for a 4-day weekend. So that's why I'm going to still be here, but we're just going to have fun. I have a very strong inkling it'll be a slow day after the initial move. It depends on the data. It could be a computer sell-off. It could be a computer purchase. But whichever way that NFP comes out, then we'll know. But I think after 9 a.m. Eastern, literally, or 10 a.m. Eastern, it's because everyone's leaving. That's it. Just get the report, set it up, and then see where it even lands from there, and then come back on Tuesday. We're going to play NBA 2K. We could if I... Could I still do it? I think I have a capture card. I got to find it. I don't know, but I'd have to, set up the damn PS5 to my monitor. And then that's it. No, it's more fun if I play 2K. It's a better gaming experience for you guys. You're not going to... Because, when I play Halo, I'm very aggressive. I'm just really good at that game. I'm sorry. It's just something And then y'all still... If you play Halo 2, you talk shit. That's it. Just Halo 2, you're part of that era. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to not talk trash. And then I'm extremely good at it. So I rise to the occasion. But other than that, I think 2K, you'll have more fun making fun of how bad I am. Wait, doesn't the new 2K come out? Want me to work you in Halo? I'm down for bets, but it didn't go well last time. But I want crazy bets though. Fuck it. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not going to be nice. It's not Yosh. It's Yosh. Let's bet everything. Let's bet your whole entire long term. If you really want to bring it to Halo, bro, I'm sorry, and I will take it. But I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good environment. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is why, like, just keep me out of the... No, bro, that's it. I'm not going to... Seriously, that's it. I'm done with the little shit. Too much. Let's go. We're going to run Halo. Halo 2 or Halo 3, whatever you want. Whatever you want. Trump said if he is president, he will use every available authority to cut federal funding to any school, college, airline, or public transportation that imposes a mandate. Wow. Well, I'll give you weed and student loans. And they're trying to make sure you don't get an abortion either. Don't forget about that. Well, I'll just tell you this right now. Anybody who wants to tell me what to do, if they want to tell me what is mandated and not to work, to enjoy my life, to travel, I'm telling you now, I'll take away all of their money. They'll get no funding if you vote for me. Welcome. Welcome to 2024. They offered you weed. They offered you abortions. And now they go against your freedom. I'm going to let you live. I'm telling you, we're not going to give them any funding. They're going to do these mandates. You can have a way out. I'm telling you, you need to vote now. Yeah, I'm telling you, these guys, I don't got a problem with the Republicans, but any of these motherfuckers not doing it. They're trying to end everything. I'm telling you, what's wrong with them? The election hasn't started, but it will soon. Coming to social media 2024. Day made once again. Let's go, baby. It's good, man. It's for you, bro. That's it. I think we've done a good job. We find, like, honestly, just, you know, there's been good vibes. That's it. There used to be, like, a consistent amount of people who I think they just got tired of me as well, too. So I think we found common ground. But it's just good, man. It's for you, man. It's for you. Debate topic. Which housing market will fail first? China or USA's? I want to talk debate questions, but we're going to have time. I guess if you want me prepared. That is a good question. To every COVID tyrant who wants to take away your freedom, hear these words. We will not comply, so don't even think about it. We will not shut down our schools. We will not accept your lockdowns. We will not abide by your mandates, and we will not tolerate your mandates. That's a Trump quote that just came out. I read it like him, though. So, yeah. It's kind of, it would hit if he was, yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. Felt like I was really there. Man. I feel like it would be so fun and awkward to meet both Trump and Biden. But then, like, this is the reality, because, like, I feel like they would just act like my dad in a weird way, if that makes sense. Because they're, like, really old. You know that? I don't know. Both of them. Like, I don't, it's actually mind-boggling. All of it still is to this day. But it was like, it just, I feel like they all have the old man, like, they'll sit down with, you know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, cool. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Wow. Oh, wow, you did? Oh, okay. What the fuck's your AI? Okay, yeah. All right, well, you have a good day at school. You do great at school. You make sure you get good grades. I'll see you soon. Goodbye. The fuck? I just told you my plan to modernize the prison system. What the? Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. Yes, terrific. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Great. I love how they're teaching you good out there in California. Okay, good. Nice to meet you. I thought we would discuss the inefficiencies in financial education, and no, okay. HD going down, shrink. Nah, just HD. Part of the retailers. Today was a mixed bag for them, honestly. Dollar General recovered. I Bet you it's still down over 10%. Yeah. You give them too much credit. Your dad is 10 times the man they are. Like, I'm not going bar for bar. Like, you know what I'm saying? This ain't like the Parent Trap comparing the parents, but it's like I'm just speaking very broadly, generally, of just like old man behavior. They kind of got that. Like, you know, I could see, like, you know, like humans, like we all poop. Or I hope so. If not, you should get that checked out. Just certain like mannerisms and characteristics. Someone called out. Did I put up CVS earlier? I think it's just dying, but it didn't look like anything crazy. Even Walgreens with moves too. Why have housing prices not come down in 08 when rates went up? Very different situation. Just, again, and even how we got into housing. It's one thing about the finances of housing, but also how houses were used. And then population is different. So you got to realize all the places now that used to be just outside of your city, they're already 20 years developed now. So there was just more land. So like when LA got expensive, they started pushing out to the valley 20 years ago, right? Same thing. San Diego, they started pushing up to Escondido, Temecula, all those places. So that's for SoCal, but think about it. 20 years ago, you know, almost 20 years ago, back then, all that was empty land. It was just all empty areas. And then they went in and they, after that, they just began to, you know, it was already built out. And those places popped and then dropped a lot in value. But now everything's built out. So like now, where are you going to go and build out? As the boom is happening, people are building and there's a lot of new builds, but they're not building how they were. Like half of downtown San Diego was made in 2008. I don't know if that's a statistic, but if you know the area, like for real, like 2008 to 2010, 2012, like downtown San Diego was just all created. Like a lot of those buildings you would be shocked by. But it's just that was during the bubble. Like even they built up, even Miami. That's why Miami got clapped, because they built up and they built these condos and they popped up in value. Then it died in 08 and now it's been almost 20 years. So that's just, yeah, slightly. That's what I'm saying. But now you need to go develop other places. But it's like real estate is just population, where you could build, where the action is happening. Those are some of the uniquenesses that change from era to era. But then again, got to give it time. Now we'll see a couple of other things, and you know how we got here was wild. Eli Lilly? Is it like the third time I've seen that? Yeah, they're like Austin. See, but that's Austin had that happen now because nobody wanted to go to Austin, and then they just started developing. So those places are going to have a pop and drop, and then 15 years from now, where are you going to, if Austin keeps going like that, those places are going to be the nicer places that used to just be the surrounding suburbs, and then now it gets pushed out even more, and then 15 years from now, how many people will be on the earth? That's the question. Oh, Intel, Pat Gelsinger, at this point, Intel, oh, this is old. I'm getting another reiteration. They're calling it fireside chat at Deutsche Bank. Austin and San Antonio are tracked to converge. Yeah. That's why I love San Antonio. I love San Antonio. I've said that for a long time. Anywhere in Texas, that's the place I like. You got a long time too, but it's just I like a lot. Otherwise, Austin was cool if you got in earlier, but like I told you, dude, that one was surprising. Like I'm telling you, the prices, I didn't think a house would have came back down to the price of 2021 on some of those. The highlighted stocks are 52-week highs and lows on the high ticker. So CLS, that's a 52-week high. Apple's running, so is Amazon. Apple kind of a decently big pop. Even Uber. Remember, it's power hour. It's already 10 minutes in. You're moving off the bottom. No, I didn't. I was saying, what are the earnings? I know we went over Broadcom yesterday. I still have it. I mean, if anything, I could just put that one on the screen, and then when everything pops off, at least we'll have it. So here's Broadcom's preview from yesterday. But I do not know what's MDB. They could be big. What else is there? I know there's one more somebody said today. No, Broadcom Lotto, I mean, why not? Even then, we got Clap playing afterwards on NVIDIA, so you got to be careful, but I would just play till once we get the release. It might have a crazy popper drop. Lulu, that's the one. That's the other, like, higher profile one that people wanted. So which one? MDB. At 915, 775. Broadcom put. Ooh. Oh, wait. MDB, which is the other one? Dollar General Pop. Yeah, it's on the high ticker. So they're still down 12%, but very nice. I think I was 8% off the bottom, or 6%. It's saved. I think jobs come in hot, then get revived. I don't know. But all the jobs data, we haven't seen this yet. Like I'm just saying, coming into it, there hasn't been this consistent of a drop in the jobs. Like it's been Frankenstein. The jobs market has been extremely strong. It's like Michael Myers. It just does not fall. So like that's how every data set has played out. It's just like even if it looked like it was, the other metrics would just rocket up. So by the looks of it, it seems like there is a sudden kind of depressingness to the jobs market, but we got to find out. But then again, like I said earlier, maybe it gets political. If it's a high number and it comes in too hot, that'll destroy, again, what I'm telling you. Because then if it's non-farm shoots up, the other two are down, yeah, it was a sign. But once again, job market strength would prevail in that case. And again, I'm talking strength, weakness, but I'm not speaking in reality as much as I am whatever the data tells us, because again, we cannot move until the data tells us that, unfortunately. Bitcoin Chicle. So this one is MDB. They're today after hours. Their analysts expect revenue of 393.7. That's above their highest point of guidance that the company gave of 388. to 392 million. Subscriptions 379, services 14 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 75.7, subscriptions 78.8, services loss of 15.4, non-GAAP operating margin of 9.8, guidance was 9.2 to 10.1, EPS of 46 cents with guidance of 43 to 46, ending deferred revenue 425 million, billings 402, cash from operations loss of 7.6 million, free cash flow loss of 19 million, total customers 44 million. Quarter 3 revenue is expected to be revenue of 389.9 million, subscription of 374.6, services 14.7, non-GAAP gross margin 75.4, and non-GAAP operating margin 5.4, EPS of 27 cents, and ending deferred revenue of 455 million with billings of 409 million, cash from operations 19 million, free cash flow 11.1, and then total customers 46.1 million. Full year guidance EPS 142 to 156 excluding items, revenue 152 to 152 1.52 to 1.54 billion, operating income 110 to 125 million excluding items. And since last quarter of June 1st, they have moved up 20%. S&P is up 5.3, and then XLK is up 2.4. Near-term options imply a 12.6% move. Last earnings, they moved 28%, then loss of 8, gain of 23, then loss of 25. Oh, so they're going to fucking move, dude. This thing moves 25% on 3 of the last 4 earnings, and it's pricing in half of that. We'll double check, but EPS has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters, and revenue has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 18 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20 with 4 in line. CrowdStrike already reported, right? I think it was good. No, I'll have to double check, but I think there's better cyber companies. I don't like them in terms of that, but if you're asking me about their earnings, I haven't looked, but if they are today after hours, I thought they were in the morning. Who's the next one? We need Lululemon. 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 It's not lemon. It's Lululemon. Hawkeye. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Dollar General's still ripping. That's in the bottom right. Where is it? You watched Scarface? Eventually I did. You know, they couldn't stop me. But yeah. I don't know if my girlfriend has seen Scarface, actually. I might need to show her. I don't think it was big in Europe the same way us Americans. Like, yeah. I'm not trying to pay $150 for an 8% mortgage for some junk that tanks when the market dumps. Why, you're saying you need to double your income or you need to get a partner? No, man. Just do it. Stop thinking so bearish. You will lose more on stocks than a property in most cases. And then in worst case scenario, if your excuse is to get out the house and live in there, even if the market tanks for a year or two, you're going to live in the house. You're going to and if the market tanks, your mortgage rate turns into 4%, hopefully, God willing. But if you're telling me that, yeah, if you're saying there's an opportunity for you to buy a $150,000 house that you would live in where you could move out, I don't know if it's near you or not, but if that was the case, I wouldn't get too caught up in the market's going to drop scenario. Again, I mean, you could literally ask, here's the deal. Don't make it as an investment. Make it to live in there. Like, if you start thinking that way, it might change, but if you could ask literally anybody over the course of their life of waiting for, you know, if you had an opportunity to buy a house and you're like, nah, I'm worried it's going to come down. I mean, ask anybody what has happened. I get it. It's high. It only goes up, yibbity yabbity boo. But if you are going to live there, like they say, you marry the house, you date the interest rate. But if that's an option available for you, I don't know. Send it to me. I'll get you a good deal, bro. I'll at least tell you if it's a good deal or not. Is there an example of home prices being lower? Yeah, last year. They lowered from the high of the last year. I mean, even on average, they dropped. But then it's, again, that's what happened. By the time you got your, that's why it's so ironic. You got to realize everybody literally had a price drop over the last 12 months. This was and for real estate, it's a larger price drop than normal. But the unfortunate part is it ran up however many percentage ahead of it. So there you go. Oh, that's hypothetical? Then okay. I thought it was. Then we do more planning, but think FHA loan with other stuff. But I mean, if you want it, it's yours. But like I gave on those rants like a month and a half ago, the minute you believe that there is not a future and there's not hope for your future, where you're like, damn, I'm never going to buy a house without this. I'm never going to do this, it's like it would be, it's going to stop the opportunities. I think if you save for it, you look, you'll get it. I'm telling you, even the 3% mortgages, if you're a creative guy, you may wind up in a multi-unit with no down payment. Who knows? And as things go, but I just don't ever believe that it's out of reach there. Again, I was talking about it yesterday, honestly. I mean, unless you are on a sub $25,000 a year income, or you are an immigrant and get taken advantage of certain ways that you get paid, like if you are in a higher median job income right now, as far as Americans are concerned, even the median, it's decent. Prices are high. Everything else is going to compound. You got to be a little smarter, and the interest rate's going to hurt for a little bit, but that's not going to be the thing that stops you from the house. But it's like the thing that's really getting out of reach. It's for people coming here. It's for people with less opportunity, people already sharing households, like with under several households. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually kind of wild, but that's where I'm saying it's like it's possible, but I encourage you not to believe that it would be out of reach. Like I said, anytime I say this, the caveat is time. So if you're willing to invest time and save and keep grinding, like with enough time, I think it's not out of reach. And whether I'm 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, I mean, there's definitely an opportunity there. The problem is so many investors own hundreds of properties as tax write-offs. Well, no, it's not. Just at the same time, is that part of it? Yes, there's a lot of things with real estate. It's not just one thing that caused this Frankenstein market. It's a mix of a lot of things, but as far as this example is concerned, like I thought he was closer to cheaper houses. He said he's not. So in this case, if he's willing to get up and move and leave, he could do this tomorrow probably. But otherwise, it's if you want to live in, again, a 15-mile square radius that has 15 million other people, then yeah, those houses are gone. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. If you're living with your parents, that's how you're winning right now. And keep that in mind. That's why I'm saying if I was living with my parents, not paying a fucking rent check right now, the last thing I would be thinking is I'm never going to own a house. I would be scheming up, finding the cheapest house I could find near me, finding a wholesale that I could buy for myself or anything. You know why? Because you have a huge advantage over the people, like I'm saying, who there's other people out there who have to, they're waiting for the house while paying rent. You know what I'm saying? And then paying for everything else and probably have a kid or two on top of it. So it's like that is where you're in a way better position in that sense. So you don't have to rush. But that's why I'm saying if you're in a good position where you don't have to pay rent, you could live there, stack up, last thing I would do is poison the well in my mind thinking that I'm never going to get it when you have a savings rate that is probably going to be triple the normal American if you don't have to pay for rent, if you could still live at home. You're saving slower? Nah, I'm telling you, that's the bearishness getting to you. If you're telling me if you live at home and don't have a rental payment and you think you're behind on buying property, just tell that to the people in here who are working a job and renting and still trying to save. Because that's America, man. There's 40 to 60%. They try to say 30, but of your income goes to rent. So you're saving faster. You're saving faster than most people, at least in the 300 something million Americans. But you don't have to rush it. I would say a couple more years of that, you can go and just, I would keep looking and I'd find it and I'd go for it. It's hard, but here's the thing. I still think it's accessible for everybody. Both examples, even if you are doing the paying rent thing, but like this is what I was saying, it becomes much, much harder. You know what I'm saying? It becomes much, much harder when you're got a fat expense at the same time of it. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm talking about the mindset. Like I said this a month and a half ago. I said it with a lot of passion, dude. Because the one thing that's going to kill the next generation in this is like if you don't believe in hope, if you really think you're priced out or if you really think it's not there and you don't save for your down payment now and keep saving and keep believing it's a possibility, when that opportunity comes, you're not going to be ready. And it's going to be very sad in that sense, and we've seen it. But it's just like you gotta just save for your down payment. No one's telling you to buy right now. No one's telling you to force the interest rate. You see what I'm saying? But you need to be having that home ownership as a goal, and you need to be saving for your down payment starting yesterday. You know what I'm saying? And start the saving aspect of it, because when the opportunity comes, it's going to come fast, and you're either going to be ready or not for it. But you have to knowing that is the thing that you are shooting for. Dream? I mean, it is. I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's a reality. We've done it. Again, if I said this a year ago, you probably had the same opinion. Some of you did, some of you didn't. And then some of you acted on it. And then the year before that, I said the same thing. I usually say the same thing. I turned full Joe Biden. You know, it's like, so at the end of the day, it's not a dream. It's just reality. We all have different lives, different savings, different incomes. We're going to have different opportunities, but all the time is not stopping. And expect the unexpected is the PHILO of the day. So if you're telling me the expectation is I'll never get this, oh, I disagree. Expect the unexpected, but you got to save for your down payment, and the goal should be that home ownership. No one's telling you to make a dumb decision today, but it's there. And then again, if you are saving the money, there's many levels to this. That's the down days. Good, baby. But, you know, I hope this lifts you up, bro. Expect the unexpected. I said that hours before you even said this, so amen. So let's go. Maybe it would help people understand that you started from nothing. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Everybody is different, dude. It's like, because guess what matters? We're here today. What are we going to do in the next year? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? We all start from right, because that's the reality. I can't go back. Even if I've said for years and I've had multiple YouTube videos. Again, I had a video in 2021 saying they're lying about real estate. It's not going to crash. Again, and that's when you had people going crazy still, and then it didn't start till a year later. But it's like right now, everyone's like, my biggest mistake was I didn't buy a house when I was in the first grade. So it's like, what about today? What about right now? I'm saying the smartest, best thing you could do if you do not want to get left behind, and I'm telling you, or this is something you really want to accomplish, best thing you could do is set home ownership as a goal and start saving for your down payment, no matter what. No matter what. And say, why am I saving that money? For my down payment on the house I'm going to buy. Why am I doing this? Because it's for the down payment on the house I'm going to buy. I'm starting today, but house prices are there. Yeah, but I'm going to make sure I have a down payment. I don't know what the house price will be next year, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years. When I'm ready, who knows? Maybe I'm ready tomorrow. But I'm going to have that down payment, and I'm going to be saving for it. That right there is going to, you're going to profit immensely and do way better off than anybody without it. And that's why I'm saying you got to have that solidified right now, especially with this it's already been confusing from 2020 to 21, 22, 23, but like the long-term goal of that should not change. And like I'm telling, it's not what I'm telling you is not going to wind you up being left off worse. Oh, you saved up money for a down payment and were a little bit more optimistic that you would own something in your life. Wow. If it doesn't happen, call me wrong, whatever. You're going to wind up with some money, and then we'll see whatever else happens from there. But you'll still have your savings. And if that crash happens, at least you're going to be ready, and you don't have to get ready. You see what I'm saying? So let's go. What's your thoughts on Canadian real estate? Honestly, we should have started there because I don't know how y'all do it. So, because everyone's like real estate and the prices, bro. Have y'all seen Canada for the last 15 years, bro? Because I'm just saying, I don't mess with Canada real estate. I know about it, but my goodness, that's a bubble that has never crashed. Honestly, if you have not looked at the price history of it, it's insane. Canada is wild, but then every time they try to stop it, it just puts in a price floor, and they're like, we're going to ban this, and then we're going to stop this, and then it's crazy. And they got floated rates too, dude, and they still do it, dude. I don't know. So, it's China, low-key, but it's wild. It is expensive out there, though, for everything. You're right. $300 an hour for roof repair. But overall, it's still dude, Canada's unstoppable in terms of real. It's honestly, you had way worse data if you were oh yeah, it can't go up that much. It has to come down. Oh yeah, they've been saying that for Canada for over a decade. At this point, I would argue. So it's crazy. They ban foreigners. It barely move prices. Well, yeah, because once you start doing stuff like that, it's just, just like rent caps. But even then, there was a lot of Chinese buying, but they just go other places. That's why everywhere else is going up. They just don't want their money in China. And then you guys are telling me they want the BRICS. I'm like, no. They want to get their money out as fast as possible. That's what happened over the last 10, 15 years, especially even right now. If you are rich in China, it's not cool. It's just not, you can't do anything. They try to get their money out as fast as possible. If you make millions of dollars in China, if you can't get that to Canada, America, Hong Kong, anywhere, India even, Australia especially, if you can't get it out there, it only goes so far. So that's what, Canada benefited tremendously. So did America. We still have a lot of foreign inflows into our real estate. But even then, everywhere else is crazy. Evergrande Country Garden, yeah, that's if you bought houses in China. That's why, the big money, again, I've worked with people on this. It's just the big money, you get it out as fast as possible. That's it. If you made it through the regime with your head intact and you got a big bag, but then it's hard getting it out too, though. You also run the risk of getting clapped running it out, or you get heavily taxed. So even if you wanted to move big money out of China, not only are you going to have to deal with the Chinese government, once you try to get it even to America, though, too, especially depending on how you do it, you're going to get a repatriation tax as well. You'll get taxed on that trying to bring it in. It's fucked. But, yeah. impossible to get anything, even with the 9% drop. I don't believe in impossible, my brother. You should save. And we expect the unexpected. And who knows? But having a goal that you will own something and then saving for that down payment so that you are not lacking and ready to go if and when it happens, that is not going to hurt you. Believing it is impossible will. So that's all it comes down to. I own. Amen. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying to the people, especially the young guys. If you're having a realization, you're like, man, it is. Because I told you this the other day, bro. I said it. And like I'm saying, I feel for people. And I know everybody is different. Like I said, if my parents came to this country today, how they did, oh my goodness. And then there's people who are, and that's why I applaud you, who are doing it the right way, and you are working, even renting while saving. It's like that's the way you're gonna do it. It will not be impossible. I stand by that. But it's just like, dude, you gotta see it how it is. But at the end of the day, what are we dealing with now? What is in your hand? What are we left with? This is what we have. This is what we got to deal with. How are we gonna do it? You're going to do it by having a goal and by saving, and that's not going to hurt you, and by being ready and prepared. No matter what, you don't make a bad decision. I could throw the extra stuff, like reach out to people, call. We could get way into it, how much hours you're putting into it. But even without that, at the most fundamental, basic level, without that goal and preparation of saving for it, nothing's going to happen. You're right. But now that's why that attitude towards it does need to, it will never hurt you. It's not going to be hurtful. The contrary will be. It sucks when I just simply effed up in life. Does it? Because that's great. Everybody fucks up. You know what I mean? I fucked up. How many? Like I said, I fucked up on a stock trade. I could go through all of the things in my life. My brother, you have no idea. You want? I'll get you my mom. I'll get you my dad. I'll get you my teachers. Anybody else? I'll get you some of my friends. The ones that talk to me still. The ones that don't. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not about that. Like I'm saying, what do we have now? That's all. Nothing matters. What is in your hand? What do you got right now? How much time you got now? What are you working with? What are you dealing with? This is the situation. It's high. It's expensive. The rates are here. What can we do? We could have a goal and we could save. If you're really hungry, you start looking off market all day. That does not cease to exist. But they don't want to hear that. So the beginning is all that matters. And that's all you could do now, regardless of whatever else has occurred, happened, or not. That is an actionable step that I think will just be beautiful. And I encourage you all to take it. Goal and save. Could start with anything. Goal to own, save $1, save 100, save it every day, save it every week, save it every month. But it's up to you. But that's a game plan. I yield back. You brother, we love you. I love you, bro. Let's go. I mean, if I see anything in New Jersey, I'll send it your way, man. You know. Not to be negative, like why I do that, because it was meant to be. It led up to this moment. Because you don't know how the story ends, bro. That's it. What kind of movie is that? You ain't never watch a show. You ain't never watch a TV show like that at all. They just started off really good. You know what I'm saying? And then you just kept watching. No, man. You'll even wait for the seasons to get better. I have 9 lots off market, San Diego. Oh, please email me them right away. Send me them now if you have addresses, APNs. If it's off market, that's it. I'm cheap, but I will take. Josh hungry. Yeah, but like, I don't want to see. I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm serious. And it's love. I love you guys. Like, I don't say this as anything. Like, I'm not gonna let either, whether you're young or you're old, I'm not gonna let this lack of hope knock anybody out of what they are entitled to. I don't even think you should be too entitled to anything. But I think you're entitled to that house. I really think that everybody should have that. And I think they will with the plan. And like, to believe in a less of a future, I'm not. For some of the people with so many opportunities, I can't, man. Average down on Verizon. I'm down 33%, 9,000. Do you plan on holding it forever? Maybe one average down and then call it a day, or maybe just keep waiting. But it depends how the rest of my portfolio looked. Other dividends, because it still pays the dividends. So it's good. Wishful thinking? Nah. I see at least 10 to 20 people, and I'm being conservative, and I don't even think that's a large number, but I see 10 to 20 people a year in here do it every year. Like, straight up go from last year I thought I would never do this, I never thought I could afford, to I just bought a house, to, again, every single year. And again, prices have changed all throughout it. But amen. It's called hope. You have hope, you will act different. If you believe life is expected and will end, every day will end the same, every outcome the same, you will operate the same. Do not fool yourself ever, because I wouldn't wake up if every day was going to be the same. If everything played out how I expected, then I already know everything that's going to happen. This conversation isn't even fruitful, but we don't know. So there's the value. Oh, you were talking, I'm hungry for houses? I am. That's part of it too. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, I'm not trying to, like, I'm telling you, bro, go buy these houses. I'll help you out with it. I'm not trying to be the only one. And I don't think, especially if I already had my opportunity. I was young. I got to have my first home. My opportunity where the price is lower, yes. Was it as easy as you think it was? No, it was not. So it's the same thing, but it's like, I want to make sure everybody really pursues it, and I hope the information will help. And and we could provide the assistance too. Like, I just want to make sure everybody is on there. So it's like, I am going to keep doing what I do and I want it, but I hope you add that real estate to your long term. Should I buy if my rent is cheaper? Do you like where you live? If you like it, I'd keep renting and then just go buy a cheap house to rent out. Ta-da. It's worth 18, but it's down. But how much is what about how many other dividends do you have? How much other growth do you have? How much cash do you have? So like, an average down will probably help you a lot at this point if you're down 30%, So, but at the same time, it's like, is there anything else better you could get? Telecom isn't the best. It's kind of even bounced a little bit off the bottom. You're going to get paid to keep holding the stock anyways. So you gotta ask yourself about that. You preach real estate more than long term? Nah, they go hand in hand. I think about equivalent. It is the long term. It's part of it. There's even businesses too. Somebody said franchises, companies. Some of you may never do anything of this nature, but you're going to own a business. You're going to own $100 million business, or you're going to buy a company and maybe you're going to own 10 or 15 of them. So but these are all, again, ownership. But guess what? All of those things are expensive. Stocks, businesses, and real estate right now. Same situation. So goal of ownership, saving, my brother. It's the long term. These are attainable. Yes, I think with companies, yeah. And if 100 million sounds like a lot, maybe I'm talking about the future, inflation adjusted. 100 million might be $1 million. I don't know. We'll see. But I think realistically, everybody could, I think, own a home and get $1 million. Yeah. If that, I don't know. That always used to be a big thing in life. You know, I don't know. It's just, it's always going to be a milestone. But I think that's achievable for most people in America. And it doesn't matter where you are. Most people who are willing. Granted, how long it takes and how hard or easy it will be will vary. Viewer discretion advised. Throw an asterisk on top. But just read Richest Man in Babylon. The first scene, he tells him, Arcad, and he's talking. And what's his bouncer, the chariot maker? And he's saying, my brother, have we not touched money in our lives? And that's what he says. It's like, we made a lot of money in our lives. How come we haven't retained it? Everybody in here has touched dollars. Money has came to your name, to your bank account, and you have owned it. As far as retaining it and making it come back to you, that's the other question. But that's what he's talking about. He's like, why? He's like, it's not like we didn't do any of this. So it's realistic. It's like that's the pair. That's why they call it the strangest secret too. You know, just money, and it's just all of it and how it applies is so. I just combined both books, but it's so strange because it's simple, but it's also very difficult at the same time. So it is. So realistically, I mean, read Richest Man in Babylon again. I don't know, but that's literally the lesson out there. Because realistically, everybody in here has made a lot of money, has the potential to touch a lot, or like legitimately earnings as far as lifetime, what you've encountered. It's a lot, but it doesn't get retained and it doesn't lead to wealth. And there's a difference when it turns into that. And that's the whole book of Richest Man in Babylon. Whoa, Tesla is squeak. What the hell? Tesla popping here at the high. Tesla. 2 candles. What is it, 31st? 11:01? No. Elon Musk's secret glass house hasn't hit Tesla stock. Any LT ads? No. I was like, lending tips ads? No. Last one was Altria if you were here. Damn, Altria was up and that flipped today. All right, back above VWAP, but this time it's a lot lower. So actually it's the same. It looks lower. It's only like 1/3 of a point. Yeah, end of month for real though. You will get that. Like so far with kind of how Comet's been in a very weird way. It will turn into the end of the month. You'll get, or it might just show up in one candle at the end with a lot of volume. The candle may not even be that crazy, but the volume might. CHY popping. Calamos, high income. It's up 4%. No, Friday Junior did go by fast. And then Intel's like all over the place. Can non-farms? Yeah. It's going to be a big effect, I think, for the first hour or two of the market tomorrow. Then after that, I think everybody is already on vacation. They're going to enjoy this they're already on the summer. That's it. This is the last weekend of summer, right? That's how it is. Once Labor Day hit, that's it. Everyone goes back to work. Like it's real now. So after September 4th, September 5th, when we come back, I mean, summer is over technically. You guys said it's the 24th, but I think working-wise, right when it's Labor Day, that's it. I think I'm going to come on early, yeah. Isn't that crazy? August is... Dude, I can't believe 2023, man. It's 2020. It's 2024. UVXY dying? Whoa. Oh, that's your rebalance. They may have hurt us. That's 10-minute rigged. Oh, yeah. Whoa, it's actually only 10 minutes left. I think I understand what you mean more. I thought there was like 30 minutes left. The report comes out an hour before the bell tomorrow morning. That's crazy. One more year, and then we're going to go through 2 elections with each other. Are you ready for that? God willing. Delta says all of their fleet of airplanes are 5G compliant. Okay, you're coming down now. BX, so bro, there's going to be a lot of random movers here. End of the month, you're already getting 10-minute rigged. You've just moved around from 45.20, 45.14. It did come up to even 45.17, then came down, but moving around a little bit. Bonds are even moving too. 280 million to the sell side. Let's see. Sell side. Sell side. Tesla. I thought Tesla's doing good. I mean, Tesla's had a very awesome week, I feel like. Even last week, too, off of the recovery. And then there's zero reaction to that Wall Street Journal thing. Remember, I tried to make that little play yesterday. It was a $50 loss, but it really didn't have a reaction. Nah, I'm holding AMD. I'm holding AMD. Then I got Intel. I'm kind of thinking short NVIDIA. Hold Intel, hold AMD, then short NVIDIA. But then I can only do like 10 shares. It's hard to balance out because NVIDIA is just too big. So you can't, like, even with 20 shares, it's still fucking massive. So you have to do like 10. And then it's like, it'll balance, just depending on the relative side. Still a couple minutes. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm making good time. And then Intel's still holding up. There's Baidu. I converted my NVIDIA flips into long term. Well, did you make this decision prior, or was this just, I don't know. That's a 10-year decision? The Tesla news, which one? The Wall Street Journal? The news corner. It's part of the proprietary Stock Market Live news system that is not for sale. You should really be asking me how we got to that Deutsche Bank conference so fast. That one is the question. But other than that, this is, you'll get it here. But everything else is still part of Stock Market Live. YouTube.com/the stock market. Pump fake into close. I don't know. ICCT, didn't it dump? I was kind of coming off the bottom there. Sell side on SPY. 45 seconds till the final 5. MDB can move. I think all of them, you either take the risk, depending on how the last couple of plays have played out. You either go for pre-earnings or not. So pre-earnings, think biotech. Post-earnings is just think what happened with NVIDIA if you get a gain before pre-market, maybe just take it and call it a day. But I'm going to wait. I'm down to play a little bit after hours, though. I'm not, like, against making a play. If Broadcom or MDB or Lulu, if it's a good enough move and it's obvious, we should take it. But if see, I'm just going to wait, though. Because I'm still holding the Intel and the chips. I'm going to just keep riding those out. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Final 5 into the close. She said, okay. Again, dude, now you're down like 10 points since right before the 10-minute rigged. Money market assets hit record high, 5.5 trillion. Yeah, but like that just means there's $5.5 trillion waiting to buy stocks and whatever else, or I guess use it as savings. Oh, crap. Chattadonia. Yeah. In a little bit here, I'm going to get going. The new guy is going to come on, but when I say earmuffs, that's your signal to mute your speakers. You know, we avoided any, ear canal bleeding today, which was great. Yesterday, we couldn't say the same. So we just want to make sure you're safe and protected and have an enjoyable experience. But the new guy's very loud, so when I say earmuffs, just... give it a little mute if you get annoyed easily or if you, again, prone to ear canal bleeding. I understand. I understand completely. So, yeah, be prepared. Be prepared. And you're still dumping, man. I don't know. No pump fake or not. It's just kind of the flush. You're more than 10 points now if we hit another low off of this. So, Chad, let's see what we got. It was like a big old turnaround, but... it's just like now you're picking up everything at this. Like throughout the day, it's been very sporadic. Let's see. Maybe NASDAQ goes red, but you only got a couple of minutes now. Apple News. It's end of the month. End of the month. I would argue. I'm telling you, if there's no headlines, honestly, watch The Wire. But for the most part, I think it's just the end of the month type beat. So, yalla. Chattadonia. Earmuffs. Earmuffs right now. And we still got earnings after the bell. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 5:30 a.m. Pacific time out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 76 degrees, hazy, sunny. I don't know what that means, but it still feels extremely hot. I don't know what's going on, and they lied to us about a hurricane. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. NASDAQ might go red right now. That's all that will matter. It was green all day. Remember, most of around the world, nothing really moved more than like 3/4. I think there was today. There might have been one more, but for the most part, everything around the world kind of traded like this. An hour before the bell tomorrow, we have data. I'd watch the bonds. You had data today, the PCE. Inflation did not change the story over the last couple months. So now the jobs market is the only thing that may. And that's what we're waiting for. And now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Finalize or plays, wrap it up. Like we said, 1 hour before the bell, the data is coming out. So speak now or forever hold your peace. Is it options, trades, futures? Finalize it now. Broadcom after the bell. Lululemon in yoga pants. And MongoDB. You don't even know it. Ain't nobody you know what it is. But Chad, you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Finalize those plays. Bring it home. NASDAQ is still holding on, but you're dumping into the close. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Before the earnings come in, Broadcom will be interesting. I need a GG. Let's go. 7 hours in the books. We did it. We made it. Let's go. I need that GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody in the game. Everybody contributing. It's good sportsmanship. I need that GG. Laggers, lurkers, lovers. It don't matter. Are you a hater? A baby back bitch? It doesn't matter. Prove it with a GG right now. Everybody, are you the best in the world? Do you contribute? Have you been a member for 12 years? Exactly. I still need a GG. Everybody, it's good sportsmanship. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody holding it down. Where's the switch? Let's go. I told you, members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary members, anybody positive, anybody with good vibes, baby, good game. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Twitch. Everybody. You know we stronger as one. So, how you play? GG, baby. GG. My money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
Oh, did it come out yet? Did it come out yet? Do we got Broadcom? I gotta get the Broadcom up here. Cause last time it was a weird song, but Chad, I love you. Thank you for being here, baby. Whether you're new, whether you're old, a hater, lover, if you gave me your time today, I hope I made the most of it. Let's go, baby.
I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Kenny was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers can. Pulling up the line, so got it leaking like a
I'm gonna let you listen, but I gotta keep yelling over it. I love you. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Chad. I'm waiting for the earn. Where's the Lululemon?
Same old J, smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like paid.
I hope you enjoy it. Fill out the prayer request wall, that's it. I told you.
These motherfuckers
I told you, baby.
Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing. Even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her.
Oh, maybe.
Shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and running for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Did we even go over Lulu? Yeah, it's moving a little bit. What the EOSC? You might get these right here. Dia Vita Loan Program Office issued up to $398 conditional commitment loan guarantee. Whoa. Weren't these the guys related to the pipeline? But they just got a a Department of Energy loan program. Gave them a $398 conditional commitment for a loan guarantee. ADTX out of nowhere. Was it unhalted? So you got something on EOSC. We're waiting for Broadcom. MDB is at 400? No, I see 385. Oh, you mean time. I said, what? What you mean it's at 400? Oh, it's at 415? Okay, so then that means you got to listen to Uncle, because thank you. And like I told you, man, you need to be an explorer for the description, and I just love you, man. Fill out the prayer request wall is the only thing that matters. I pray for you. You pray for me. Show some love. Get some peace. Broadcom's moving. I don't know. It's PM Eastern. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But that's it. Check out the... Oh, yeah, look at that. 1.8, baby. God bless you and thank you. I love you, man. Thank you for all the chads who held it down. And again, honestly, like, for real, like, I mean it, man. Even if you a baby back bitch, bro, even if you don't support, you freeload, you resell it, whatever it is, man, I hope you drop the GG at the very least, you know? For sportsmanship's sake, I can respect that at the very least. So, God bless all of you, but I mean it, man. It's all love. Keep the peace. Keep it alive no matter what, man. Yeah, it's just all love, dog. It's just all love no matter. That's it. That's just how you know. That's just how you know. It's just like straight up, bro. End of the day. So peace and love. It's okay. You ain't know. Oh, there's MDB. So boom, right there. Hold on. Wait. Well, it's moving too fast. Revenue 400 to 404 guidance. I think that's already bigger. I don't know where the number is at. But remember, they're up 20% since last time. I didn't save it. I think this one was Lululemon. I don't think I saved the MDB. Yeah, I didn't even read you Lululemon. This is Lululemon. But then MDB, I have to pull up those numbers again. But they had a loss of 37.6 million, loss per share 53, full year adjusted EPS 227. I think that's double, to be honest with you. Yeah, bro, full year EPS was expected to be 142 to 156. They just guided up for double EPS. Again, there could be different estimates, but that's the ones I'm looking at. Again, EPS of 47 cents. They beat by 47. So expectation was 46. Oh, Lululemon came out. But Mongo, I think the EPS is what people care about there. And then their revenue guidance was 400. They beat on revenue guidance and EPS for the whole year. Dell big top. All right. VMware revenue 3.4 billion. That's coming out. You said Lulu. We're going to skip MDB. Yeah, Q2. Oh, wait, no, that was MDB. I'm tripping. Yeah, they killed it, though. Check that full year estimate. I have an estimate at 1.5, and I think they guided up for $2.40. If that's right, that's a blowout on EPS, and everything else was good. So Lulu EPS 268. Second quarter revenue 221 or 2.21 billion, estimate 2.17. Gross margin 58.8, estimate 58.6. Revenue 2.17 for next quarter to 2.19, estimate was 2.15. Full year net revenue 9.5 to 9.57. They previously saw 9.4. I don't know why it's selling. It seems like they just met guidance. And full year they raised by $1 too. Yeah, VMware, 3.41, estimate was 3.46. EPS beat by almost 10 cents, or a little more, 12. Dell's running off that, I'd assume. So the earnings for VMware is the earnings for them. MDB's still going, bro. What was this thing at? It's already, dude, I hate this one, because anytime we wanted to play it, it was up like 20%. And they still, like, don't make money, I don't think, but I know they got, our cash from operations is still negative. But if that goes green, I don't know. MDB was a killer. They did it last time. Last quarter, they moved 25%. Yeah, crazy premium. No matter, like, even daily premium. And then just like NVIDIA, if you get clapped, I mean, who knows? You have $100 lowers, and you won't even find a floor. But it's good for now. Broadcom earnings are in 15 minutes. Or actually, like, 7 now. Or 6. Yeah, Dell had earnings too. 174 versus 114 estimate for EPS. Revenue 22.9, estimate was 20.84. That should be good for Intel, no? I don't know what chips they use, but for now, let's see. TNX. HashiCorp. All right, well, I'm going to go pee now as we wait for Broadcom. And you get more uncle. I know, congratulations.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it.
Broadcom's in a couple minutes.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a red truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm lost. Who I think they mad? My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
So this is the song of We Did It, We Made It. It's called Enslow. It's not called We Did It, We Made It. There you go. But now, cut it. Time for Broadcom. We're waiting. Broadcom's supposed to come out in like 2 minutes. 4:15. 4:15's ain't seen no wires. And then I heard boom from the news wire. Gator bus with the pimped out earnings. So ain't got no profits, but it still rise. Can't pay their debts cause interest rate is shit. But that's okay cause Powell lies. He lied. That's a good one. Okay. I get hyped for earnings. I'm sorry. It's an earnings thing. Oh yeah, you guys were saying Lulu flipped. I saw that in the chat. I wasn't in front of the computer. It was in line, but their earnings were good. They were up off of the guide up, so that's it, man. It's a decent one. It's a decent one. Sideways for now. Just one of those runners. I don't think the earnings was bad, but it wasn't like Mongo. That thing was crazy. That thing was actually, that's like back-to-back good. But then again, like I said, they're a company that's going to go from losing money to making money. So that's still debatable, but always a good sign. But for the most part, that's they guided up by $1 on EPS on the year. They guided up above a higher revenue. Even analysts guided up, and they ended up still beating that by I think 3% or 4%. So that one is a good one. And then Broadcom right now. I mean, right? 3, 2, 1. Where's he at? No. Wait for it. Where's he at? Hit. Oh, there he. Oh, you said 750. Hold on. I think he's coming out. I got it. Revenue 8.8 billion. I need the expectations. I don't have it pulled up. Revenue 8.8 billion. There's no easy numbers yet. 9.27 for next quarter, and then third quarter EPS 7.74, third quarter adjusted 10.54, third quarter net 3.3. So they came in just barely above. So considering even Marvel ended up doing a lot better. So here's the estimates. So they did not bad. Fourth quarter revenue 9.27. Yep, they came in line. I think that's it. Is there anything else? I don't have margin numbers. I don't see margin yet. They declare quarterly dividend It's down 15. They were pricing in $50, I believe, for one-way move or both ways. So $100 is 2 standard deviations. I mean, you're down $20 right now. Yeah, it's the cushion for now. Honestly, it's firmly in line. So think what we were just talking about with Lululemon. It's not, it kind of Marvel was like that, but even their guidance, still it's all insinuating higher numbers. So it's not like it's a bad report, but just remember, just like any of the other ones, I mean, just last quarter, this was at 6 something or 600. So wasn't a bad earnings, but I don't have the margin numbers yet. And cash from operations, you have to go through it all. Let's see. They repurchased 2.9 million shares. Common stock dividend $4.60 per share. Non-GAAP diluted EPS. I think they were exactly in line. No, they were a little bit higher on EPS by like 10 cents. Does not justify $300. I don't know the margin number yet. San Jose. Third quarter results were driven by demand for next generation networking as hyperscale customers scale out and network their AI clusters with data centers, said Hock Tan, president and CEO. Fourth quarter outlook projects year-over-year growth reflecting continued leadership in networking for generative AI. We generated $4.6 billion in free cash flow in the third quarter. So free cash flow missed by $300 million. EBITDA increased 8% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA $8.9 billion. Oh, what? Or is that guidance? And adjusted EBITDA increase. Oh, no. Consolidated router tripping. No. That's not adjusted EBITDA. Yeah, man. Could be good. It wasn't, I don't know. The question you're asking is, does it justify the run-up? I mean, granted, just you guys got to understand the game we're playing right now. What happened to NVIDIA? So be very careful with this. You get what I'm saying? Just remember, like, however you want to try to look at this, it's just like, okay, the numbers aren't too far off, but just remember, NVIDIA was a bad earnings or a good earnings, and you still saw how it played out. So this one's just in line, and now you still have everybody asking the question of, again, is this good enough or not? So free cash flow is a slight miss, but I think everything else, it was like perfectly in line. Revenue slightly higher, but not by a big margin, not by an AI margin, and then EPS was up by like 10 cents. So not too bad. They've moved 3, 6, 3, and 2. So even though they price in a lot, they've only moved in 1. They moved half of the expected move so far. Where's Lulu? And MDB still holding. That one was a good earnings. I just like that one. And then Lulu, Lulu hasn't done anything. So Lulu also kind of the same, but Lulu don't have AI yoga pants, man. I'm just saying. Again, Broadcom's quarter-over-quarter growth is like 78% or year-over-year. So they're starting to pop here now a little bit, but it's kind of moving. But again, everything borderline in line. One slight miss on free cash flow. Other than that, it was there. Otherwise, beats, actually. I say in line, but slight beats. I have 2 Avagos. That Lulu candle looks massive, and then it just looks so chill now. Celsius, I know, bro. That was 100% growth, like we were talking about. That's killer. Even then, I mean, quarter over quarter or year over year, I'm impressed with Broadcom to a degree, but there also was a huge pullback last year. So, looking at percentages, that's a different question. You know what I'm saying? Ho! At the close, he still has them. He has his children. Father Edgar had many sons. Had many sons. Had Father Edgar. I am one of them. And so are you. So let's just race the race. Right, hard, left foot. Horn, let's go. After hours. What's up, man? That's it, man. That MDB treating you good then, huh? You know that. You know Edgar was the one who told us to look at the preview. So honestly, man, God bless you, Edgar. God bless you. Father Edgar. Now it's going to be stuck in your head now. ADTX flushed. This is no flush, Habibi. The stock is at $6 in the morning. Now $52. Habibi, they make a good one. But this is crazy. I retired from this one. Avigo, come down. Give horn for Estonia? I got you, bro. That, like, chatted don't... It's different, but I got you, bro. I'm gonna get hype with... I see you, Estonia. I don't know. Y'all ain't sanctioned, right? Because listen, although my degree in political science, I don't know if y'all been on a list or not. So I'm support Ukraine. I mean, I'm not trying to shout out Estonia, but that's just for the, I don't know, man. Let's so. That's it, man. That's it. So Broadcom, I think a dud until there's anything. Maybe that conference call. Don't ever forget, conference call might be the action. Remember, we got to hear from Intel Man today. NVIDIA did come down a little bit off of that. Intel, no. AMD, no. AMAT, their earnings. This month for Broadcom, I assume the last 3 months. Pop soon. It's hitting wires again. So just debate. Everyone's getting it. EPS 1054, estimate 1043. Adjusted net revenue 888. Estimate was 887. Semiconductor revenue 694. Estimate was 680. Q4 revenue 927. Estimate was 9.2. So it's good. I think what's it called was better. Like NVIDIA's was way better. NVIDIA was like a good earnings, bro. So I don't know. None of these, Marvel, no other AI company, they don't got the leather jacket, bro. That's all I'm telling you. So we'll see how the market takes it for now. But, I mean, otherwise wait till the conference calls there. But it was a beat. It was a beat with the nice little raise on revenue. You know, everything modest. You have room to beat and surprise in the future. So not too bad. Maybe NVIDIA cooked the books. We had this discussion. Surprisingly, it's not a... I mean, honestly, should that be the first debate question for tomorrow? Should that be the first one? Two teams have to debate. You have one argument for why NVIDIA was fake and another why NVIDIA was real. I think we might have just found our first topic. Wow. Well, tomorrow we'll have fun. We will be here early, but Chad, that's it. We're calling it a day. I'm going to go. I got me a chicken salad, bro. I got a nice-ass salad made for me right now. I get to eat, maybe take a poop, maybe make a watch list, maybe a Thursday video. But I got to wake up early tomorrow. We gonna be back up. And then that's it, Chad. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Because that's the day. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for the love, the comments, being out there, the contributions, anybody in between, the love, the hate. Thank you for your time once again. I love all of you. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, don't ever forget why we're here. Why that faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style. And just simply, man, why you should always expect and embrace the unexpected. And why you should never believe the devil is a lie. There is no such thing as your whole life is expected and figured out from here, because the devil is a lie, bro. I'm just saying why every day is unexpected. And there's a good hope embedded within that, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Man, that's it, bro. That's it, bro. That's it, Chad. You got the PHILOs. Expect unexpected. That's it. Mother effers. The whole year, every year has shown us to expect the unexpected. Stop it. We're playing. That's a choice. Stop it. All right, Chad. Have a good day. I'll leave you get this.
Yeah. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy the triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Why you got something to say, but you ain't speaking? How you know about the play, but you ain't eating? It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change, change the thought, change everything.
It's always my favorite part,
day,
bro.
for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain.
The
Divvies in the trade. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the
You don't
market
have
crash.
to leave, actually. You don't have to leave. It's fine. You don't stay. Feel free, stay. You don't. Why am I? I'm not. Don't let me be a witch. You know what I'm saying, dude? You don't have to leave. I'll just keep playing. You don't have to go. It's fine. I don't know what will happen, but you don't have
where's Jill? Come on.
in the morning.
Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh to the bread truck. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon.
How you guys have it? Oh, what the fuck is this? Shut this gold guy up. Anyways, man. I hope you have a good day. All right? Yeah, you're trying to convince me to leave it on? Yeah, you want me to leave on the chat? Hey, what's gonna happen, huh? What's gonna happen? You want me to defund the mods and then you want me to leave on the chat? What do you think's gonna get messy out there? I can't be. Anyways, I support him though. I say, I'm confused. Anyways, I love you. Have a great day, morning, and your morning. Make you have a good morning. Happy sunny side up. You know, I love a sunny side up. And I hope you're the hard-boiled eggs, but it's just good morning for you. Okay? Yeah. Anyways, I'll leave it. No, Joshua, before you get going now, please, can you answer the one? What do you mean by king salmon? Does that mean that OPEC is part of an aquatic life? So how do you say his name? Then why does he call him that? Do you genuinely think that Biden would mistake a king salmon for king salop? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is it? I don't know. Have you seen Aladdin? I yield back. I reclaim my time. Thank you. I yield back. You have a wonderful day. Goodbye.